Last day of the third week of the NAL is here. Welcome, everyone. I hope you've had a lovely couple of hours off and you're ready to dive into the Siege X action here in Philly. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Fox and Lax, and we're going to break down everything that we're going to see today. But first off, everything that we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a very good showing from a few teams. I think we kind of predicted some of the games, and then definitely there was one game for sure that was definitely not predicted.
No, I mean, two games as a whole, if we count the Envy one. But first, we start out with the Orgless SSG. SSG came to play, absolute domination from them, constantly keeping Orgless at the bay, not letting him inside that map. It was a really shut-down game for them. Hopefully, for them, they're able to run it up today against a better opponent.
Yeah, second game of the day. I think this was the game that we talked about was going to be an equilibrium, a little bit of a balance between C9 and Envy. But realistically, Envy brought it back on their defense, showing a lot of resilience.
They sure did. And Dark Zero probably making things as hard as they can, going up against a wild card on Clubhouse, but consistent as ever, really not slowing down at any point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is the game that took everyone by storm and kind of left them head-scratching of, is Cruelty going to show up today? Is M80 just going to dominate? Exact opposite. Cruelty just comes in as a completely different team. Night and day difference from what we've seen from the start versus now. I'm a fan now. I want to see this continue going forward. As for M80, definitely a bit of a head scratcher.
I mean, I thought you were a fan even before this, considering that you've put the players in your fantasy league.
Fan of the players, not the team, but now it's the team.
So, like, it only took one game to, like, convince you.
It was convincing.
And after the interview was so wholesome. It was a great time.
And honestly, made me feel
it
bad
showed a lot of personality.
And if you're wondering where exactly that left us off in regards to the standings, it does mean that Cruelty is now pushed all the way into 8th, which technically one win away from being in the top 6, whereas DZ is literally big chilling at the top with 15 points in total.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's going to be battling for that 6th spot, but even based on the outcomes today, OXG plays M80, so if one of those teams is stuck at that 9 points, easily 2 wins can jump and leapfrog teams for that 5th, potentially that 4th spot. OXG has already played all of the weaker teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, so now they're in a position where they could be stuck at 9 points as well. So everything's free game up until that fourth spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, even for 6th place, it's literally within one game of people winning, teams winning, and realistically, on that lower end, you really want to keep winning these games and try to move away and further that gap from being caught up to and qualify for yourself the playoffs.
Great. And today, they can get even more points because it's day 6 of the BO1 round robin. So we have 5 games coming your way. Starting off the first game, C9 against Orgless. Now, personally, I am looking towards Shopify Rebellion Space Station Gaming because both of these teams are neck on neck fighting for the number 2 and the number 3 slot.
Right.
With SSG bringing on the heat, and so is SR. And I feel like this is going to be where both teams are truly tested.
Yeah, that'll be a battle of the Titans. For me, I love the games that just have so much pressure on them. M80 OXG, one of those teams lose and instantly we can see one of those teams not making the top 6. So that's the game that I'm going to be looking forward to. There's so much pressure on both those teams right now.
I'm actually looking forward to the Cruelty versus Wildcard. One, we saw Dash finally come alive in their game yesterday, so I want to see him and the team as a whole come together. But even for Cruelty, I mean, that was a very big dominant performance that we saw from them. And as much as I am happy for them, I want to see that displayed in today. I just don't want yesterday to be a one-off and that's the rest of Cruelty from what we see for the stage.
Yeah, so the hope for today is consistency from the teams that have been showing up, but then also when it comes to the teams that did a little bit of an oopsie yesterday, hopefully they learn from their mistakes. But first game of today is going to be C9 up against Orgless. And when we're looking at this match specifically, C9, we are still hoping to see what they brought at Reload and bring it here regionally into the NAL, whereas Orgless, it was a bit of a very one-sided sweep from SSG yesterday. Yeah. So I do hope that they're able to dust off, learn from their mistakes, and show us the Orgless that we saw towards the end of last week.
Orgless was certainly got over-encumbered by how aggressive and how heavy that was on them. And then as the side for C9, they started out really strong and then immediately switched to their attacking side and just completely fell flat. So this game should be a good one.
Let's have a look at the C9 roster though, because again, as we already touched upon, they had a little bit of success when it comes to Reload. But now that we're in the regional league, we are not seeing that success being translated.
No, we aren't seeing that, Ginny. And I think it's a little bit of heads in the clouds here at this point, especially in terms of those attacks. I mean, yesterday, again, you have to highlight the defenses were extremely strong. Got to praise them for that. But you have to do it on the other side of the coin. You have to be consistent on your attacks. And the attacks were an absolute mess.
Wait,
from
can we
what
bring back
saw
the Dream
yesterday.
camera, please?
Cloud9 already won. Dream's got his cat on the cam.
But no, I mean, when you look down in that lower third of those stats that quickly popped up before we went back to the cat cam, I mean, it just goes to show Cloud9 had every piece of the puzzle in the beginning, and then it's just once they swapped, that's where we saw the struggles. And I got clips kind of show a domino effect of just how you see these attacks just lose for Cloud9. I mean, this is a situation where Packer, you shouldn't die to these C4s. You have a shield in front of you. How do you die to that C4? I have no idea. Now you leave your team on the back end to try to bring back the round, and they do just that. Silent does a great job pushing into gold, alleviating the pressure, taking map control, but has no players to follow up here. Giddy's out on Repel, and then you have Kobe Lax in the back. No one can trade this. You give up the position, you give up the man advantage. Great, your team gets it back. You get the advantage once again, and beautiful play here. They double up on the player inside kitchen, make it a 2v1. Fast forward ahead. What are you doing, Kobe? I mean, Giddy's up top. You can't do anything. Giddy's stuck here. Just play the 2v1. And these are just rounds, especially when it is in your favor. It is in your hands. It is a detriment to your own success when you can't find these rounds just for the simple fact you're doing everything right. You're just getting too overzealous on your attacks.
And you're looking at the schedule as well that C9 has played and the teams that they have to go up against. The fact that they have so many losses under their belt as well is even more detrimental to the fact that the points that they can still get are not as high as we had expected them, or at least hoped.
Yeah, I spoke about it yesterday. Going into these matchups going forward, they got the easier games ahead of them. They should be able to rack up some points. Yesterday, they could have gained a total of 15 points. Once the season is done, now it's dropping down to 12, and that's only going to continue to get less and less if they cannot put points on the board, when realistically, these opponents that they're going up against now, outside of Shopify, everyone should be a possibly 3 points going into the rest of these games. They need it today.
Yeah, and they desperately need it, and especially when you go up against the harder teams. And I wouldn't say Cloud9 had terrible performances against all of them, but one thing that we did know about Reload is they were beating up on the worst teams there, and that's what ended up getting them their solo win. So now that they're playing against weaker teams, hopefully they can calm down on that overzealousness, make sure that they're closing out these rounds, because they have great starts. They just need to be able to focus on that finish.
Yeah, and it starts today with Orgla specifically, because we have so many questions about this roster. Consistency, how they're fitting well together, what's the team dynamic looking like? And even though we've seen them for 5 playdays at this point, it doesn't feel like any of those questions have truly been answered.
No, not really. I mean, one thing that was really smart from them is they recognized SSG's map bans when it came to yesterday, and they went to bank. They went to a big map trying to expose SSG's weakness on these big maps. But that was the biggest issue, is they kind of exposed themselves, because some of the big issues for Orglis was their awareness. It was just a lack of it. They didn't really know all these little positions that they could be picked from, and this is first example. The first 2 rounds, Orglis couldn't even get into the building, but watch how both these players die. Just wide swinging a window. You know Ashen is on the CEO windows. You know he's playing aggressive, but there's no drones, there's no information, there's no problem solving. And yes, those little minute details of, if I just expose myself a little bit to a window, I could die, but I probably won't. Against a good team, they're going to take advantage of that. And that's where we saw Orglis completely get taken advantage of time and time again, and that's what fell short. But it wasn't really from a lack of trying. I mean, they had a really good individual player, because that's what Orglis is known for, individual plays. And Eddie was a standout performer for the likes of Orglis. He was one of the only players that was actually able to put up double digits. He was the only player on his team that did that. And he was doing such a good job at keeping the games fair for SSG. But obviously, round by round, as a team, they consistently fell short because of the lack of awareness. Too many picks gone to SSG that shouldn't have gone. The objective game was not there, but Eddie did his best, and he was, honestly, I would say, with a team that you have 4 players that aren't really amounting to much in the server, to be able to put up that level of a performance, 4-0 on entry, to have that many kills against SSG, it says a lot about his own testament.
Oh no, it feels like maybe another player is going to be poached from the side of Orglis, and then they're going to fit the hole with the plow. They're
going to pick up another friend, and then, you know, is he going to be a rookie straight out of T2? And it could be you if you play Element.
That's true.
That
was good. That was a good shout.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah.
But, I mean, I do want to talk about what you're, talking about the individual performance from Eddie. I think it is important to lead by example, and especially for a newer roster. When you're in that CL, and like Fens was saying, you get away with a lot of things. And especially when you find yourself in a losing situation, that really can just hinder your performance, hinder the mindset. And it is important for Eddie to lead by example in that charge, in that existence. Because, I mean, you can look at their brethren of Envy and seeing they came back from a 5-1 deficit and brought it back. So there's no reason, there's no excuse that they can't do it as well. It's just a matter about finding their footing and being able to piggyback off of Eddie's performance.
Yeah, and I feel like if anything, yesterday was a little bit of a learning experience for Orgless. Don't go to the big maps because you're not exposing anybody but yourself. So hopefully those are going to be taken off the board today.
Yeah, if we could just see a little bit more awareness from Orgless. Obviously, you're going up against Cloud9, so they have had their rough show of maps as well. So I'm expecting a good little consistent for both. Lair, yeah, it is going to be Lair. And it does make sense. I don't like that for Orgless after what we saw from Bank yesterday. When it comes to the shield play, Lair is a huge shield play map, and Cloud9 has very consistent shield players. Orgless has really yet to identify a good shield player on their team. That's going to be a very big issue on their attack.
Well, Cloud9 is definitely going to try to exploit the defenses from LFO, given that they recently did play this, won it against Cruelty. So it makes sense for Cloud9 to pick this map. But as for Orgless, I do think they are going to be comfortable on it, not just for the fact that they got their first win off Cruelty, but they get to start on defense. They don't have the pressure to set up and try to move the pieces around the map. They can just focus on the basic fundamentals, playing trades, playing off one another, playing the position, and they don't have to focus on it too much until they get to that.
But the issue with that Lair that we saw from Orgless is it was a 7-5 win against Cruelty.
True.
It was down to the wire, and all of those rounds that they were winning were rounds that Orgless should have closed out because they were getting opening kills, but then constantly gave bodies away. And yes, Cruelty had an amazing performance yesterday, but Cloud9 has consistently looked better throughout the season so far. So that just doesn't bode too well. If Orgless cannot get those opening picks, we know their late game is not where it needs to be.
So maybe they learned from that experience from the last time that they were on Lair, and they're like, well, we could have won if we did X, Y, Z, and they're going to actually put it together this time. But either way, for the prediction, it looks like you are both agreeing on C9, which I do agree. It makes a lot of sense. I feel like Orgless has so much to prove.
Dream has the cat. Dream has the cat.
That
C9
cat is really
won.
cute. But also, if you have a cat and like it jumps on your desk while you're playing.
Yeah, see, I don't think I would lose. I would lose it. I'm sure he puts the cat outside once the match actually starts, because I would get too distracted, or a potential chance you just jump up on the keyboard.
Yeah, it do happen. I remember working a different game where a cat jumped on somebody's keyboard and then they actually let go of the diffuser and they lost that round. Hopefully that doesn't happen here today, but we are ready to head into our first game of Cloud9 against Orgless with our caster. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Ollie and I back for play number 6 of the NAL, and not necessarily a battle of the Titans, Ollie, but as we saw with the Cruelty M80 game yesterday, don't need 2 Titans for a good game. And I want to touch on something that Gabe mentioned, Fen said, which is that it's a bit of a jump playing against T1 teams because it's not as defined by gun skill, right? You got to be bit more strategic, bit well thought out. But with Cloud9 starting on the defenses, I have to say, it's been pretty gunfight heavy for C9.
Yeah, we've not really been looking too deep into strategy and things like that. You think back to that Skyscraper game yesterday, a lot of it was leaning into the inherent advantages of the map that they were playing on, and a lot of it came down to some gun skill as well, and even that wasn't enough. So we need to see a little bit more out of Cloud9. We know they've got a good capability, however, we want to see a little bit more strength in depth. When you think about the Orgless side of things, when we look toward their game yesterday, I mean, that is going to be something that I'm sure they will have wiped from their brains, and they'll be looking to deal with that tomorrow, because you don't want that looming over you, that 2-7 loss to SSG. I mean, the map gets thrown into question, the basic fundamentals get thrown into question as well. So you're hoping that they've had some good time to hit a very quick and rapid reset ahead of tonight's match.
Well, and honestly, it's like the map is the big one for me, because as the desk talked about, or it was like, oh, we're going to a big map for SSG. They'll probably start on the defense and they get too aggressive. They jump out, they'll give us gaps. SSG can't help themselves and we'll find a way in. Oh, SSG are actually playing really disciplined in a way we've not seen before. And well, when that happens, the team switches it up on you. You don't really have a lot of options. So hopefully Lair will be a little bit better. We actually are going to go to a quick break. So hopefully we'll be back real soon. Don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
everybody, and thanks so much for bearing with us during that. We just had a small technical problem with the players in the lobby, but I am told it is all ready to go ahead now, so we can continue where we left off. And that was at the start of our first game here tonight in the NAL. We have got Cloud9 and we have got August. The map we're going to be going to is Lair, which has been a bit of a talking point on the desk and between us links. Bit of a question mark for this map thrown in between both of these two teams. Neither of them got a win yesterday, and it seems as though you guys at home can't decide either. A very equal social vote.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm in the same boat. I'm definitely leaning C9, but I don't know if it's a confident lean towards C9. I mean, LFO have played this map. They have won it before, a 7-5 victory over Team Cruelty, but as the desk pointed out, that game was not without its flaws. Paradoxically, given what most people think about Lair, there's actually a 5-1 attacking half for LFO. It was their defenses that they really struggled on. But again, paradoxically for Cruelty, it's also been those defenses that have been the most problematic side for them up until yesterday. Well, honestly, even to a certain degree yesterday, but that's a conversation for another time. As the bans come through, when Orglis played that Lair game against Team Cruelty, they banned Clash and Mute to start. This time we see the Clash and the Warden being taken off the board.
Deimos comes in as well as a ban, as well as Grim, and their bees.
Huge.
It's a huge ban. I mean, it's
huge for the program.
I think it's something that's really avant-garde at the moment. Is the Grim ban, and there's only a few people that understand it. In 6 months, it'll be all the rage.
I mean, like, I know you're messing around, but like, I think the Grim ban is very in vogue. I think the Grim ban is excellent, and especially because, obviously, you know, you have your Ying, you have your Dokkaebi, but the Grim Bees can get, like, obviously shot out of the air by a projectile, but, like, there isn't a great counter for it. He's got 5 of them. He can just flood the zone, an entire site or an entire area with them, and it makes playing in that area extremely problematic. And I do want to say, you know, obviously with Cloud9 starting on the defense, won't see any shield bans on their side, but when we see the side swap, it's important enough that I'm going to point it out. Packer's going to play shields on Cloud9's attacks. Keep in mind is when we get to round 7, see if Orglis bans any shields, but until then, not going to be a factor at the moment. And instead, Eddie, why do we keep seeing the shotgun? Everybody's using it now.
He thinks he's going to find something. Maybe they got some early information on the drone. One of the reasons that Grim's banned is because there are so many little tight corners that you can sit in as a defender, exactly the way that Packer's doing right now. He doesn't even need to swing that. He's got a Banshee on the wall. It's a great early warning system that he's got going for him there. Elsewhere on the map, we're going to start looking at getting a little bit of vert control. Epic going to be drawing himself in down there and just making sure that everything is looking peachy for him to go in and start to use that skeleton key. I don't think that Eddie's really advanced any further. It's just an area of the map that he wishes to hold right now, waiting for the drones to come in, and maybe we're going to see a bit of action. Certainly Bino getting a little bit softened up there as he gets a bit too bold on the Monty.
I mean, I think Eddie holding this passively is a good idea. Just denies backside and Skybridge as an avenue for rotation for the defenders to go for a flank. And also, to be fair, that is the exact kind of position I would want a shotgun. So I do think it's a good loadout selection from Eddie. He's also secured it so early on. Orglis have the option to rotate over to it if they were to probe the front side and not make much progress. And it seems Bino already thinking on that line of thought. Talk about the bans again briefly. In that Orglis LFO game, Eddie played Grim 5 of the 6 rounds on the attack, and Deimos was brought in 4 of the 6 rounds on LFO's attack. So Cloud9 with those attacking bans have dealt a pretty steady blow to Orglis' normal attacking lineup, and I think with the fact that it's been 2 minutes and not only has nothing happened, Bino with the Fuser walks right into Packer, who's not been droned. Sure, there's a trade, but it shows that Orglis are a little bit shaky in round 1.
That's a lot of information that you've missed out on there. Epic is able to find Dream. That was a great skeleton key and a very quick switch to the assault rifle. Just like that, it's all level. Would you take that trade? The problem is you've lost your Monty. If you'd have lost your Nook, you would have probably taken it. But as it stands, Eddie is sitting on half HP. Time now for Cloud9 to try and reconsolidate themselves a little bit. Get stuck in for this final 30 seconds. You can see they are developing crossfires there, and they are starting to buddy up just a little bit. Yitty, he's got a very important engagement here. Epic has to transition.
He does. He's melee the barbed wire. Giddy will give away his position on the swing. Epic's actually able to come away with it. taking advantage of the Malusi's aggression. Not over-aggression necessarily, but now in the 3v1, Epic going massive. Silent has a lot to do with no time remaining. How the hell have Orglis come away with that? No tools to open up the site, full rotation to the opposite side of the map, and somehow that first attack goes their way.
Epic's done a lot of hard work there. The fact that he had downstairs for free is pretty crazy. You would usually play something down there, even if it's something that's going to rotate off at a later point, but his intention throughout the entirety of that round was all about holding downstairs, making some vert holes. The fact that he was able to get a kill on the vert there onto Dream, and then successfully make his way up rocket stairs. Like, there's no way he should be allowed up rocket stairs. I don't know why Gitty got so antsy on that peak. He just needed to wait. There was barbed wire there and everything. Honestly, at the point where you lose Bino on the Monty because they just clearly don't know Packer's there, even though Eddie's been holding him there for the entire round, you think, oh, Orglis are chalk. They've just made a really bad play. There's a bit of information there that was crucial to their plan. But they still managed to pivot. They were going for an R6 room take. They weren't going for a rocket stairs take.
10 seconds to go.
Well, and not only were they not going for a rocket take, the reason why I thought that Orglis were destined to lose that round was, obviously you have two important attacking operators like Grim and Deimos Band, but specifically the Grim, which could have been used to get info on the other side and allow you to compensate for the lost time and trying to find intel. But also, there's no Ying, there's no Dokkaebi, there's nothing either to give you intel for that late round or to make gunfights more advantageous when you're pushing into a position you haven't really focused a lot of the round on. And yet, the main way the attack can find momentum is if people get antsy. Getting on rocket stairs, as you mentioned. And honestly, that seems to be one of the defining traits we've seen across a lot of these teams that are struggling to have a role in the NA League so far. Cloud9, a lot of antsiness on the defense. Orglis, same problem. Envy, same problem. It seems to be a consistent trend amongst a lot of these teams, and if that's going to happen on C9's defenses, I'm not going to say it's going to be 5-1, but Orglis will have a way into these rounds, even if they become problematic.
I think it's a real inexperienced team trait, isn't it? You know, you look at the best teams in the world, and those guys are happy to be bored.
Inexperienced player trait, too?
Yeah. I mean, when we're playing Ranky, we call it being boring, don't we? You know, because sometimes it isn't the most glamorous thing. That looked like it could have been something there, but very quick engagement. Kobilax. Going to see Bino downed. Eddie downed as well. Much better from Cloud9 on the initial push.
True.
I can only feel like Eddie really messed up his Candelas there.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We were just talking about inexperience for teams and players, and it's a small thing, but right there, they want to throw the Candela down the hallway and then have Kixrow entry on top of it. But the problem is either Kixrow's ahead of the play, or Eddie's behind on the timing, or the communication is just not great between them. So Kixrow ends up getting blind, and then when you have a Goyo running through the middle floor, sure, you're able to win that fight, but then you have bullets flying in from the other direction, take down Bino, soften up Eddie. What could have been a pretty clean 5v4, maybe 4v4, depending on where Bino died. But what could have been a much cleaner advantage with Fens or Eddie on higher HP is now made worse because of that poor coordination.
I really like the Tubra here to just slow down this push. Eddie trying to get through that filtration wall there, but you can see that the tin openers are frozen out at the moment. Obilax has sent his last Zoto canister though, so it will eventually open. But you need vert control. And if Fens has to get upstairs, but you can see already that he's got no boogie drones left, so you can only imagine that they've already been used. Kobilax now doesn't really need to challenge too heavily onto this angle. The C4 can go out, but it isn't going to net anything. It's just going to further whittle down this clock.
Ooh, Impact are able to find one, but exactly. Kobe is kind of stuck in this corner, but he really doesn't need to peek here. Just play your life as the rest of the execute goes out. Fens is covering Eddie inside of the site. Nice Vulcan pack being popped. Kixra loses that fight, and Eddie down with Diffuser cold inside of B site. Fens is completely stuck at this door. No way into the round unless he cedes his life to the Vulcan fire, and he will not do that. Another very slow attack from Orglis, and this time with much less people on Cloud9 getting antsy. The utility does the talking, the angles do the talking, and Cloud9 very vocal in the late round to get their first victory.
I think that's how Cloud9 need to play it. They need to come up with these mini games. They need to come up with these little time sinks, whether it's the Tubra, whether it's the Vulcan packs. They played a little bit of Malusi in round one. It didn't really have the desired effect, but it's that kind of thing that really is going to give them the advantage here, because we know that Orglis, they're going to be a little bit slow. Manetgi. That was a that was a shot. Let's just say that. You could see Eddie was getting the plant down, but it was happening off screen. I wasn't sure if the Vulcan fire was damaging him at the same time, but he just got shot. I mean, it was narrow, really, but I don't think it would have had too much of a bearing on the round had he got that diffuser down. He would very likely still passed away, and it would have been a very similar result, I'm sure, for Cloud9 there. Back upstairs for another attempt, and they are going to see that, well, the two-brow, it worked quite well for them in the second round, so maybe, just maybe, they try and leverage that a little bit here again.
Not only did the two-brow work for them in the last round, but also just that the defense as a whole worked out well for them previously. I mean, even before we have Giddy getting antsy on Rocket Stairs, Epic hip-fire headshots a guy, like, through the floor. Not, like, wallbang through the floor, but still, from the first floor to the second. Packer getting aggressive on the Monty ends up getting isolated and not being able to cross back across Skybridge because Eddie's been there the whole time, can hold the angle with the shotgun. Obviously, Packer didn't know he was there. Eddie was being very stealthy. So it's okay that Packer swung, tried to rotate, and didn't know. But even then, aside from those early engagements that, of course, the antsy ones we've already mentioned, that was an easy layup for Cloud9. That was a round that was trending their way and then some. Orgless have made some changes. I really like the addition of Eddie on the Ying and Epic bringing that glass. I think that will solve not only problems getting progress in the early round, but also, Ollie, if they end up having to rotate, they're going to be really happy you've got a couple Candelas, assuming Eddie's alive.
I think my worry is that they've done that at the cost of the book. And Epic on the book was very successful in the previous round. Sure, the Vert only netted in one. I say only, still one kill is huge. It was mainly his rotation upstairs, but the fact that Cloud9 had given that first floor away entirely for free made it a lot easier for Eddie to get that work done, and Epic to get that work done. And I just feel that they're maybe going to miss that a little bit here. Obviously, Bino in the previous round that we saw this site, he didn't make it this far into the building, put it that way. He burst through the door on Monty and there was someone immediately to his left, so already he's making a lot more progress, and you just know that Orgless are going to be much more careful now about where they are sending that Monty, and you can see that demonstrated just in the sheer amount of drones that they've already used.
Also see Giddy even being a bit more careful. Pulled back to bathroom instead of playing on the rocket landing. Bino will push all the way up. No secondary hard breach canisters, but it's fine. You got the two Selmas. Bit limited, but still very doable. How much of a factor those Electric Claws, those Zotos going to be? Smoke canister going out. Got to see the discipline from Kobilax here. He in particular, we just saw in that previous round, can take gunfights when he doesn't need to, can expose himself when there's no need. And with the smoke going out, it'd be very ill-advised to take any peeks.
Silent, not really in the right place at the right time there. The Zoto canister not coming through to deny that breach. Still got full 3 in pocket. Now going to start to get these Yings sent through as a couple of kills start to come in. Surely Eddie doesn't hop in.
I mean, he does. He doesn't have the shotgun, got the LMG. Will spot Kobe through the smoke. A 4v2 for Orgless. Okay, a set execute. We're all in our positions. We move forward. Now it's just Dream and Silent to clean up. Nice little headshot with the TCSG, and Eddie goes down 2. It's cost a lot of HP for both remaining defenders.
What is he doing?
But being no ADSs, you don't need to do that. You just don't need to. But Epic with the cleanup somehow makes it work. That got way, way too close for comfort.
That's the first time that I've been unable to control myself when you're doing the end bit of the round and you're going through the motions. I'm usually pretty quiet. I'm just sat here thinking, gathering my thoughts, but I just could not control myself. That was a serious, what are you doing?
Bino with the ADS, I'm like, no, please, no.
No, you're not that guy. Like, seriously, there's a time and a place, and this ain't it. Fortunately, Orgless still come away with the round win. It didn't have too much bearing on the round, but it's decisions like that and habits, and it's the sort of thing that can cost you in different circumstances. As it stands, Orgless made a very good play. They were able to flood in. It was fortunate that Epic was able to push deeper and get that final kill. And I don't think that the utility usage was fantastic from Cloud9. I don't even think that we saw a single Zoto canister thrown. If you're picking two-brow for the gun, fine. It's a great gun. But, I mean, at least throw your utility out. Like, it isn't... Well, I mean, it could do some harm, but it isn't likely to do some harm if you pop it in the right place. As it stands, Orgless is doing quite well here on the attacks. Now they're going to deal with a mid-floor site. which entails a top floor hold. So a similar setup is required from Cloud9, but they also have to have that flexibility to be able to move back down. You can already see they've made a little bit of vert on that top floor in case a direct push is attempted here by August, which, I mean, let's be honest, it would be very ill-advised, but stranger things have, of course, happened.
I think it is worthwhile to talk about the ban from Cloud9 taking out that Ying. Even though it was a pretty late pivot from Eddie, didn't really see a whole lot of Candela usage in round 1 or 2. It was extremely important to their chances in round 3, and given her power in theory and clearly effectiveness in that round. As we move into round 4, take one more attacking operator off the board. Setting their sights on Ying, I think, is very logical. Same for Orgulus taking out the Cade. Both the Electric Claws and Tuberao have been pretty big mainstays, and you can see how important it is for C9, because Dream immediately moves on to the Bandit after narrowly clutching that round with the TCSG. Got the Maverick, so it's not necessarily going to impact you all that much overall. You can cut through Electric Claws, Mute Jammers, Bandit Batteries, anything with it, but it will certainly take a lot more time. The Bandit Batteries, as you can see, easy to dispatch.
I think Kickstarter is probably the one that's breathing a sigh of relief that the Ying's banned as much as anybody else. Thinking, right, great, I can't get flashed by my own team anymore.
Well, he's on ace.
Maybe I'm going to have a chance. He's pivoted. He's gone now. Ash isn't for me. Send me over the other direction. Get me on the ace. Good progress, though, from Orgulus. Been able to use that Maverick quickly and effectively to get the wall open downstairs. But they haven't really got any map control upstairs, and that's the main worry, especially when you look at the time and you see it around the halfway point in the round. The defenders happy to sit up here, and they've got plenty of vert to work with. There's no way you can just walk on in. Sense is great, but doesn't do that much vertically. It's much more of a horizontal blocker.
Don't have a Capital either to smoke those vert holes. Don't have any smokes you could place and then put a glass in the smoke to contest the vert. It's very much just, unless these ROU projectors go high enough, it very much is just going to be running into the side and challenging or holding the vert angles that you need. Kobe opening things up on defense. Will retake green stairs. Nice little shot. Nice follow-up. 3-piece for Kobe on top and moving down green. And Orgulus making it pretty easy for him, though, with everybody lining up in that one location, able to spot the head through that tight angle. Really hoped that we'd see a bit more from Orgulus with all that setup, but it's a pretty simple calculus, Ollie. If you never pressure the vert and you're against a team who likes to move, Cloud9 will retake it and start shooting you in the back.
I don't even think Cloud9 had to retake it, did they? They were just giving it for free and kept it for the whole round. It really irks me when you see teams try and go direct. There's a couple of sites that you just cannot go direct on in this game. You need godlike RNG, and you need the exact right tools. You need Capital. If you're going to go direct and you know that the defenders are holding above, you need some sort of coverage. There was none of that. What's the ROU projector going to do?
Well, and it's not just like, what's the ROU projector going to do? It's like, when we see a direct on that site, Ollie, where does it come from? The exterior wall. Instead, the guy with the diffuser has his back to a staircase that leads to a floor they don't have any pressure or control of.
Yeah.
Especially after Fens, the guy holding it, died.
It's like they've opened the wall and they've gone, oh, they've got vert on the breach. What are we going to do? Oh, we'll just walk in the stair. Walking right next to the stairs. No, that's the whole point. Like, the defenders are holding all these angles.
And if you're pushing that position, don't have your only safeguard be one guy, because if he just gets pre-fired or one-tapped or even whiffs or loses a 50-50, you're cooked, as you can see.
I think one of the reasons I'm more frustrated about it is because we've seen some good attacking rounds from Orgulus so far. Yeah, round 3. It was good, and then it got a little bit sketch, but the overall memory and the overall thought of it is that it was a good round.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
We know that they can do, we know that they've got good rounds in them. And then when you just see them go direct, it just, I don't want to say it's lazy, but it just feels like they should know better. Like they know they've got to take that, but they've got to take some fights. And yeah, it's going to cost you, but that's the whole point. Anyway, rant over. We'll see what round 5 holds. Back down to the basement. This was where we saw Cloud9 very successful in round number 2. They really were able to stamp out any sort of hope. Again, it was one of those rounds where we did see a slightly more direct approach from August. They did have some vert. They brought the Ram, and they're bringing the Ram again. Fens is going to be rocking that with the R4C and those boogies. This is a little bit more aggressive from Kobilax. Playing upstairs with that two-brow, just trying to deny any sort of entry into that mid floor.
Aggressive to be sure, but also look at how ready he was to give it up. I really appreciate that. Throw the Zoto, leave the shield. You wasted 1:10 seconds on a pretty big map, and oh my god, Silent and Kobe, both roamers who were going to retreat, take down a player apiece. Kobilax 9-3. You and I were talking about that last game we saw from Cloud9. Even though they lost it, Kobe seemed to be hitting a good peak at the right time. Well, Packer unfortunately sprinting right into a peak at the wrong one. Kobe on for 10, breaking double digits. Not only, I honestly think might have been an ace in the previous round, but now hitting 10, leaving Beto in an unwinnable position. Aside from round 3, and I guess round 1, this has been nothing but a superstar show from C9, peaking in round 5.
Kobilax had a great showing yesterday, and I think Silent did as well on that skyscraper map. And they were unfortunate to lose it, but it came down to attacks. We've seen them defend. I'm going to be not super critical, but I'm going to be super keen on their attacking rounds, because that is where this game is going to be won or lost. We know that they're a team that can defend, but are they a team that can also attack? Kobilax hitting his stride at the right time here. Not a bad time for him to get in form here in the NAL. There's still plenty of play days left. Silent, a little bit more of a quiet factor. I mean, as is everyone, really. It's odd to see Dream at 5-2. To be brutally honest, he's one of the lowest rated players in the league. We don't always look to Dream for flashy kills and big numbers, but he's certainly holding his own in this matchup.
And I also think when you talk about, obviously, Kobilax, not the highest rated player on Cloud9 going into today. That was Silent, only player they had in the top 20, only player they had really in the top 30. Packer just creeping in at that 30 spot. But Silent used to be on this team. Used to be on this team with Eddie and Kixra, was one of the predominant fraggers on that team, and left to join C9. Left to play with this new crop of players, these rookie talents that, when you look at players like Kobilax, who obviously have 10 kills, but also have the confidence to shoot for 11 at a moment on a spawn peak where they don't really need to. Silent doesn't necessarily need to pop off and go big, because he's got a lot of players around him that ideally, if Kobilax is starting to really come into form, if Dream starts picking things up on the back line, he doesn't need to be that pop-off player that he often was on old LG, now Orgless.
A new addition for the defenders. Got Skopos.
Shout
Love
out.
a little bit of Skopos. Packer really feeling himself here. Strange to see Skopos be brought for the top floor as well. Typically, it's something that you would bring for either a mid or a basement site, but there is still use here. But essentially, we'll be leaving his team a little bit high and dry, and then teleporting back at an opportune moment. Bino straight in, but immediately dealt with. Look at Kobilax go. He's going to find a third here. 3 kills for Kobilax. Oh, it's just a bloodbath.
I'm sorry, but like, what are we doing? Genuinely. You're doing a shield execute through a single window, and you didn't see if there was a Gershmot on it?
It's the second time.
Like,
It's the second time we've seen a blind walk through a barricade.
Like, I'll be charitable. Maybe it's I'll even check, but I'll be charitable. Maybe it's possible that they droned it. It was clear, and then
it got thrown. Okay.
Yeah, Kobe had a Gershmot in his pocket and then threw it. Right? Maybe that's possible. I'll go back and check, but I'll allow for that. Either way, still peeking at 1v1 and that guy peeking, trying to go for the trade. Like, I get the intention, but I don't know. I'm going to check. And to be fair,
I really enjoy how we've got VAR.
It actually, okay, straight up, he threw that Gershmot on right before they jumped in. That's why you check. That's why you check. And by that's why you check, I mean me. Because Orgless, there you go. You see it activate right there. Orgless droned it, and that's no longer. This is why everyone, before you criticize a team, find a way to be charitable. Because it is possible that Orgless actually did drone it, and in that split second before they hopped in, Kobe threw it, which is what happened. That's why you always give him the benefit of the doubt, because when that happens, you don't look like an asshole.
I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly.
However,
let's not take it away from Kobilax, because he has had the presence of mind to be like, oh, they've droned it. They think it's clear, but it's not.
It's a great Kobe play.
Now, do you rewind even further and say, well, whoever droned that didn't realize that there was an Ella playing right there and that they could have a Griswold mine to
Well, now
throw
I have
out?
to rewind and check. Hold on.
Either way, it's good to see Cloud9 with a 4-2 split here on Lair. Now the question remains, though, are they going to be able to win an attacking round? Yesterday, they didn't win a single attack. Okay, it was Skyscraper, a very different map, but there was some serious lacking fundamentals, and there were some players that were a little bit lost in the source. Let's hope that they've found themselves. Certainly with the way that Kobilax is playing it, is going to G the team up something. In terms of the bans that we've got coming in for this second half, both shields, or so 2 out of the 3 main shields, have been removed as predicted.
Yep, as you should.
And Cloud9 have opted to not play the old Monty, and instead are going to be rocking a slightly different lineup. Packer this time going to be on the book, looking to try and make a menace underneath.
I mean, it is genuinely like Packer is just one of those players, and C9 are one of those teams where if you're playing against them and you ban both shields, you still need to practice for how to counter that third. Just on the off chance he brings it. You got to be ready for it. It's an operator he loves. It's an operator all of his teams have worked around, from CL4L to his brief stint on M80 to now on C9. So it's good. It's very basic, but it is very nice to see Orgulus not overlook that. It's a small thing, but it is really, really important in keeping Cloud9 uncomfortable as they have to move to a much more traditional, slow utility clear. Using the Rotero drones, trying to destroy these Kibas, these Banshees. Packer with the buck could go and get Vert from below like we saw Epic do previously. And as opposed to that C9 defense, Ollie, what do you know? We actually have a defender below.
Maybe the smoke. Maybe a little bit unorthodox to be that below player. You would expect the Toxic Babe canisters to be used upstairs, and I guess even more unorthodox to be going for some sort of a spawn peek here. He's got plenty to wade through, but he's going to find himself a freebie onto Gitty. I mean, they really didn't want him to peek that. There was a drone staring at it, but no one was watching it. And there was also a Claymore. A great pick from Eddie, and if he can get himself back to site and avoid Packer here, oh, we might just get some really fortunate time in there. Packer just looks the wrong way.
That's the problem. Packer wants to help that Vert. He wants to use that skeleton key and get active, but if he's stuck on flank watch, that piece of the puzzle's not a factor. And in a 4v5, you want to have all your tools available. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. They at least know where Eddie is now, but that's a Deimos tracker looking at a guy that's probably not going to have an impact. Meanwhile, the rest of the defense can sit pretty. Sure, you got that kill, but Bino can get active. Epic can start getting aggressive, using that shotgun close on the door. Bino peeking out from behind the Kiba. Nice nade by Silent there to make this a 3v3. C4 dodged by Packer, going for the follow-up on defense, but switching to that shotgun. It's looking good for that mute. Epic tagged up quite heavily, but pulling out the sidearm. Quick draw from the hip. Packer's able to lock it down and just barely get that defuse over the line. Epic looking to find that pre-fire. Both Silent and Kobe lined up on this one angle. Kicksrow can find one, but that SMG bounces heavily. It's hard to lock on, hard to aim down sights, and it's all on Silent. He's got to go loud in the 1v2. One to his left, one to his right, and nothing. No utility, just his gun to do the work. But it's good trades from Orgulus and a first victory in the post.
Big round from Orgulus there. We've got to look at that on the balance of things, and it was very touch and go as to which way it was going to go. There was no clear winner in that round, right down to the final 1 versus 1. You're thinking, I mean, a lucky shot happens if someone just pings ahead. That's it. It's all over. Orgulus managing to stabilize there. And they did a good job of reacting to the plant, not over sort of exerting themselves too early on. There was a nice little bit of team play between Eddie and Kicksrow. They waited for one another. No one was taking engagements that couldn't be traded by the other player. It was very on contact. I still love that from Eddie.
I do too. Also, the wherewithal to check for that second Claymore.
Oh, it was huge. Those lasers ain't easy to spot.
No. It's also just like, they did not want anybody peeking through that door. And also, I like this right here. You see Epic swing, immediately Malusi on the counter swing too.
Yeah, just on contact, real basic stuff, but good fundamentals and easy to miss in the heat of the moment when you literally have to react as soon as your teammate starts shooting. You have to swing. Really good to keep it competitive. It feels like we've got a really close game on our hands here. I'll be honest. I'm glad that Cloud9 were able to get a plant down, and the round looked good from them. Obviously, there were a couple of glaring holes, but they looked better than they did yesterday on Skyscraper. Put it that way.
Well, and so much of that uncertainty in the late round when we saw them moving into the site was because Eddie was able to run out and get that kill. And that happens sometimes, obviously. But that was one particular play that disrupted them. A good one, but still one particular play, not necessarily like an overall strategy. So you could easily see Cloud9 if that kill, or excuse me, if Orgulus, if that kill doesn't happen, you know, maybe struggling a bit more as Cloud9 still managed to get a 3v2 at one point and get that diffuser down, as you said. But Orgulus, the problem they had in that Cruelty game were these defenses. And to see an already, not only a victory, but one where they were keeping it competitive the whole time, come out early is very nice. C4 goes out, really nice stuff from Bino. It can be a real pain to line it up so it actually goes through the feet holes, but in this case, Bino makes it work, and there goes your Thermite.
One of the big downsides to Maverick ever since the lineup tool got added for C4s and throwables. Sorry, not Thermite, for Maverick, excuse me.
I mean, Thermite
You can line that. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a downside for Thermite, because Thermite's on the cameras right now. He's flicking. But it's the Maverick lines that make those holes, that make it so easy now to get that C4 and really thread it through. It was a bit of a fine art before, and it's been made a little bit more accessible to players like me and you.
More of a science. There's a formula. First smoke going out. Eddie playing a pretty tried and true formula, holding that close angle on the sky bridge. Ooh, Bino just kind of walking at the Mav lines, opens it perfectly for Kobilax to get Cloud9's first kill. I wish you hadn't done that. Very similar to the take we actually saw from Orgulus, solely on this green side right now. And everyone from Orgulus is not only looking at it and ready for it, but they've got all the vertical angles too. Cloud9 deciding to reckon with this vertical control very late in the game, and I don't really know how you dispense with the smoke. You've got the one nade, and you've got the flashes too, but he's still using this utility. He's got Fens to watch that line to the right side, who a little bit of a shoddy rotate, but Eddie makes it through. This is a very, very, like we said, simple defense from Orgulus, but they're playing the positions that they need to, retreating just about at the exact point they have to fall back. And now Cloud9 are really long on options. No nades, no flashes. Only one drone to speak of. What do you do at this point? It's likely impossible to get all the kills you need, and Fens will only compound that fact. Orgulus take their second in a row.
I think as soon as Cloud9 lose some early bodies there, it becomes very difficult to execute the full plan. Getting the exterior wall open is a very important part of that round, and it's a good thing to do first as an option for later on. But then ideally, you do need to rotate back as a full 5 to then start to take that vert control. But they didn't have an answer for the player tucked in on the smoke, as you mentioned. There we go, that's the C4. No answer for the player on the smoke, no way of really rooting that player out. Ying is available, by the way. They'd really heavily considered the flank watch. They had a Nomad and a Gridlock. So they were really looking to try and pin these defenders down, but they never got to a point of having any control that was really worth pinning down. Yeah, you can put some on green stairs and you can get Skybridge and stuff like that, but you don't need both operators to do that. One is more than enough. Just like that, Orgulus have leveled things up, and our worries about Cloud9 and their attacks further continue here. Attacking now onto the basement. If they don't pick up around here, then you really start to wonder where that timeout starts to come into things.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and to state it, as I believe we did at the top, but, I mean, Cloud9 do have a positive win rate on their defenses, but through 5 plays so far, 34% win rate on the attacking side. And, you know, playing maps like Skyscraper aren't going to help, right? Not going to do you any favors, but there's a bit of a trend developing. And you also do keep finding yourselves on these maps that are very difficult to attack that seem to not be helping an already pretty weak side. Especially when, in that game on Chalet, when you beat Wildcard the very first day, only won 2 attacks out of 5. Game against M80, little 3-3 on constant, impressive, but then when you're going to Skyscraper, going to Lair, you're putting yourself in this position. And when you have a player like Packer, who's so predictably going to play these ops and so predictably going to base his teams around those ops, they both get banned, and you don't have a good follow-up, it looks a bit rough.
Monster Alliance scan going out there. I don't mind the fact that it looks like Cloud9 are taking a little bit more time in the early part of this round. They are dealing with the basement, so a full clear is advised. They have a lack of flank protection, and it looks like August are willing to get a little bit slippy with it.
Ironic.
And they've got the information to do that.
I mean, they bring 2 flank watch 1 round, and now bring 0 this round.
That's what it is, though. It's, you know, it just seems like real bad operator selection. Fortunately, they've got the IQ, so they're at least going to be able to find some of these cameras, and it looks like they've got a good track as to where some of these defenders are.
Nice.
He's able to take Kixer out nice and easy. He's got a drone working at his feet, but oh, he gets domed by Epic.
It's good for Epic there. Not exposing himself to that angle all that much, just barely part of his head visible. And you're making that SMG-12 have its work cut out for it. Very difficult to land that shot if you don't hit it immediately, because that recoil is just going to bounce. Eddie spotted on the drone. Smoke, who went for that flank back in round 7, now trying to recreate some of that same success. Like Ollie and I talked about, complete lack of flank watch in this round compared to the abundant surplus they had in the previous. And they bring all the flank watch when it's a... Oh, hello. Giddy searching on this top floor. They've got no idea Eddie's up here. He has, in fact, slipped the net.
That's information that Cloud9 really do with right now, because if they realize that it was a 4 versus 2 on the site, they should hit that as soon as possible. Packer and Silent, they are going to be buddied up at the moment, and the diffuser is going to be in their hands. Eddie needs to really make quite a sharp rotate to be a factor in this round.
Oh, Epic slapped down by Packer. A must-win fight, but with Eddie again retaking that vert. How much can he do? He spots one moving around the site, but Silent's got the line on him. Cloud9 have had some shaky attacks, but it all really comes down to that opening in my mind off the back of the Dokkaebi call. Kobylax and his teammate getting that 5v3 and converting gives you a lot of room to work in the late round.
I think that's what it is. Cloud9, they had a very clear plan of how they were going to deal with that roam game. And I mentioned at the time, I don't mind that they're taking a little bit longer and spending some more time. It would have been lovely if they've had some flank watch. There's maybe a world there where we see Epic get away with, you know, a robbery, as it were. But we didn't. So, as it stands, Cloud9 take an attack in round, their first attack of the week. Timeout right now for August. Recognizing, hey, we don't want to let them get too far ahead of themselves. What are a couple of things that we can do going into this next portion of the game? The bans have been done as well. We get to see those when we get back in, but for August to take a timeout right now, I mean, Cloud9 have only won 1 attack, so is it a just use it early and see if we can steady the ship before things start to go from bad to worse?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, if you don't take it and they win another one, it's 6-4. It's like, why would you not take it? Plus,
I mean, teams wait. We've seen teams wait.
I know, but a lot of the times the teams wait, and in my opinion, they don't need to. They probably should have used it earlier. But yeah, it's just like you're late in the game, you've lost the lead. You got to win 2 just to retake the lead, and that puts you on match point with only a 1-round buffer. Yeah, definitely take it. 5-4 is like, in my mind, that's the second half timeout scoreline, right? That or 5-3, depending on how the half has went. But as for what Orgulus could do, I mean, it was not exactly a bad defense, all things considered. You have Eddie moving around. I think it's just really like, hey, it seems that Cloud9 might be trying to do something different. We've seen a very, very slow attack, very utility-oriented attack. Lots of Rotero drones, lots of hard breaching early on, trying to take full control of the map. And what do they pivot to in round 10, or round 9, excuse me? Get quick info, Dokkaebi call, send individual players in to try and get kills on isolated players. Completely different methodology than the much slower structured play we saw. And it had a lot of success, obviously, not just in that they won the round, but they got a 5v3 at the beginning. So I imagine Orgulus, when they take that pause button on, they're like, hey, seems like Cloud9 are speeding up the pace. And Kobylax in particular, for 16 kills, might be at the head of that spear.
Definitely a big factor. Really glad to see Kobylax sort of fulfilling the role that he's on this roster. I'm sure that Silent is breathing a sigh of relief as well, as he's had the team on his back pretty much throughout the course of the stage so far. To the top floor we go then for round number 10. Bans at the second half are going to be a Dokkaebi and that Bandit, so No electrification now with the Cade gone as well. Should make opening the walls nice and easy. Obviously, mute can be brought, but the mutes can be fairly easily navigated around. It makes it so that you don't need to play that risky Maverick anymore and risk it in C4. You can instead just deal with those mute jammers, impact EMPs, placing utility a little bit higher up the wall. There's plenty of ways of getting around that. Packer will be allowed a shield, though, and he's going to wait until round 10 to bring it. Monty's been available all this time, but it does slip the net in that final round to ban him.
You have to imagine that might be an intentional choice on C9's part, knowing that if Packer flexes it, it will be that third ban. Instead, they take something different, something that only really had a massive impact in the previous round, that Dokkaebi. Dope, very strong operator in general. Now bringing out the Monty. Orgulus have already made their decision and locked them in. We see the Grim, the Glass come out. Very clear picture of what this is going to look like. Get the Monty in, put the diffuser down. Smokes to cover. Grims to, again, flood the site with information-gathering objects. Of course, you actually have to hollow out that site first, and got a lot of the usual suspects on board. That smoke especially, we've seen how problematic Eddie can be, Ollie.
Eddie's been a bit of a menace tonight, and I mean, Epic as well. Eddie hasn't got the wealth of kills, but definitely had those impactful kills. EMP to try and open that wall. Smoke just to buy a little bit of time here. Now, Bino's going to be in a good position here. Going to be trying to impact trick and will successfully get rid of that Selmas. That's no longer a vaultable hole. That is just a line of sight right now. And that's going to stop you from transitioning through and getting that plant down. Dream, he's got one Selma charge left. But Bino's also still got impacts. They need to be careful how that's used.
Silent, tussling with Kixra on the bottom floor, just spots him for the briefest of second, but not doing much. Epic starting things off onto Dream. Silent has two players flooding around him. Kixra with the trade. Nice little angle, passive angle held, backing off. C9 in a really difficult position now, especially since Eddie, again, 2 and 7, but how many times he held that position and held it successfully? Wasted so much time for the attack. Kiba going out, Packer running and turning his back to Eddie. Again, player of the hour, making these important positions work. That's his third kill of the game. But without putting any numbers on the board, he has held down Skybridge across 2 different bomb sites now and held it to success for Orgulus.
It's the second time in 2 nights we've seen Packer just walk into the site and look the wrong way.
I know.
It's the second time in 2 nights that we've seen it happen.
Hey, well,
and that's just with him. We've seen other players doing it as well.
Saw Silent on C9 do it.
What is with these shield players that just walk in and just look the other, like, it's not safe. You can't go in.
I think that's the thing, right? Is I'm starting to hesitate to say that it's just like an indictment of the shield player. Because when you see it the first time, it's like, okay, you know. I honestly think that we just have a lot of teams that are bringing the shield understandably, but just don't necessarily have either the coordination in the late round to put somebody behind the shield and keep somebody there, so if he dies, you can trade it, or are failing to gather the proper intel to set that shield up for a late round site push. I mean, it's like it's happened across too many teams at this point in such a limited period of time.
Yeah, you can't just pick a shield and win.
Yeah. It's a problem in setup, I have to think. If
you think you can, go into Ranky, don't use your mic, and just pick shields and see if you win. I don't think you will. It's just not going to happen. Like, you need that serious level of coordination and a plan as to how it is going to be executed. Orgulus doing a great job after their tactical timeout to regain a level playing field. And the pressure really back on Cloud9 because they're going to be the ones thinking, these are attacks that we have to win. They know they aren't the best attacking team. They're coming with, again, a very different lineup. Now we're finally seeing a bit of variation, seeing a Capitao. Got a Twitch being brought as well for some of those electronics. See Kobilax is just going to lose one of his shock drones there. It is at the exchange of an FNAT, so an okay trade, it is fair to say. Something that I really don't want to see here is I really don't want to see a direct approach. I would love to see a little bit of vert taken.
I'd love to see the vert too. You do have to get
you know
it
what's
to
scaring
Orgulus,
me?
Though. What's scaring you?
That the Capitals here. Because that means that they are not going to take the vert. They are just going to try and smoke it off.
Whoa. We don't know that.
Oh, come on.
We do not know that.
We've watched enough of this game to know that's how it's going to go.
There's just 4 defenders up top, and every attacker's on the bottom floor, save for 1. It could go anyway. Yeah, listen, it's a concern for me too, but again, Eddie has done a really good job holding down Skybridge. The rest of the team has supported him very well. But you are correct. It is just a worrying trend. Bino losing a lot of health, dealing a lot to Packer in turn. So the defenders are feeling a little bit aggressive, wanting to take some fights against the attack, but Cloud9 are struggling for space. They are struggling to find control. They opened up breaches, and that's about it. You can see, though, setup coming. Deciding which bolt you want to expend to destroy that Aruna gate. I have to think the execute's coming soon, but I almost don't want it to. But are we? Not like this.
As soon as you hear that fire and those canisters going off, you know that it is about time. Good to see him with a bit of upstairs pressure, though.
I mean,
I don't think they're anticipating this, though. Ooh, caught out on the air jab.
That's big. That's actually huge. Epic's still able to trade this. Look at how weighty of a gamble that was for C9. They used all of the Capitão's utility just to try to bait the attention of the defense, and it just might work. Flashbangs go out. Epic and Bino both low. Fenz has got to net at least a kill here, but he lets the Nomad cross and then dies. I honestly cannot believe C9 have betted all on that fake, and it's on Bino on basically 1 HP. To try to bring this round over the line. The site's on first floor. C9 have to drop, put that defuse down, but I don't think they'll have intel on this position. He could slip through the gap completely as Dream just starts putting the diffuser down. Moves around the corner, but Silence checking the right position. That is so ballsy from C9 to bait a full util execute with 45 seconds remaining. But props to them for pulling it off.
If you want to go direct, that's how you go direct.
You
throw a little bit of a bait and switch in there. You do a little bit on the top floor, but you don't need to fully take it. You don't need to do too much. You just do enough to get people antsy. It's back to that word, antsy. Get these players moving around and start to take advantage.
I got to give it to Packer there. Assuming he called it, you got to give him credit for that one. That was risky. He cooked with that. He cooked with that hard.
It did help that there was some serious engagements one upstairs.
Yes, of course, but
that's the dice you roll. That's the game that you're playing. You're playing a first-person shooter. You've got to rely that you're going to win your engagements, you know?
And...
Got to believe that you're better going into it.
And I think we can also say, maybe that call doesn't need to even be made if we're able to try and find something on a vertical player early on. But still, to make the most of their slowly deteriorating situation, I liked the call. It was at least cool. And now it's match point.
That's quite a glowing sort of accolade.
Listen, I like, ultimately, like, there was a strat that I saw M80 do in their C9 game, coincidentally, and, like, I was like, oh my god, that's so cool, and then I started looking at it, I was like, actually, this strat might not be that great, but I was like, the strat's still really cool.
Cloud9 on that match point now. Going to feel very good, regardless of the result, they've been able to pick up a couple of rounds on the attack, because some of them have looked very structured as well. Mentioned there, some good late round adaptation, some good calling, some good abilities to rotate. Now the question is, can they do it again and get it over the line, or are we going to end up in an overtime here? Packer, not wasting any time, straight in. There's no one home.
I was about to say, there's nobody home. He's also got diffuser. He's got to be careful he doesn't run into a defender and end up losing his life. Might have been just a free plant there if he had any support, but instead, he's wrestling with the Malusi. Ooh, meleeed and the shield, and now he falls. There's the buck coming in for the trade, but it's all Orgulus retaining those advantages. Dream now left to pick up the pieces, and you have to wonder, if they knew that entrance was clear, why not just put a gun behind Packer and plant instead of having him push so deep? Maybe it was the right call, I'm not sure, but it certainly hasn't panned out the way C9 expected. Dream's got a minute and a half, but they've got info on his position now. Tagged him as he rotates into stock. Has to recover the diffuser. Only 2 drones remaining, despite how quickly that round came about. Orgulus are playing it right. Not sticking their heads in any holes, not taking any vertical fights. In fact, not even taking any fights. Nobody even on that horizontal floor. Dream will go for the plant. Likely start to hear somebody drop. He'll move off. He's got a lot of time to work with this too, and spots Eddie crossing. That's at least a little bit of damage. And again, he'll move. Eddie close around the corner, not contesting just yet. Will peek and will give his life to the AK-12. Another one drops too, so there might be something here. No, there's not. Overtime.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. He was sadly not cooking.
Dream played it really well. Like,
Dream played it really well. I'm going back to the VAR real quick. I'm going back to the VAR real quick.
Goodness me, you're on VAR again. You've got to bait it out. There's no other way for it. You need to try and bait those defenders into making ill-advised decisions one at a time. And hey, you look at it and you think, there is a world where it comes off. I would rewind to the start of that round, though, because I feel like that is where the problem really lied.
Yes.
I don't mind Packer doing that, but he's cosplaying a blitz as a Monty. That's a blitz thing to do, not necessarily a Monty thing to do, because you can see in that engagement with the Malusi, he just gets wrecked because he's not able to do anything. If he's on the blitz, he's able to blind. You've got to play it a little bit differently. Not only that, have someone behind you, have a little bit of a supporting cast, because if the site is clear, then great, let's actually get the plant down and then hold it in a post, instead of, oh my goodness, the site's clear, what do we do? Oh, I'm running around like a headless chicken. Oh, Malusi's it. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, and so that's what I wanted to check. And so basically the setup we have is above where Packer entered, you have one defender. Then you have one in sight over by A and two on the top floor, like way deeper, over by like the opposite side of the push, like garage, where Giddy and Dream entered from. On the side where Packer was, there's only two ways they could deny that plant, either by rotating down the stairs or getting an angle from that hatch. But if it's fully clear over there, could you not just send Packer in with the Monty to protect from the hatch, somebody like plants behind him, and then you have a gun or a drone covering the stairs? Nobody was around that site to actually contest it, or even hear it for that matter. I think we just overcooked a little bit.
I think this is our first overtime, isn't it?
It is our first overtime, you and I. It's also one of the only overtimes in the NAL. We've actually had very little so far this stage. I think the only one we've had was actually that wildcard SSG game. No, we had Shopify NB went to OT, and wildcard SSG went to OT, but that was also on the same day, so. Our first OT, third OT of NAL.
Well, the sides have stayed the same, which I guess if you're August, you're kind of happy with. If you're Cloud9, maybe you are a little bit less happy. They did take their time out prior to this overtime round, so they have had a moment to breathe. Packer's still going to be rocking that Monty. I'll be honest, we've not really seen a good shield play this entire map so far.
I actually was thinking the same thing. I can't really point to it. I mean, to be fair, you know, a lot of them were banned. Orglis obviously banned 2 of them, so it's not like Packer and Cloud9 got a bevy of opportunities to use that shield, especially since they wanted to sneak it by the 3rd ban. But no, whether from Orglis, who weren't really playing shields all that much, or Cloud9, who only played it in the back half of their attacks, not really a whole lot of great shield plays to write home about. I am intrigued by a very important swap, though. We've complimented Eddie on the smoke a lot, and now he's moved to the Tachanka. And the first round of OT, I've not seen him play this op so far this game, and can fill a similar role with the primary utility, but that means he won't be locking that Skybridge haul down with the shotgun like he's been on multiple bomb sites, and been doing quite well on multiple bomb sites.
Rotero going to be destroying the shield as well. Very standard fare stuff. Epic isn't being given too much of a reason to move. He's actually going to mute jammer a little bit lower on those rocket stairs, so should be able to hold there for a little bit longer and really pressure onto those players pushing in through ops. Is able to remove the Selma charge as well. And you've only got limited hard breach. It's going to be a big blow. Dream only has 1 left now, and as we've already discussed, if half of that gets destroyed, it is only ever going to be a line of sight. You're not going to be able to transition through that. A bit more information to be gathered here, and Kobilak's maybe just going to try and push Epic a little bit further back down those rocket stairs or out of position and allow one of those Selmas to go off.
A lot of time wasting, though. And starting the attack in OT, if we continue to see the trend we saw, Cloud9 struggling to get something consistent down, trying different ideas and only haphazard success, and in this case, multiple times, multiple instances of failing to remove the top floor presence from Orglis, they're going to be in a really difficult spot, especially since both these teams on 3 points. It's not a must-win for either team, but whoever loses is going to find themselves in a really tricky spot getting into playoffs with so few games remaining. In the 4v5, only 20 seconds left. Silent trying to creep up the hall. He's unsure, moves back, moves forth. Fence can contest this whole thing with a shotgun. It's a high-low with shotguns on both angles. Nade goes out, will find the Azami, but Cloud9 still 1 body down. 2 bodies down, likely a third as Edic 1 pumps Giddy right in the chest. And a good trade to finish things off. Match point for Orglis.
Big comeback here for Orglis tonight. Finally, they're going to take a lead here on Lair. Timeout already used in regulation. Winning that first side in OT. Again, comes down to those attacking rounds. Cloud9 just not having that conviction. It's a real shame as well because some of their attacks have looked great. Orglis obviously attacking in the first half of this game was a bit of a different story. They were successful on a couple of those rounds, hence the scoreline.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Epic's played lights out. It's 15-9 right now. Nearly at Kobilax levels. And I feel like we've harped on about Kobilax when he's been getting these kills. I mean, he's been doing it in a different way. There's been a couple of occasions where I think Kobilax got an ace in one round, for goodness sake. But he's been that star of the show. But I feel like Epic has just been quietly working away in this series.
Well, and I think it's actually a good point to bring up because at this point, the bulk of Kobilax's kills have come on the defense. He broke double digits on the defense. He reached 12 on the defense. He did open up one particular round on Dokkaebi, but the vast majority of those kills were on the side we just saw, and to be fair, the side that Orglis will get 2 tries at in overtime, the one in round 13 and round 15 if we need it. But as you said, Epic has felt like he has just been chipping away. He's got the 3K in the first round, but it's always 1 or 2 every single round. I have to think his cost at the end of the game, at least just my impression of it, will be very, very strong by the end, always having that impact. So I agree. And if he's just good on one attack, especially on an operator like Dokkaebi, the way you can get flexible and sneaky, he can just be the difference maker for 1 round. It'll close it out 8-6.
Bino will be on that Blackbeard this time.
First time for them this game, I think.
I believe so. Bands, of course, reverting. Cloud9 didn't do a bad job on their own defenses. I did like it when they set up little mini games and they had some problems to solve. There's some of that element here as well. There's definitely a little bit of time sink. That's not an engagement you really want to take, and Kixro quite rightly going to avoid it. Under the cover of the Dokkaebi call, Bino is going to try and make his way through warehouse here. But how much info has he got? I'm not seeing any drones at his feet.
This has been a consistent problem. I mean, going all the way back to one of the earliest Orglis attacks is Bino dashing through that door on the Monty with no info. Somebody right around the corner. Impact goes out. Actually doesn't damage Bino at all. Kobilax has 1 more to chuck his way if he decides to. Defense willingly giving up this position. So the Dokkaebi call went out and nothing really gained from it. A pretty exterior position that usually falls to the attack early on anyway. So, ooh, Packer, I just don't think you need to do this. They just saw you. They can cut you off. You're trapped.
Very slow from Orglis, but they are doing a good job of maintaining this control. But, he's going to go and try and flush Packer out right now. And Packer, I mean, he's 1 bullet to most guns in the game right now. Going to give him all the information he needs, and the catch is immediately there. Such great teamwork from Orglis. And it didn't take him too long to pivot and do that either.
It is really good teamwork, but Packer just didn't need to do all that. He just did not need to do all that. They have just taken that position. Your team has just fallen back. I get you want to play an off angle and catch them off guard, but if they spot you, you have no way to fall back, and they had multiple people there. Fens will then follow up with a kill onto Dream. That's a core sight player going down. And 38 seconds suddenly feels pretty nice, pretty comfortable. You've got even time to reset, to use some of these smokes, these flashes, to make some of these gunfights more advantageous. Kobilax, that's an impactful flank. That's a play that can turn the tide, but not when Orglis have had such big control, such powerful angles for so long. Giddy being the only one down below has to do double and triple duty. Players at every single side. and Kobilax either has to play the vert or hop down, and he'll choose the latter, but by committing, the diffuser goes down, and they've got him lined up with that SMG-12, stuck in missile, and out of the round. 8-6 for Orglis in their second game of the stage, leapfrogging Cloud9.
Orglis coming away with a very important win there. There is going to be a battle at the bottom of the table here in NAL, and with the siege that we've seen, these two teams are going to be in and around that area. Orglis getting the upper hand here tonight. I think that Cloud9 are going to feel a little bit disheartened and maybe a bit disappointed with themselves. The story of the week, they are struggling on attack. It's not as clear-cut on the side of Orglis. They are able to attack and they are also able to defend. That last round is a great example of some of the synergy and opportunity spotting that they are capable of when they are on that attacking side. I think we're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with the desk.
welcome back to the NAL, where another upset has entered the stage with actually Orgless winning 8-6 against C9. This is against everybody's expectations, against the prediction from the analysts. So first off, you are actually both wrong, which, you know what? If anything, it makes everything a little bit more exciting.
Right. Well, what was exciting was the fact that Orgless brought it back. I mean, they played really well when it came down to their defenses for the most part. But that being said, Cloud9, I think they could have won it. I feel like Cloud9 kind of got in their own heads in that game. There was a lot of overcomplication that didn't need to be done. A lot of positions where they'd have the positioning that they need. They'd have sight, or they'd have enough criteria to be able to go for a plant, and they just would swing positions. Everyone was trying to clutch at their own wits.
I mean, I'll say I really enjoyed the attacks from LFO, especially in that last round. I mean, they did a very good job at understanding the pacing and how they wanted to execute on the site, and they were getting those initial picks that then just transitioned to a much smoother execute to finish out the game.
And they also had individual players that were really showing up, and we would like to highlight Epic specifically for this game, and that's really what we were looking for from the side of Orgless, where it would no longer be a one-man show or just having one player step up to the plate, but rather a little bit more of a consistent team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say it was definitely a team effort across the board. But I mean, even for Epic, being one of the newer players coming into the scene, being brand new into T1, to have a pop-off game, it really speaks into existence, not only for the rest of us, but especially for a player like himself. I mean, you're only as good as your last game, and if you're ending on a note of being 16-9, I mean, it really speaks into existence of how well Epic really can be as a player. But again, you can't focus on it too much, but it is important to acknowledge.
Yeah, and you're coming into this game specifically, Fox A, you highlighted Eddie, and you were saying, oh, this is like one of the players that has been doing really well. So to be able to have another player added to that is great. But furthermore, Kobe-Lax also had a bit of a performance himself.
Yeah, he had an amazing game. Obviously, it was all for nothing, but he had a pretty big, impactful rounds. I mean, obviously, you can't really talk about Cloud9 without highlighting him specifically. I believe this is the ace that he got. I mean, he was just really a one-man show for Cloud9. He was keeping them in the gate the whole round through. And when you look at a team like Cloud9, and we talk about a lack of firepower, and you have Kobe-Lax that's consistently on that entry, putting up good numbers, it's obviously we're not talking about him. It's the rest of the team that really needs to be able to play themselves around him, because when you have a player who is going out of his way, winning rounds for you, you just need to be able to just not die at the end of the day. It really is that simple. If you don't die, and Kobe's dropping 16 kills, it's that much harder for the attacking team or the defending team to be able to fight back on it.
But they still did it. So we also have an interview with Orgless. This is the second interview that we have with them during this stage out of the 6 play days. So Fence is on the other side. Congratulations to you guys. Another win under your belt against none other than C9. How was it coming into this game? Were you nervous? And if so, what was the reason, or what was the mental like throughout the rounds to be able to actually bring it back?
I mean, I don't think anyone was nervous. But, I don't know. I was a little shaking in my boots a little bit at the beginning. I didn't kill anyone. But we weren't nervous about Cloud9. They just lost to JJ. Like, shit.
Well, actually, I mean, we could see it in your guys' play that the confidence was there. My question was more going to be about along the lines of, we've seen Cloud9 weeks on end, and I wanted to know from your perspective after playing of them, what would you say from a POV of a team playing against them? What did you feel it was like going up against them?
I mean, I don't know. They didn't have much structure. It felt like if we disrupted their first plan, we won the round every single time. So, like, I don't know. They kind of lack a little bit of firepower. If Kobe's not dropping 20 or Giddy's not dropping 20, it's over.
For sure. Well, congratulations, fans. Obviously, we talked a little bit back and forth on Twitter a few times. Now, going from yesterday's game versus SSG, I mean, what allows you guys to just bounce back and focus on the next game outside of, obviously, you know, minor details of just, you know, wipe it off, go to the next game? I mean, it's a pretty big performance from one to the next. I mean, I just kind of want to know the takeaways that you take from one game and apply into the next.
I mean, it's pretty dire right now. We need to win every game possible. So, like, we're just going in knowing we have to win this game. We need points this week.
Is there a goal in mind of like reaching, like, do you guys, like, is it to just make top 6? Is it to like even push maybe into top 4? I mean, what's kind of the goal for you guys as a team right now?
The goal is playoffs, and then once we make playoffs, it's to make EWC.
All right.
That's a good goal to have.
Got it.
Right? I mean, it's amongst, I'm assuming every single team here at the NAL has the exact same goal. But then my final question to you would be, how are you going to achieve that? Because we're seeing inconsistencies from your side of things as a team. I'm not bashing on you individually as a player. So how is that going to look like? What's that consistency going to be coming from?
We need to keep building week on week. Every week we're gotten better. I feel like the first week was like a bunch of nerves. Second week we were getting a little better. We got a 5-7 loss and then a win. And then now this week it was a little regression, but we ended on a high note. Next week's gonna be, or no, 2 weeks from now is gonna be huge. We gotta close out.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you so much. I was like expecting there to be more to that sentence, but I'm going to let you leave on the high and celebrate the fact that you get more points added to your standing. So congratulations once again. And who knows, might see you around for another interview.
Appreciate
Bye.
it.
Have a good weekend.
I love the energy. I love the energy out of him, you know, obviously.
I think there's some nerves there, too.
Of course,
I remember my first interview, but it is important. You know, I can always...
Wasn't it like 20 years ago?
20 years ago, exactly 20 years ago. But I think it's important for the newer players to get their face on the camera because it allows us to build off that character. It allows everyone to meet them. So I do appreciate him jumping on and taking the interview.
To e-meet them, technically, because, you know. But either way, we still have we still have 4 more games coming your way, but specifically, we have Cruelty against Wildcard. And both of these teams really need to step it up because Wildcard has not even found their spark that they've lost since Rio. Yeah, it is, since Relo. And then Cruelty, yesterday they popped off. I know you're a fan right now, so if you have to hype this one up, Cruelty go?
I mean, I just want to see consistency from Cruelty. Like I said, I don't want to see a night and day performance yesterday and a night and day performance today.
You want your
I
fantasy
want my
team.
fantasy to really take off. So Ivan, I'm looking at you specifically. I need you going crazy like you did yesterday. Fatal as well. But I mean, yeah, I just want to see a good game from both these teams that we can actually highlight very important moments.
All right, well, you guys heard it here first. We want to see something so that we can highlight important moments. If you want to see those moments, make sure that you stick around because we're going to be taking a small little break, and then we'll be back with Cruelty against Wildcard.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big E.T. finds a huge 4K in Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him busters.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Contact.
Available now.
Cruelty versus Wildcard, the second game of the final day here at the NAL Week 3. Welcome back, everyone. And this is going to be quite an interesting one because both teams gotta prove themselves. Wildcard when it comes to their fall-off since Reload, and then Cruelty after they've had a banger game yesterday. I'm Jenny, joined with Fox and Lax. And you know what? We were hyping this game up. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean, right when all faith was lost in both teams, obviously we had a resurgence from Cruelty. As for Wildcard, we haven't really been able to see that fire come back, but and to say the least, it's still very impressive. I think the talk of the day will just be Cruelty, and hoping that we can see that be continued.
I mean, it's definitely where the main focus, I think, for everyone watching, whether us, whether the casters, whether the viewers. I think everyone kind of wants to see what Cruelty is going to bring to the table.
Absolutely.
As for Wildcard, we've already hyped them up a lot. They haven't really quite lived up to that hype, but as of yesterday, we did see some sparks of life, but it's just a matter, are we going to see it today?
Yeah, for Cruelty and their roster, this could genuinely be the turning point. This is where they can add another 3 points to that standings and be in the top 6.
Yeah, and they have the potential. I mean, what we saw out of them against M80 yesterday was so amazing. I mean, obviously, it was great from attack to defense, but to have a 5-1 attack split going into a map like Bank was phenomenal, and every single round was just so well put. I mean, this is one of the defense's rounds, and it's frozen a little bit, but the attacks from them was just so good, and that was the strength of them. They were constantly getting M80 on their toes, and we saw different looks at what they could do. This was one of their executes where they were able to go for the round, and then they essentially had different looks every single time. First round, they went for a beautiful execute. The second round, they pieced apart, isolating M80, and there was so many different ways that they were using the shields, the blitz. We saw the Blackbeard to be able to isolate 1v1s. It really was so good from them, and we already highlighted all the teams attacking a couple days ago, but that being said, when we looked at it, Cruelty was standing around 5th. Now they're in 6th. So when we look at Cruelty and how good their attacks were yesterday, it paints a picture of they were kind of always there. The scores of obviously them being in last place up until yesterday doesn't really reflect how talented the team actually was statistically.
I mean, I think when push comes to shove and your backs are against the wall, you need these points. They're starting to push back. They are definitely showing their lifeline. They're definitely showing a lot better Cruelty. They're showing a lot better teamwork, which is great when it comes to them, because what we've seen time and time again throughout the league, sometimes teams start out very hot and they start to digress, where then other teams that can't find anything, they start to resurge and look far better, and that's exactly what we saw out of Cruelty yesterday. And again, going into today, I want to see that.
And their defenses also started looking a lot better.
Yeah, they did. The defense, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't even just an M80 bad day. It was them playing on all fronts. Obviously, great heads-up play from Ivan to be able to understand that he's not drone in this corner, and he plays patient. All of his teammates are around him. He knows that he doesn't need to panic. He doesn't need to do anything. And as soon as the Blackbeard walks in, he's able to get to the pick. He realizes that the diffuser's been dropped. And then the Azami Kibas, that's where it comes up. He's able to block all of the potential angles that he could get seen from, make a little bit of a wall, and M80 is stuck in a position where they can't even get into the building. There's so many crossfires all around this position, all off the back of Ivan being able to tuck up in this corner. Beautiful heads-up play.
And you could argue M80 played that sloppy in terms of just not droning out that spot. It's a very common spot you got to clear whenever pushing and executing into CEO, but regardless of that, you can't take it away from the play that was made there. They played it perfectly. He played the spot. He used the Akiba barriers to keep himself safe and force M80 into an unwinnable situation and just punish them off of their mistakes.
And that is a great step forward that we are seeing from Cruelty, because it felt like a lot of times they would start doing rounds really well and then they would just kind of like throw them away or not punish teams for their mistakes. So they're back, or they are here and they are locked in, and it's going up against Wildcard that I feel if I was Cruelty looking at this, I would actually be quite confident going into this game, because Wildcard has genuinely dropped the ball and they haven't been able to pick it back up.
Yeah, and I love that you say that. I mean, if you're Cruelty, you definitely should feel a lot more confident going into this game, whereas before, again, we talked about them time and time again, how good they looked, where we want to see them, reload this, reload that. We haven't seen that same reload from Wildcard, so I'm done saying reload at this point. We just got to see something here in the NAL. And the simple fact is, not getting any points yesterday is not helping these guys. They are currently last place where we talk about Cruelty. Cruelty was at last place until yesterday. So for Wildcard, we really need to see something coming out of them. Granted, when I'm talking about seeing something come out of them, we haven't seen anything coming out of Dash. And yesterday in particular is where we saw Dash really come alive and really come into the player that we were talking about back then and where that consistency was. Because realistically, when you were looking at this game, Dash was the biggest heavy hitter in this matchup for the day. Whether that was on defense, whether that was on attack, he was their spearhead on that attack. He was utilizing that shield, making strides, making headway that was allowing Wildcard to keep into this fight, and even Baby Shark stepping up into those moments as well. But Dash was the bigger piece for me, and it was the biggest takeaway from my game yesterday. Sure, maybe you could have contributed to the fact that they played on a simpler map of Clubhouse. Realistically, as a player, when you're not finding your stride, you go to a simpler map. It's a lot easier to find that stride, find that dynamic of play. But again, Dash, I need to see you come alive today, because we saw the stats yesterday for the team across the board. They need help, and this was the help that they needed in the beginning. So now it needs to start here. You don't have any more lifelines left. You need every single point across the board here, and this is the result of seeing Dash and Baby Shark come alive, whereas the rest of the pack, Kansan, I mean, you can never count Kansan out. If he's not playing great, he's doing above average, I would say. And then especially for Bay and Spiker not having the game, we need to see it all come alive today because, again, you don't have any more lifelines. You need these points. If you want to make top 6, it's going to start today against Cruelty.
At least we can say seeing Dash and Baby Shark come a little bit more alive. And when we talked about the issues with the distance, we said that that couldn't be an excuse anymore. So, yes, maybe you need to go a little bit of a setback, go to a clubhouse, go to something more default, but comfortability is important. They've shown that they're still here. They're still the same players that were at Reload. And even though we haven't seen them, do the same as Reload, hopefully we can see them actually just continue to keep shooting more bullets. As for the other players, we've seen them in the previous weeks show up. And now, if they can just put it all together, especially against a team like Cruelty, yes, they had a blowout performance yesterday, but that being said, they haven't had the most consistent showing themselves. So if we can see Wildcard just lock it all up together, we might see a better version, or at least a start to that Reload performance that Wildcard's shown.
Yeah, and something that I liked as well that you mentioned earlier is the fact that when we're looking at this map, we want them to go to basic maps because Cruelty showed us that they've had the fundamentals under lock and key at least yesterday. And from Wildcard, we still want to see them bring that out. So we're going to be going to Cafe.
I don't hate this necessarily. You want to go back to a map that you're going to work back on your fundamentals, where things went wrong, especially for Cruelty picking Cafe. They know where they went wrong with SSG. We actually saw a light in those 3 attacks that we did see come out, and that those were the only rounds that they won in that game versus SSG. But they were pretty convincing. And if we saw the attacks go into yesterday, going 5-1, already seeing the attacks are convincing, they're starting on attacks once again, I'm actually fairly confident that they know how they want to approach this map in particular, learning from their mistakes from SSG, now going to take advantage of playing against Wildcard. And as for Wildcard, we saw them lose to SR just recently in a 7-5 where they were having hiccups, but that was also contributing to the fact Dash did not come into performance. So it is a question of, is Dash going to show up today? Is the team going to show up? Or is Cruelty going to show up on their attacks and convert that over into their defense?
I will say I really like the ideology behind Cruelty's map bans, though, immediately taking off. We said basic maps for Cruelty or for Wildcard would be good. They instantly take off the basic maps. Chalet, Club, Border, they get rid of those, forcing Wildcard to go to these big maps because we know the entry and the communication amongst the team has been the biggest issue for Wildcard. So immediately trying to find focus, forcing Wildcard to a position of uncomfortability where they have to expose the weaknesses or fix the weaknesses if they want to be able to beat Cruelty.
Yeah, and with the predictions as well that you guys have sent over, both going for Cruelty, I think after yesterday, it makes a lot of sense. And after the mapping that we're seeing, it makes even more sense. So we're ready to head over to our casters, Links and Ollie, who could also maybe let us know whether or not they think Cruelty can take this one away.
Hold up. I am cruel pilled. I am whatever you want to say. I am buying what they are selling. And as Gabe mentioned, last time we saw Cruelty on Cafe, despite it being a 7-3 loss, their 3 rounds that they won were on attack, which has consistently been their issue. Been good attacks, poor defenses. And now on Cafe, Ollie, Wildcard looking to improve, not necessarily a side, but making sure that everyone's just performing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cafe pick for Wildcard, honestly, for me, bit of a head scratcher. It's not a map that they hold in very high preference at all. The last time they won this map, believe it or not, it was 167 days ago, and it was against this exact Cruelty roster. So a little bit of a history lesson for everybody there, because I understand that's quite a long time ago. For anyone that's interested, the date on that is, I believe, like the 20-something of December. So it's back there. It was during SI qualifiers. It was slightly different wildcard roster, but it was at the identical Cruelty roster. So not a map that we really associate wildcard with. On the flip side, it is fairly decent preference for Cruelty, but I'm all aboard the train. I'm on this hype train of Cruelty. I've always said you're as good as the team that you've just beaten. And if we're saying that M80 is a top team, we've got to start saying that Cruelty's a top team as well, because they got the win yesterday.
Well, okay, well, to be fair, not to say it, maybe M80 aren't a top team, depending on what happens today, but I think we can certainly say going into yesterday, and given the history that forfeits that roster has, yeah, we can call them certainly a very, very strong team, and the fact they got a 7-3 victory with attacks that already their better side, but attacks that looked clean and in peak form in comparison to even their previous attacking successes. Cruelty are looking quite good, and for, you know, a rare time where, oh no, Cruelty starting Cafe attack, I'm like, oh yes, I want to see what these attacks look like immediately. I do not want to wait a single second.
That's it. They've thrown the gauntlet down now, and they need to show to everybody that they've got what it takes. Do it once, great. Do it consistently. That's what makes good teams. That's what makes the best teams in the world and stands them out. Now, by no means we're saying that Cruelty is immediately going to skyrocket and go to being one of the best teams in the world, but it could be a starting step.
And let's be honest, it could be a starting step, and if they get 3 points today too, not only are they leagues above Wildcard, they're above C9, they could be above Envy, they could be right behind M80 to actually making top 6.
That game yesterday against M80, depending on how the rest of the stage goes for M80, they've not exactly got the easiest opponents lined up for them. They're going to be playing SSG, they've got Oxygen, they're going to be playing against SR. M80 got some difficult games in the later half of this stage. So that could essentially turn into a 6-point fixture, the game that we saw tomorrow between Cruelty and M80. So if Cruelty can continue on that and get the wins against the teams that they are, let's be honest, more equally pitted toward, it's going to be quite big when it comes to the standings at the end. So we'll have to see how everything shakes down, and we're going to be starting on Cafe. As we've mentioned, Cruelty are going to be on that attacking side first. We have both Capitao and Grim removed, some brilliant area denying operators, and that's going to make Cruelty's job just a little bit more difficult, especially when it comes to rooting these players out. Now, there's no Azami, but it looks as though Wildcard do still want to hold some key areas, main one there being that piano.
And Baby Shark, ironically, despite the fact that in that game against Shopify, he was playing this position as the Azami, is playing the same position as the Vigil, which exposes him a lot more. Because those Kibas, you create a little fortress, create a little maze that you can bob and weave behind to get back to Pixel. But now instead on that Vigil, he can dodge the drones, but he doesn't have anything to hide behind. So he's banking on Cruelty, missing some steps, and with the drone potentially spotting him and the ERC not activated, it's entirely possible that Cruelty have just spotted the Vigil, and likely why Baby Shark retreats back to Pixel immediately. Ooh, nice reaction there.
Well, somebody's going to find himself in a little bit of a world of hurt there, as a lot's being thrown at these defenders, and Wildcard quite rightly just backing up from it a little bit. We can see Kanzani's going to be rotating one of the Yokai drones round just to provide a little bit more info. It's going to be Ivan with that opening pick. Spiker taken down at the bottom of those white stairs. Now they know that the roam isn't something that's to be worried about, and the defenders, well, they've just got to focus on these entry points, but they have got quite a bit of information to do so.
They do have quite a bit of information. Yokai Stun tries to allow Dash to swing out, but they've got the coverage with the Bailiff. Ooh, that's a risky play right there. And also puts him in an off spot to actually take the fight against the Monty. Dash really pushing that position as far as it can. Baby Shark opening up this new angle. I like this. Retaking Skylight once the call comes out with how many people are on red. Adds a new angle to the defense, gives Dash some support alongside Bay on Nubalk. Now that Pyrox has fallen too, this cigar hole from Wildcard, which seemed shaky in a very brief moment there, is looking quite solid. Worried about the repel. Baby Shark will hear him. Playing his life, biding his time. Don't forget about Dash. We'll check him. Again, the stun goes out. This play has not been as successful as Wildcard would have liked. But Baby Shark does get a trade from it, and yet reveals its position in the process. Dash not getting anything big puts Baby Shark in a difficult spot just by happenstance. What a flick by Kanzan, but it's all on him. 13 seconds left. Are these Yokai still up? There's both. Both can move into this position. Stun Matumbo as he moves all the way to Cigar. Knows one is pushing. He's got the time. It's on his side. He's got to switch. Got to hit it. So close to the defuse. You should time it. No! It gets caught on the desk. And now stuck in a 1v2. But everyone in the lobby on low HP. Kanzan can just graze Fatal, and that'll be the end of the Hibana. But Matumbo can constantly pressure, set up the Hibana perfectly for this engagement, and close it out perfectly. Cruelty in the post, take round one.
What a brilliant opening round. You know, you see Siege the way it's meant to be played. It's fantastic, isn't it? Cruelty, they had a good handle on things. One thing that I will comment on is that they struggled to deal with Baby Shark inside of Cigar. If they'd have done that a lot sooner, everything would have been made a heck of a lot easier. Typically, it's throw a load of utility in at Pixel and hope that you catch someone. But Baby Shark was playing much more aggressively than just the Pixel angle, and it was giving the players a really hard time. There was no way that they could just repel in. He wasn't really challenging the windows, but his presence there was enough, and he was able to support Dash for a long time. Dash hiding out, of course, in Cigar Shop. Now, eventually, Cruelty collapse, and they are able to deal with him, but the unknown factor was Kansan. And honestly, that plant spot, if he'd have planted anywhere else inside a cocktail, the Yokai drone would very likely have gotten him. The time was on 0, there was no chance of coming off, you had to stick the plant. And the Cruelty did a great job there of stabilizing, a good job of clearing the flanks as well. They weren't going to let that old trick catch them out, but a close round and really one that could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way, and actually to that point, just to briefly talk about Baby Shark opening that castle barricade, because it is a bit of a risky play, but it's kind of like if it pays off, you win the round. If Dash dies, you're in a really tricky spot, because if you're able to cover Dash, you basically hold Cigar completely. But once Dash dies, they have the double door open, and they can completely cut off Baby Shark's retreat. So if Dash was able to survive, much different round. But once Dash dies, Baby Shark's a pretty easy player to deal with after that. Also, a huge round from Fatal, 4-0 so far. And just a good, strong first attack from Cruelty. And we were hoping to see them continue off that momentum from the previous day. It really looks like they have not skipped a beat, even with Wildcard throwing obstacles in their way.
You really just want this Cruelty roster coming into this game feeling like they're the best players in the world.
You do.
You know, they're gonna be high on life. They're gonna be thinking, this is it. It's our game. We're just here to. We just need to go in and go through our motions because we know that we're solid. And I think that that little bit of confidence, or that lot of confidence that they got yesterday, will go a long way. We certainly saw it a little bit there in round 1.
Oh.
But we see it continue. There it is. Skimzy, just walking up the stairs. It's simple as that. Dash, just preoccupied, trying to get a cheeky angle onto the top of those red stairs, and immediately camera's hacked. Now, granted, it isn't going to give too much. There are 2 BPs knocking around, so that will give a little bit of information over, but if they're in dodgy positions, the defenders will take them. Look at Kansan go.
This is the problem. Who really pushes here? Kansan could retreat, but the Dokkaebi call goes out. You don't want to take this long fight with the SMG-11. Default cam disabled. That's a good heads-up play by Skimzy, but it's just a 1v1. He smokes him!
Beautiful.
I cannot believe he's got away with that. I mean, Kansas in a tricky spot, but with the record he has in this stage, I think it's a pretty clean 50-50 for who wins it, but Skimzy running away with that. Both players positioned by the staircase. Dash over by red, Kansan over by white, felled both by the Dokkaebi. This is the danger with Cruelty, Ollie. They can play structured, and then right there, they can play fluid too.
They are going to suffer, though. Skimzy eventually shut down from his reign of terror and an equal man count, but Bay with a lightning swing is going to take Matumbu down. So Cruelty are on the back foot now. We haven't seen them really fight from behind yet. Obviously, it's early in the game. BP going to get destroyed. The diffuser is in Pyrox's hands, but I don't think they're going to be given the space to get this down.
Ooh. Unless Ivan has something to say about it. He gets one, spots another. How's he come away with that? Crosses it twice and gets all 3 of them! Hat trick for the end of round 2 as Ivan, looking left, right, and center, gives Cruelty their 2nd in a row.
Right. These guys can't put a foot wrong. Anything they do now is just bouncing off them, and everything's going the right way.
Honestly, Cruelty might have the mandate of heaven.
There is a lot of inappropriate things that they could fall into and come out holding even more inappropriate things. These guys are doing fantastically at the moment. That was a 4 versus 2. You really ought to be winning those. I just can't believe they were given the space to do it. I mean, Ivan's just had 2 kills gifted to him right there.
Yeah, and I mean...
Why is the player upstairs not playing the cigar hatch? Like, okay, you've lost the guy, but play in cigar. Try and deny the plant. There might have still been a bulletproof alive.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, like, this isn't even necessarily a misplay. It's like, if you're Spiker, you're kicking yourself. Like, you put that guy to 1 HP, and he... Like, it really is a combination of they are genuinely outplaying their opponents, too, and other times they have just... When it comes to 50-50s, I mean, Skimzy frying Kansan. Ivan just getting away with that from that engagement with 1 HP. And still having such, not only good structured play, but also on bank and today, having such command of staircases. I mean, how many times yesterday did we see a Dokkaebi flank up a staircase with an SMG-12 to catch a defender off guard? And it's happening again on Cafe, where the staircases are arguably more important. Slight misdrawn there, though.
There is a literal defender just there, watching that shock drone just destroy everything. Everything. Just kill the drone. Because then you might move or you might stay and they have to drone you again. But you've just lost a bulletproof camera, a mute jammer, and a Vulcan pack.
And Baby Shark's prone in sight. I mean, to be fair, he's smoked with a shotgun. That could be a powerful miss drone. Ooh, Baby Shark. Spiker, excuse me. Baby Shark looking for this jump out. Fatal moving in for the defuse, but even though we did criticize it, if Spiker does go undroned here, as it looks like Cruelty are setting up for an execute, he could throw this thing completely awry, but instead, are they pushing Pillar? They're not going for an execute at all. He finds one, trapped inside. Ivan's able to get the kill, but Wildcard mounting a very solid offensive. One on the opposite side of that wall. Kansan will remain passive. Tags up the Monty. Ivan can't react in time. Another one, ADS sets himself up, but Fatal comes away with it. He's found himself a mile away from Matumbo, though. The Ying and the Monty need to pair up, and again, Baby Shark, there's no way he's been read in this position. No way he checks it. He does!
What?
Fatal peeking on the opposite side of the wall, and now the Ying and the Monty can regroup.
Still difficult, though. And it is by no means a given, but with all the shock and all that can be placed around, there's a good chance that they're going to be able to get something down now. They know exactly where these last two players are as well. Fatal, his biggest flaw at the moment is that he is on 1 HP. There is nothing from the defenders to try and stop this from going down.
How is he doing this? How are Cruelty always finding these fights? They are simply not losing a single kill. Fatal's got to be careful, but if he can set this up, push him into a corner, and get him from Matumbo! Again from the back in a man disadvantage. Cruelty 2 rounds in a row remain resilient and take their 3rd attack straight on Cathay.
It's the best Monty we've seen in NA. Without a shadow of a doubt, the best Monty play we have seen. How many times have we criticized players for ADSing? And I was ready to go in on Fatal because he ADS'd. However, he got the kill. And it just goes back to what we were saying. These guys cannot put a single foot wrong. Everything they are doing is working out for them at the moment. And it is great to see. Some really good synergy there. That's how you play around a Monty. You have to have somebody on their shoulder. Another 2 versus 4. There's back-to-back 2 versus 4 rounds here. No wonder Wildcard has taken a timeout.
What is happening? I don't know if I have ever seen a team make this dramatic a turnaround over the span of 1 week. I mean, Beast Coast even. Beast Coast, it was a lot more of a work in progress last stage, right? Because I would say that's probably the biggest glow up from start to finish, right? They go down, they lose their first 3 games, then have like a decent performance in their middle, getting some wins, and then look really strong by the end and end up winning the NA League, right? Not saying Cruelty will win the NA League or go on to win a major or anything. But it felt like a lot more gradual, right? It felt like there was a lot more of a process from Beast Coast, whereas Cruelty have gone from, to be fair, attacks that looked all right with good ideas, to attacks that, one, seem incredibly strong strategically, and when they're not, players who are making all the right decisions, like the awareness for Fatal to check that. How many times today, Ollie, have we seen attackers, Shield specifically, not clear angles like that? And of all the teams to show us that foresight, to show a Shield player not taking a position for granted, it's the team that everybody thought would not win a single game in the league.
Yeah. It's true. It really is. Wildcard then with the timeout. Makes sense. Got to be winning your defensive rounds on Cafe. I mean, Cafe is a map that we talk about. Oh, you know, access to the building isn't guaranteed. You've got to be careful off the spawn, you know. C4s can be flying out of windows. You can't just ball up to the building. It takes you a minute to get there on the roof and then start to establish themselves. Cruelty have just ripped that up and thrown it out. They've been very quick on that entry. Skimzy in particular has made some very early inroads into the map. And getting to the building, it's just not been a problem. It's like Wildcard are just playing a little bit too scared at the moment. Like, they need to realize they're on Cafe. They can be a little bit more bold and a little bit more brave, but when the previous 3 rounds go that way, it does knock the confidence a little bit, and you do get sort of shocked back into this position of, oh, we need to be a bit more careful about things.
Good find on that shock drone, I will say, from Wildcard. Talked about shock drone getting a lot of intel before. That time it's spotted immediately, not able to get that Vulcan pack. Baby Shark eager to maybe find something on this window. It is a mining defense, so it's a reasonable assumption to make that they'll be present on vent window, or vent balcony, excuse me. Not a whole lot from Cruelty right now, though. Seems like it actually might be a full clear. Don't want to take this position for granted. Whether they've spotted Baby Shark or not, they're at least worried about it, but at the same time, Wildcard have accounted for this. He's got the shield to fall back 2 minutes, 15 seconds in, and it's looking a lot like normal Cafe right now, where Cruelty struggling for control, down half of their drones, and still a lot of top floor players to clear.
I think this is better from a Wildcard for sure. They've not played as aggressively inside of Cigar, and they've actually got more utility in there as well. There's deployable shield, there's some reinforcements knocking around. It's much more standard than what we would expect. And it also looks like Wildcard are ready for the flanks. They're, you know, we can see Dash there just keeping an eye on Brown Stairs, not wanting to leave anything up to chance. Pyrox maybe is going to go and try and walk in through snow. We're actually going to see Matumbu just try and ball it on in, straight into Cocktail.
Ooh, straight into Cocktail. Will spot the Warden, but Dash is good for the trade. Can even swing to the player on Skylight, but they both win their fights. They will be able to take the 1v1 against the first, and Baby Shark, his support, follow up on the second. Nade over, but oof, it's just so difficult to fight defenders on Cocktail. They can bob and weave, hop up and down, enter and exit gunfights at will, and you never know where they're going to appear. Really hectic entry game from Cruelty right there, and good reactions from Wildcard. Not much Skimsy can do. All his flashes burnt, had to rotate, position revealed to the defense, and diffuser in Wildcard's possession. Until being beamed to the defense, and Bay for his third on that round. Wildcard, after the timeout, take their first, but Cruelty have already guaranteed themselves a pretty solid half.
It's nice to see Wildcard realize that they've really got nothing to make us move. The Capitals band and the Grims band, what are you going to do to make people move? Just sit in the power positions and play your life. And that's what we saw. We had the Warden, obviously, to assist for any sort of flashes or Candelas that are going to come through. But as soon as you know you're not going to get flamed and you're not going to get bead, you're not really too worried about things. Obviously, you can go below as the book and try and work on angles that way. I think Matumbu maybe just got a little bit too far ahead of himself there. The drop from Fatal, it was a little bit disjointed. I mean, that player there just got deleted by the Warden. Much better from Wildcard, realizing, look, we don't need to overcomplicate things. We can just sit. They've got nothing to make us move. And finally, they get themselves around. It's kind of a surprise to see him play the top floor so many times, honestly, because I don't think the top floor is a particularly great site for the defense on Cafe. But at least in round number 5, they rotate down, and we're going to go to Kitchen.
Well, it's kind of the funny thing. It's just like, it's not even that they've been playing top floor a whole lot. It's just like, it just always seems like the rounds, aside from like that mining round, it seems like every round has really been based a lot by what happens up there. It seems like a lot of the actions occur that direction. First time we'll see, can you believe it's the first time we've seen Kitchen? We're 5 rounds into a Cafe defensive half.
This is what I mean. They've played top floor twice before playing Kitchen.
My tracker is wrong. Tracker says reading room 3 times in a row. I don't think that's how that works.
No, they played top floor in the first round, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I'm saying I have false information in front of me. I'm being psyoped. I was like this. Drive the Yokai, the Mozzie passed outside just for a little bit of info. Just nice little usage of that. Smoke's going out. You see the Aurora being brought on Bakery defense. We've seen this before. Likely going to put well, I was going to say a door on the door, but going to put a screen on that door and allow somebody to hop into small big if they so choose. They're setting up for a blitz push up front. Monty Band might be taken off the board, but you've got the Blackbeard and the blitz. Well, not the blitz anymore. Kansan just fires blindly through the smoke, follows up with the C4 in the exact same position, catches the front and the back of that Bakery push all in one fell swoop. Pyrox shoved out of it, put to low HP, lengthy 33 bullet pre-fire, and not only does every single bullet miss, but not even a trade into that same position. Dash is taken out somewhere else. Cruelty had some decent attacks to start, albeit spearheaded or at least bolstered by some really, really crazy individual performances. But if last round was shaky, this round has completely fallen apart at the seams as Wildcard from beginning with Kansan's double to the end of this ill-fated main lobby push. Cruelty have not found any way into round 5.
It's really nice to see Wildcard stabilize. And the patience that they're exuding here is fantastic as well. It just further adds on to time where they're in control. That's going to feel pretty good at the moment, especially given the way that the first few rounds went. Eventually, final player put out of their misery, and Wildcard chain some rounds together here. I think one of Cruelty's biggest downsides in the previous 2 rounds that's been more evident, and I think exasperated by Wildcard's lack of immediate reaction, or lack of overreaction, should I say, is the fact that they are very keen in telegraphing what they are doing. A lot of smokes, a lot of utility being thrown in one spot, and Wildcard are going, let's just sit back from this for a minute and see what happens. Okay, I'm going to pre-fire through the smoke. Oh, I'm going to throw a C4 now as well. They've got a little bit more about them to just be like, okay, we're going to slow things down somewhat.
It is good awareness from Wildcard, but also, as you said, Cruelty are very often committing behind those set plays. Usually, where we saw success on Bank yesterday was not necessarily like rushes like that. A lot of it was Cruelty taking time to full clear and set up a plant, or using a Dokkaebi to flank up a staircase behind a defender and backstab, right? We didn't really see a lot of rushes from what I can recall, and today, yeah, as you said, when they do that, they just commit fully behind it, and everybody from Wildcard is like, hey, like you said, wonder where that's coming from. But not really what they did here. It was a slower attack from Cruelty on this 3rd floor site, fully in Cigar, just as Wildcard's defense was based almost entirely in that location. Baby Shark is playing around Christmas. Dash, the Fenrir, is playing inside of the Humidor. We'll see how they change it up again, but Baby Shark wants to try and find something here, and also Spike wants to find something outside a white window, though it seems neither will actually have any impact.
It's an attempt at this point from Wildcard, isn't it? They're obviously feeling a little bit more confident now they've got some rounds going. They can afford to send a C4 out on a whim and have someone just watching a doorway for a little bit, see if anyone jumps up on that rappel. And it just gives Cruelty a bit more of something to think about because, I mean, time hasn't been a huge factor for them. The pushes typically are coming in the first half of the round and they're being reacted to, at least in the last couple of rounds, pretty well by Wildcard. We have a bit of info here, though. The IQ is going to be able to spot that yokai drone. May spot the drone, but it's not going to know what the drone has found, and that is that there's 2 players out on that rappel. Castle Barricade will get destroyed, and it's going to give Bay a little bit of something to think about, but again, it comes back to there's no real reason for him to move at the moment. They've not got a Ying in this situation. They've sacked off the Blackbeard to try and take control of that top floor. So how are they going to deal with that cocktail player?
The cocktail player is the difficult thing. Because the Dokkaebi can go for that backstab over by Red, but Bay getting aggressive on that window, exposed himself quite heavily to the 417, giving Cruelty a much-needed opening, a reprieve from the 3-round stranglehold Wildcard have had on the opening duels, and allows them to even reset. Ivan has control of down below. Can see if any defender rotates back. Another player walking in front of that window. It's Kansan tagged up, but Cruelty don't have a way in just yet.
They killed the player, but Spike has been allowed to rotate back in and retake that cocktail position. So the end result is pretty much the same. Ivan is going to be lurking down below, but we can see there's going to be no one roaming. If this just ends in a repel into cocktail, it isn't going to go too well for Cruelty. Lion Scan comes out, you can hear smokes going. A lot of guns trained on the right direction, and it's going to start.
Yeah, Spiker just hiding there in the off-angle spot. Cruelty not droning it in the late round. An unfortunate mistake coming at a time when in that 5v4 it seemed like a 4-2 half was well within reach. But Kansan lining them up on the white stairs side. Ivan, who's been lurking down and reading the whole round, waiting to sneak up a staircase, just ends up crouch walking right into the ACOG of that MP5 SD. Matumbo completely revealed by the F-Naught. Same with Skimsy on the red stairs. Walking to utility placed before the round even started. Cruelty seemed set up for a dominant half, but after the tactical timeout, Wildcard, in the face of crazy gunfights and hero plays, play patient, play passive, tie the game.
There was 5 drones left there at 20 seconds, and they still didn't know where people were. Now, one of the drones was at the top of white and was obviously watching the flank, or at least the pixel player. But you've got to know that someone's still in cocktail. Go below. You need to come up with more creative solutions to deal with that player if a couple of attackers are banned. 3-3 split is representative of the siege we've seen so far. Cruelty really coming in on the heat of yesterday. But as soon as that confidence and that momentum got taken away from them, we've not really seen them with any significant bite. And then we look back to the 3 rounds that they did win. 2 of them were 2 versus 4 clutches. So it kind of throws into perspective just how well have they played. I would argue they've played well in the first 3 rounds, but a lot of it was off the back of a couple of solo or big plays from a few individuals and some serious mistakes from Wildcard. The overall siege on the side of Wildcard has been much more consistent, and consistency will pay off in the end. At the side swap, obviously we are going to see a different set of bans coming through here. As Wildcard will transition onto their own attacking side. Slightly different. Previously we had the Ying and the Capitao removed. This time the Dokkaebi and... Sorry, it was the Capitao and the Grim removed. This time we have the Dokkaebi and the Ying removed. And of course, 2 of the Architect operators taken away on the Wildcard side of things. Not unusual to see a castle band, and very standard indeed to see Azami have no play here on Cafe.
Didn't see really any of these operators in Cruelty's game against SSG. Even though Azami was the 3rd ban in that game, only saw it once Cruelty played it against SSG. But I think Wildcard's still very understandably, even if it might not be a strat Cruelty ran often, it's still a way to make this cocktail site just hell to clear. Fighting the Kibas in Christmas, fighting the Castle Barricades and Cigar, it just makes it rough. Very understandable for Wildcard. Nice drum, by the way, on that light. Was that in raiding, I think? I think that drone was on the little chandelier inside of reading to see if any defender is rotating down below. Obviously, to rotate, or just to go for a C4 later. With Skimzy down below. Ooh, like this dual setup. We got the Yokai going out from these drone holes to give Skimzy any intel on a run out, whether he wants to go bottom white or on the double door. Really, really like this setup from Cruelty early on that could have a pretty massive impact depending on where Wildcard push from.
Matumbi really fully committing to that, but he's probably given the game away. That drone got taken out, and Nomad can just get up onto the rappel and onto the top of Blacktop nice and safe. Nothing really gained, and a little bit of utility lost. We've all seen how impactful the Yokai drones can be, even in this game. Obviously, it didn't come off for Kanzan, but definitely could have really done. Nice opener there. Speaking of, that's one way to deal with your Pixel player.
Honestly, Ollie, that felt like 2020. 2 flashes and a nade go in, another nade goes in to clear out that player. It's the util dump meta all over again. Had a good point, though. Would have liked to maybe see Matumbo maybe chill out on the Yokais for a little bit, but Skimzy still ends up getting a flank off. It's not necessarily on a run out, but it's Baby Shark instead. Caught on the other side of the map. Both Yokais potentially found by Wildcard, though, and especially that first with very little investment. I see the idea behind what Matumbo is doing, but with both of these cut down, and now Bay finding a long angle shot onto Pyrox, Wildcard in a really strong position going into the final minute.
They're able to transition now as well. Ivan going to try and retake that position on Pixel. Got the information, but the track sting is at his feet. It's going to cause the swing eventually. Dash will find Matumbo. It still doesn't leave Cruelty in any better of a spot, especially with this plank going down. But oh, it's beautiful. Taken out just at the right time. Bay with the final 2. Close stuff there. I love the timing on taking out the guy on the plant. The longer that you can wait, the more chance you have of actually coming away successful. As it stands, it's a round that's decided by the guns in the end, and Wildcards still take it.
Ultimately coming back to that advantage established early on, not just in terms of the man count, the 5v4, of course, but that really, really nice utility clear of Pixel. I honestly would not be shocked if players are just out of practice reacting to that because of just how out of fashion playing that spot has been when Jaeger was out of the meta for so long. Not saying it was here, that's just more me theory crafting. But especially losing those Yokais early, you don't really end up setting Skimzy up for anything. And so when you get into that 4v3, and especially, well, the 4v3 being a 4v4 and then Pyrox peaking when he just does not really need to be contesting that long angle so early on, it feels like you really set yourself up quite poorly for the late round, especially since Cruelty had a lot of really good ideas. You had, I believe, Ivan retaking Pixel, getting that kill on the IQ, Skimzy then pushing up the long haul, getting the kill on the diffuser. There were very clear ways in the status quo that Cruelty got the advantage. And if you maybe had, obviously another body, but especially maybe some more utility to use those Yokais as drones to give those players intel, maybe it would have worked out a little better.
It's a strange old lineup that Cruelty are bringing here in round 8. We've got a few lesser seen operators. Got the Maestro, which in itself isn't too unusual. Then when you throw into it, we've got the Wamai as well. We've got the Sentry. I do wonder, are they going to have appropriate tools? I suppose they've got a decent selection, particularly of secondary utility. A bit of barbed wire, deployable shield, 2 C4s. Have that flexibility, or 3 C4s, excuse me. Sentry there catching us out yet again. Wildcard's intention is fairly plain. They want to take control of this top floor. And once they have control, they are going to try and keep it because they have both of our flank watchers in play right now, Gridlock and Nomad. Now that's great, but you've still got to take the top floor, and when you commit 2 of your picks to those flank watchers, it doesn't necessarily assist dealing with players like we've got Pyrox right now in Pixel.
Thankfully, they have a bevy of secondary utility. I mean, 6 nades, 2 flashes. They can deal with these magnets, less numerous than the ADSs. Bay taking control will spot the Evil Eye, snipe it with 1 shot. Good find. Obviously, plenty of those Evil Eyes, but a headache in a position that you're glad to take down early on, and defense just falls back. Half the round gone, defense has seen that pressure up top and completely rotated back to site.
Well, they've got 3 C4s to rotate onto, so maybe that's the play right now, hoping that they've still got a bit of lingering utility upstairs. Maestro Evil Eye cameras, of course, will remain unless dealt with. If they're able to get a good call, maybe they get a C4 kill off, and maybe that alleviates some of the pressure. But it's only a matter of time until Dash starts ripping open that floor. Now you can hear the track stingers going out and trying to secure those staircases. It is going to make this retake very difficult.
Indeed it will. Flashbang goes out. Cover Brown. Kansan and Spiker ready to push in. Love to have a player like Kansan with the R4C covering you. He'll push in a bit deep behind the couch, take a very, very aggressive line. Spots the Cade, by the same token, exposed to some angles, but through the wall and, well, through not really a whole lot of resistance from Cruelty. Wildcard not only get the post, but a 5v2 into a 5v1. Extremely clean and clinical reading room execute. More than deserving of a flawless round by the end of round 8.
It's a beautiful round from Wildcard. They knew exactly what they wanted to do there. It was take the top floor, secure those flanks, and make sure it's belt and braces. It's not just good enough to have an air jab on it. We want an air jab and a track stinger on those stairs. Nobody is going to be able to make their way from first floor to second without us knowing about it. And then just a simple drop and a plant in reading under the cover. Cruelty now going to choose to take their tactical timeout. Not much that you can do against that, though, because it was very good siege. I think the only thing you could say is maybe Cruelty dropped off a little bit soon. Maybe they can test upstairs just for a little bit longer and not let it be a 5 versus 5 plant. If they've still got any information knocking around out there, it doesn't hurt to have someone flicking the cameras to give a little bit of info away. And I don't know. Looking back at it, did we even see any of the C4s go off? I don't remember hearing any.
I think 1 C4 might have... It said 2 C4s did get used, but I don't... Certainly none in the direction towards the plant. If they hit the vertical, they did not even damage or really graze any of the attackers all that much. What I was thinking was... I know we had a Wamai on board, actually I'm about to see. Yeah, so by the time the execute came about, Pyrox still had 2 impact grenades remaining. I'm almost curious with how aggressive Wildcard were with that flank watch. What if you send somebody over to red, maybe try to impact some of those track stingers or an air jab? Cause Wildcard a little bit of uncertainty, because I know you can't really get a flank off because of how much flank watch there is. Maybe use some of that utility just to make them uncertain. Maybe burn 5 to 10 seconds. That was a very clean execute from Wildcard, and they made it very hard to resist by anything except a C4 on the site or through the floor. But maybe just being a bit more proactive, causing that uncertainty, With only 40 seconds remaining, 5 or 10 seconds is a quarter of the amount you have left. But they decided not to do it. The C4s didn't really work out, and Wildcard, while they did a really good job at completely, basically putting a ceiling on any potential resistance Cruelty could have mounted, there were still some options to at least give Wildcard some pause.
I like this lineup a lot better from Cruelty. They've at least got a little bit of time denial in the picture at the moment. They've got the Goyo. That was something that was severely lacking from round number 8. There was nothing to buy back a little bit of time for the defenders. No smoke, no Goyo. It was all stuff that can just be dealt with. It's a camera, great. It's a C4. They have to throw it in the right place. So what? This is non-negotiable. A Vulcan canister is going to last on the ground and is going to create an area of effect.
Big fans of Fatal.
Big Fatal fans.
Oh, it was a tech pause. Okay. I was like, I was like, all right. Shout out Fatal. Not sure what just occurred, tech issue wise. Maybe they saw Matumbo driving those yokais out in the first 30 seconds again. They're like, please no, please stop doing that. You're gonna lose them again. We'll have to find out after though, as Wildcard up 5-3. So we'll still have that lead after we take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Cafe.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We have everybody back into the lobby and are ready to pick up exactly where we left off at the start of round number 9. It's our second game of the night here on Playday 6 inside of the NAL. And we've got Wildcard versus Cruelty. Cruelty were high off their win against M80 in the early portion of this game, but since round number 4 have failed to find any success. Wildcard taking a very impactful timeout, and that's credited them with 5 rounds in a row. On the attack, they have looked good, but are they going to look good right up until the end? It's a fairly lengthy break in the middle of what has been, in some respects, a bit of a back and forth game, despite what the scoreline might suggest. Let's see how it's affected both teams.
Well, I can tell you how it's affected me. Something you got to consider. Especially now that Skimzy's gone down by I don't even know how. In that SSG game on Cafe. Wow, we were hyped because of the momentum they had, winning 3 rounds in a row, especially after their M80 game yesterday. That was not only the only attacks they got against SSG, Cruelty, they didn't get any more rounds. They lost all 4 of their defenses. And now with Skimzy on the Solus going down, a player you could have had play and deny the plant from up top or below. Going down early, a 5v4 as well. Wildcard just resetting. You can see they didn't need to adjust anything. They took a freebie and are now moving on, especially with the defense so aggressively postured. They can start swinging around the corner and find even more defenders eager to take a gunfight.
Some of Wildcard's attacks have been very well orchestrated, and they've shown really good restraint. Potential for a bit of an engagement there, but everything currently being thrown at Fatal to unseat him, and it's a nade from Dash that eventually does the job. That's top floor control. Yeah. Now they can start to try and work with it. Still 2 players inside of Freezer, sorry.
Oh my lord. If we were hoping for Cruelty to regain any momentum, Ollie, I think we'll be sorely disappointed. It's a flawless round coming out of the tech. 6 rounds in a row. We were soaring. We were, dare I say, jubilant after the first 3 rounds from Cruelty. And not only are we anything but, so are they. 6 rounds in a row from Wildcard, up 6-3, and sadly, the defense is proving, just as they've been in games past, to be Cruelty's weak point. And especially with Wildcard's very clean attacks. Every single one, Ollie, has looked very good.
I'll take it. Dash is in my fantasy team.
I'll make that deal. Hey, nice 3K from Dash.
He nearly got dropped this week. I'm going to be straight with you. He nearly got. He was nearly out.
From Ollie's fantasy team, just to be clear. From
Ollie's
fantasy team.
From my fantasy team. Sorry, not from Wild. Yeah, no, not from Wildcard. Yeah, he was on the chopping block. It was a difficult decision. That's the kind of plays we like to see.
Nade into the kill, into the third. Really like it. Wildcard on the cusp of acquiring 3 points after this game. Again, nothing is solidified after today, but basically we had Cloud9 playing LFO, Wildcard playing Cruelty, bottom 4 teams all playing each other. Then, of course, Envy right at 6th will be in a game against Dark Zero at the end of the day. So I can't imagine, unless they beat the unequivocal best-looking team in the league. I don't imagine they will move beyond 4 points today. So Wildcard could very well find themselves right behind LFO at 6, and Wildcard, of course, be at 5. And with how well these attacks are looking, honestly, and it's sad to say after their victory over M80 yesterday, but a 7-3 is looking quite possible.
Looking very possible. Cruelty are just showing no signs of life at the moment. And with how composed and structured Wildcard came in after that break, it didn't look like they'd missed a beat. They just picked up exactly where they'd left off. And unfortunately for Cruelty, they did as well. That's not where they want to be right now. They're bringing some different tools. We've got the age-old Pulse on one side and an IQ on the other. Fatal and Kansan will be scanning for one another, especially if Fatal is known to be on that Pulse. But again, no area denial, save the Fenrir. And hopefully that's just something that's going to get droned out by Wildcard.
Hopefully.
I think we may be both experiencing the same issue right now.
I always love when you and I are very quiet to be like,
Currently stuck on the old heartbeat scanner. I've got a little bit of audio in my ears though, but I can't really tell what's going on. It's not.
Can I pull up the
Audio.
VAR? I can pull up the VAR. Oh, we're just back. Never mind. I had pulled up the YouTube clean feed. I was going to cast from that. We don't need to. Thankfully, boogie drones go out. Not much happened, it seems, on this mining defense or mining attack. Theta will spot one playing up on the roof, but it seems the defense probably all falling back at this point, especially given the time that's passed, and only one C4 sure, but no need to contest the top floor longer than you need to, but another opening kill for Wildcard. 6 so far out of the 10 rounds. Actually, no, after that one, 7 out of the 10 rounds we've seen. Just setting themselves up in an even better position.
I'm always a little bit sort of dubious when there's only one C4 being brought and a pulse being played. Although with the way that players are stacking up, they might pick up 2 here. I reckon that player is going to be nice and safe there on the concrete that is that piano. Spiker will survive. Pulse might know where they're coming from. That isn't going to do you much good. You know that they're upstairs. You know that's where they're going to be. Very quickly, Wildcard have taken this control and worked with it. So much so that as we enter this final 30 seconds, they've got a lot of vertical angles available to them and a man advantage to try and press this site with.
You want to see more for them. Want to see them make good on that promise, but a late flank by Baby Shark dashes Skimzy's hopes. Fatal, after taking a heavy volley of damage, may find one. Cruelty at least fighting back, but it's all on Pyrox with 10 seconds remaining. Can he find any of these Evil Eyes? What positions are they to stop this defuse from going down? Actually, who has the defuse? Can they plant? Can anybody plant? Bay's got to get in position with no time remaining! They had control of the other site! There was just one guy left. They knew where he was. No plant attempt at all? Or did he try to plant and train?
I hope not, but I want you to look it up. Surely not. Surely not. No. Innocent until proven guilty. But if guilty, then heavily criticized. Unusual to see a round falling to what is, in a lot of ways, a very basic error and an error that Wildcard haven't really been making. They've not been making mistakes at that level during their attacks. Their attacks have been very well orchestrated, very clean. Okay, so the diffuser was just cold. The diffuser just didn't get picked up. Oh, he got picked up by Bay.
Oh, he went to push?
He just pushes for the kill. Like, you know where he is. Just plant and have it held. I get it's the Alva. I get they can take multiple engagements, but just get a plant down.
What's he gonna do? Pop the Evil Eye at 000? And by pop the Evil Eye, I mean the Maestro. Is he gonna, you know where he is. If he goes on the Evil Eye, you can go shoot him. If he doesn't go on the Evil Eye, you can plant in mining. Just think, unfortunately, not the best decision-making there. Pressure getting to Wildcard a little bit in the late round.
And that's it, isn't it? A difficulty in closing out games that should be fairly easily won.
Actually,
they wouldn't be the first team to fall foul of that.
You know what I will say?
No.
Bay picks up with the diffuser with 3 seconds left. Gridlock being a very slow operator. I'm actually curious, does he get there in time? It might be close.
He was pushing through the fireplace. Fully had time.
I meant to mining.
Oh, okay.
Because it dropped in front of train. If it, I'm not litigating this. We'll call it a draw. Call it a moot point as Wildcard are still up 6-4. Dropping one attack in what so far has been a flawless half. Flawless, like
I
basically.
love that as well. I love how they've dropped one attack and we're like picking it to bits. Like, what are these guys doing?
G-Fair, that's not a massive indictment of the team. That was me being like, what happened there? And getting hyper fixating on it. By the way, 4 kills for Dash so far. Now, to be fair, 3 of them came in 1 round, but he's still doing well after the rehost.
That's my fantasy player right now.
That is your fantasy
I really
player.
like this.
I do like the
Aurora. It's great.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. Aw, nothing comes of it for Pyrox, though. I like the idea, though, and I'm not sure if they know because of the smoke. I mean, I'm sure they do. They have an idea. We'll also push the Clash out. Oh, there's just another door there. All right, fair enough.
It's a good angle on the upside down rappel, and it's going to be enough to put Skimzy with something to think about. Just waiting for the door to reactivate it. Still going to be there, and Baby Shark's got a great opportunity to try and hold this flank down. The defenders are going to run out of ways of trying to open that. With that bacon, start to try and pressure on into the site, and Wildcard already took really good control of top floor. If Kansan can make some holes on that book, might be able to root some of these players out.
Ooh. See the tempo pick up very heavily. Dash takes a lot of damage with one just around the corner. Base so good on the coverage. Must-win fight right there, but Skimzy rotating up. It's just too close. Cruelty having too many options to rotate in the site through the attack's very own smokes in some of those cases. And now Diffuser in their possession. Baby Shark will creep up. Kansan spotting one inside a pillar. 2 kills going Wildcard way. Only 10 seconds remaining, but one of them's a Clash. No gun present. They've got to pick this Diffuser up, and Kansan's got to be perfect. And he's caught immediately by the player Longbar. Cruelty hang on for dear life. But in a 4-4 execute onto Bakery, they find the right angles, make the right moves, and are just 1 round away from OT.
Cruelty have woken back up at a crucial moment in this fixture. I thought this game was dead and buried long ago, but they are showing there is still life. They are going to play right up until the whistle. Got to be a bit of frustration creeping in for Wildcard now as well. Dash was so close to getting that plant down. But you look at the positioning of Kansan and Baby Shark, neither of them were there to really impact on that plant going down. Sure, Kansan had a bit of vert, and Baby Shark was watching the flank. But as soon as the guy covering the planter falls, it's GG's. Not in a position to impact it enough. And you're left scrambling there, trying to clutch out the 4 versus 2. They get a couple of kills, but it's not a round that they are going to win. The round that Cruelty might have won in the first 2 because they got very lucky in their 2 versus 4s. But Wildcard, unfortunately, not today. 5-6. Turned out to be a very close affair here on Cafe.
Very close affair today in the NA League overall. Had an 8-6 game between LFO and C9. Now Cruelty Wildcard might be trending the same way. Coincidentally, last time we actually had OT, it also happened twice on the same day. That was back on Playday 2 exactly 2 weeks ago tonight. So it might just be a trend.
A lot of 2s there. It's too many 2s.
A lot of 2s. Playday 2 weeks ago.
Surely there's a conspiracy theory.
That's the psyop. That's the real psyop the whole time. Just a big fan of the number 2. Prime number. Shout out. Dude, I've never seen a guy love driving his yokais out the building like Matumbo.
It was both of them, though. It was Kansan as well. The fact that Matumbo keeps hold of his yokai drone there is impressive enough. Baby Shark was just caught looking up, making sure no one was jumping out. Ooh, gets caught out in the Mozzie Pest. Or, as we like to say, disables a Mozzie Pest.
True. Mozzie
Pest disabled. Is a little bit of a joke because now Mozzie has a drone and it's something else that Cruelty can just send out of the building through a drone hole and gather a bit of info.
They do it all the time. And it's like fine. Like, it's only really like been a problem 1 round. It's just funny how frequently they do it. Like, they can't help themselves. It's like back and forth, back and forth. They can't wait. It's all in one big segment. Speaking of one big segment, full lineup is, well, all right, I was about to say full lineup surviving on both teams, but Bay finds an angle on a cocktail at that very moment. Spiker does go down, but is recoverable. Skimzy briefly considers tangling with that cocktail balcony window player. Decides to back off. Dash moving in. There's still 1 up top. Ivan will put the smoke down. Dash pushes through it. Ivan treats it as a sure thing, and it was anything but. Wildcard are full control of this top floor, and over 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Such a big difference in the way that Wildcard and Cruelty both face this problem. Capitao and Grim were both banned when Cruelty was attacking. Wildcard have them available and still don't need them to flush these players out, just through careful use of drone, nade, and people holding crossfires. Again, effectively taking control of this first floor and having a huge man count advantage on the way.
Ooh.
Love that.
Love that.
Little nade sent out to deal with the yokai drone. Don't mind if I do. Further limits the information available. With the time only at 35 seconds, yeah, you've got Vert. But if the defenders aren't in the site, there's not much that you can do with that. You need to transition this into a plant, and you need to do it fairly soon. And I don't think anyone knows about Skimzy right now.
That's the big worry. They've got the 5v3, though. They've just got such a buffer. They even got 15 skeleton key shots. They can open up behind that barricade. That's exactly what they do. Baby Shark spots it, finds another inside of Laundry. A lot of shots going wide. Will drop down behind him. He's on the hunt for the one remaining player, as the round's been effectively won before he even needs to hit the floor. So much promise from Cruelty. It's a close game, but a regulation for victory to wildcard to keep them competitive in stage 2.
Cruelty still really impressed me here tonight. I think they gave a great account of themselves. They've shown that they've got really good clutch factor, and they never give up before the game is truly said and done. Wildcard on the flip side, some of those attacks were very clean. They knew exactly what they were going to take. They took great tools to do it, and they had some fantastic teamwork to deal with defenders in tricky spots. Nice and plant focused as well, which isn't something that we always can say about Siege in this day and age, or even the NAL for that matter. We're going to cut to a break. The desk, they're going to be there to fully break this game down.
Click the shield, click the shelf.
Laundry. Just walking.
Alright, you guys ready?
No,
Play default, play default, follow me.
Laundry goes, laundry, echo, laundry, echo.
Laundry,
1 HP, guys.
50.
Too late. Last one 90. Nice.
Let's
go, boy.
Thank
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ, thank God. Good job, boys, let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Oh.
A win on the board for wildcard side of things, adding a couple more points to their tally to move up in the standings. And we also are immediately ready to head into an interview to hear what Spiker has to say. Congrats on a great win. Yesterday was a little bit difficult. The start of this game was a little difficult. It feels like the last couple of weeks have been a bit of an up and down for wildcard side of things. How do you guys keep finding it within yourselves to come back and give us this performance and get points and keep winning?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like the games we've been losing, we're losing to good teams and we're playing very close with them. It just seems like against those teams, like we couldn't consistently get all of us playing well on the same day. Like 2 weeks ago, me, Evan, me, Kansan, and Bay played really well, and Shark and Dash didn't play great. But then yesterday, those two played really well, and us three played poorly. So it just seemed like we couldn't all get in sync like at the same time. And like I said, we're losing to good teams, and we were still playing close to them. So we knew we still had that in us. It was just about getting all 5 of us in sync and playing, you know, well at the same time.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to get to the best of 3 phase and flex what you guys showed at Reload. But what I want to know is a little bit more in depth in the server. When you guys lose 3 defending rounds on a map like Cafe, what is the communication like inside the server? How do you rally the troops and make sure everyone's still focused, especially after your stint of rough performances, so to say? When you're in a situation like that, how do you keep the energy up?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that we were saying is, like, we were playing well in those rounds. Like, I think we had man advantage in all 3 of those rounds, and it was just our late round communication was genuinely terrible the first 3 rounds. So, like, we were saying, like, we were playing good in these rounds. Like, we're just letting them slip late. Like, we know what we were reading what they were going to do from the beginning of each round, and we had a good plan to counter it, and we were always in good spots. It was just late round. Like, we weren't trading well, we weren't setting up crosses, and we were just, like, letting the round slip. Like, genuinely, I think we could have easily had a 6-0 defense half. So, really, like, the vibes were never down. We were always confident we were playing well. It was just about converting the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had a flawless attacking half. I want to ask you, Spiker, obviously going into these next few games, I mean, I would say they're one of the easier side of things. I'm kind of curious if you can just give us, the audience, what are the biggest things that we're going to be looking at going into these last few games to just kind of solidify that top 6 spot for you guys?
I mean, we got another 2 weeks of practice now, since there's no games next week, right? So, you know, we're going to probably play some maps we haven't played yet, you know, bring some stuff out that we've been cooking in the lab. And really, I mean, we're just going to keep playing our game. Like, we should have won all 4 attacks today, too. Like, literally, I genuinely think we could have 7-0'd those guys very easily. It's just converting late rounds and improving our micro comms, like late round, and not throwing man advantage is going to be our main goal.
I do want to ask you one question. So remember when we first talked to you after your first win, you did take a shot at Cruelty saying they play scrims completely different to how they play in game day. Would you say after the performance yesterday and even playing against them today that we are seeing that different side of Cruelty than what you were originally seeing in scrims? Or is it still kind of the same thing?
I still don't think so, because the way they're playing is like stylistically very different. I think they are playing well right now. It's just different than they play in scrims still, but I do think that they are playing well and that they actually aren't as bad as everybody thinks they are. Like, regardless of the fact, I think we should have destroyed them today. Like, clearly they are a good team if they're beating M80, you know?
For
so
sure.
Like, it's still a different team than is in scrims, but there's all, like, it's a good, they're still good, it's just different.
For sure.
All right, well, hindsight 2020, and that's the learning that you can take into next week as well. I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Congrats on the win once again, and we'll see you around.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
I always love how humble he is, like how transparent he is, you know, just coming out right out the gate saying, yeah, week 1, you know, Baby Shark and Dash weren't doing well. Yesterday, me and Bay weren't doing well. It obviously just, you know, goes to, it's
good
testament to good leadership. Absolutely. For such a young player to be the leader of a team, essentially the IGL in game, it's a lot of pressure to be, you know, to be in that position and also to stay humble within it. It's very difficult to do. I mean, speaking from experience, I was a very, you know,
you were very,
yeah.
All right, let's not reminisce the past.
Very good with your words.
Do what I say.
All right, let's not reminisce about the past, because this is a new generation. I think Spiker has his work cut out for him in terms of like some of the issues that they've had when it comes to players not all being in the same location, and there being some difficulties with that. But it does feel like as the weeks are going on, wildcard is coming back a little bit, and obviously the dream is to get to those best of series because that's where they really show.
I mean, it's spoken to his existence today where I said, I want to see the entire team playing together, and he highlighted that as well. As there were different moments where some people were showing up, some people weren't, and the fact of the matter is they got it done today because everybody showed up together.
Yeah, and that's something that we also touched upon coming into this, where we were like, okay, we've seen Dash show up, we've seen Baby Shark show up, we now want to see every single player on the roster be able to actually step up, and Bay was one of the players that done so the Blacklight detail is going to be going over to them, because at the end of the day, every single one of these players does deserve the recognition.
Yeah, I mean, today they really played like a full-on team, but we really needed to see not Baby Shark, we really needed to see Bay step up. And that's exactly what we saw. I mean, he was one of the main spearheads for Wildcard all throughout today, and the confidence is what was displayed at Reload. So coming into the NAL stage, we wanted to see him keep up, especially being on such a flexible position, always being able to play any kind of operator, but still maintaining that same level of aggression. It's very difficult, especially for an equally as young player, to be able to do that. And with their performance yesterday, to just shake it off, go into this one and just regain that confidence is really well done.
And speaking of shaking off yesterday's performance, M80, they have to shake that off, because I don't know what that was. I'm pretty sure at this point they're looking at it and like I'm sure they know what happened, but they're going to be going up against OXG, and I feel like OXG is also one of the teams that when it comes to their performances, they need to lock into. So the upcoming match is pretty exciting.
It should be, and again, I mean, it's really a fight for 4th place and possibly getting into 3rd, and maybe depending on how the rest of the weeks go, you could find yourself in top 2, but a game really starts now for both of these two to really decide who's going to be maintaining their spot at a higher point or at a lower.
Yeah, it's a scary position, especially if you're OXG, because all of their quote-unquote easier games of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, they've already gone through. So now they're going to be going up against teams like SR, SSG, obviously M80 next up. So it's only getting harder from them. If they can't get that win today, then you could see a situation where they might not even make the top 6.
Insane.
Very dire, very dire.
Well, it starts today. It starts in the next 5 minutes because first we have a little bit of break, but we have OXG going up against M80 right after.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for M80, and this is Clutch Intel. Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Wow.
Yeah, there's always numbers.
You should know this.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the...
Oh yeah,
right,
hell yeah
bro.
you do.
Oh. Nice.
Wait,
Nice.
how wait, the floor, wait, no, but
Oh,
is the
that's
how does
second
this even
floor.
specify?
That is
Yeah,
second
like, is it
floor.
not the third floor? That's the second floor.
Didn't know that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of
That's-
like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Whoa, what is that?
I'm going for the actual catch in there.
Okay.
Oh. I was wrong.
What? Purple earmuff back here. Nice try, guys.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Nope.
No one has ever called that though. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to the NAL, where the fight for the top 6 slots is getting more and more competitive. With both M80 and OXG losing their games yesterday, today really is their opportunity to step up and get some more points locked in. I'm Ginny, joined with Lax and Fox, and this game particularly is probably going to be the closest, but also the most exciting one that we have today.
I mean, we'd like to hope so. Both teams are in a similar position. I guess we expected more from M80, had higher hopes about them. OXG going into it, we didn't necessarily have the highest expectations, but they're slowly bouldering down that hill, and if whether they pick up speed or get stopped, that will come towards today, in my opinion. I feel like this will make or break OXG's standings for the rest of the stage. If they lose here, we could see them not make top 6. If they win here, they're in a great spot. I believe they would make top 6. So make or break day for OXG.
Yeah, for M80 as well, this is also really important considering the loss that they had yesterday. This is their opportunity to show that they can dust off whatever that was and come back stronger and show us exactly what they're made of, because this is supposed to be a top 3, top 4 roster here in the NAL.
Not only that, but this should have been their arguably easiest week. Obviously, Cruelty yesterday, OXG today, but that wasn't the case. Hopefully, it is a potential wake-up call, because the way they played against Cruelty, constantly giving up 1v1 scenarios, it just looked like they didn't show much respect, and that was their biggest downfall. A lot of just 1v1 gunfights, and that was the biggest issue. They just did not show the same level of respect that they were giving other teams.
Yeah, I just think they really lacked in terms of the initial end goal, especially even in this last round. We saw one CEO execute where it was perfectly flawless, and then the next time around, they kind of wiggled their way in, not understanding that Ivan was playing in that corner. Just goes to show their lack of awareness and attention to detail when they're a little flustered in that mental game.
And we got the 2 brains on the team here immediately after the loss to Cruelty, both saying just absolutely pathetic performance. And it just goes to show that when they went into it, it wasn't like they expected to lose. Obviously, they were going to be the favorite. They were going to be confident going into it, but we did not see that in server. What we saw was honestly a lack of disrespect, or a lot of disrespect towards Cruelty, not believing in their team and showing them what they should have, because Cruelty took it out. And obviously, it just looked, every single round was an issue of M80 over-complicating, not really thinking, oh, Cruelty's going to do anything too crazy. Let's just focus on our game. Specifically on round 7, where they went for that CEO upstairs plant. They end up getting the plant down, and there's just no rotation from the rest of M80. They're in a man advantage, and already the case is going down. And yes, you can give 1 or 2 picks away essentially for the case of the diffuser, but now it's down. Everybody should be hiding. There's no reason to be equalizing this at any point. And the biggest question here is obviously great nade to push the player off of the diffuse. Instant trade, amazing heads-up play. But look at where Gunner is. He was all the way still in lobby. So either the communication wasn't there from M80, or the assumption was, let's just play our spots that we do in scrims. Let's just play the same thing that we usually do, which is, you know, run the routes. Cruelty is not going to do anything to surprise us. No, an amazing 180 echo shot takes your BB off the window, and then you can immediately go for that diffuse. Also, over-anticipating where the diffuse can be seen, just little tiny mistakes. Just really didn't look like M80 was trying to do anything out of the ordinary. They were just running their reps, assuming that they would beat Cruelty if they just did the basics.
Yeah, but if we do take Spiker's word for it, it's the fact that Cruelty that we see in scrims is not identical to the Cruelty that we're seeing on the servers here when it comes to the actual game. So there was a bit of a surprise factor that did come into it, but you're going up against OXG, and I don't feel like there is much of a surprise factor when it comes to OXG, because they are still trying to figure out their identity.
Yeah, I mean, both scenarios for both these teams, they're still obviously having their struggles. Oxygen, they did start out slightly strong. When I say slightly strong, they got 2 rounds in the beginning versus SR. Then it was a little bit back and forth, but then SR runs away with it. And I mean, for me, it's not the end of the world that Oxygen lost yesterday. They're still in a good spot. They're still tied with M80 here, but this is the game that's going to matter the most, as we already talked about getting into this game. This is where they need to find the win to start edging further and further ahead and not trailing behind, because the behind is very close in terms of points. And for yesterday, one of the biggest things for me was their opening deaths. Those are what was really hemorrhaging a lot of their rounds. I mean, you see their entry 4 and 7. That isn't too great for them. We need to start seeing those entries go more in their favor and less in their favor. And a big player that really stuck out for me in terms of those opening deaths, and that was hemorrhaging a lot of those rounds, was coming from Force. Was their IGL player, was their shield player. And for me, when you're playing a shield, you are the most pivotal piece of the puzzle in those attack rounds, because you are going to apply so much pressure and be that spearhead of getting map control, forcing players out of position, being able to properly execute. And we saw time and time again where Force was the first pick. And sure, some rounds they would bring it back without Force, but Force needs to stay alive, because having that shield up, having your IGL be able to play those positions, understand what's the next step to the next step, is only going to make the round so much easier. So for me going into this game, I'm going to really need to see Force just slow down, understand his role a little better, and just work with his team instead of just trying to do it all by himself. That is the whole point of being on that shield and playing with your team.
And I feel like that's the biggest issue with OXG is there's not enough objective-based siege going for the diffuse, planning diffuser, or stopping and playing denial. That's where SR was able to get the leg up on them. And that being said, a lot of those rounds where Force is dying, you see it in the clips, it's to gather information. Stuff
by
that
himself.
easily could be figured out if you just have a drone in front of him, if you just dedicate a little bit more time instead of just having to face check it. So obviously, if they can just figure that out, you're right. They were bringing some of these rounds back. If they could have their IGL in those late game scenarios to be able to plant, to be able to defuse, to be able to deny plant, OXG would look a lot stronger in the late game.
Yeah, we have the map veto as well in terms of like where we're going to be going this time around, and it feels like M80 and OXG, considering the losses that they've suffered so far, considering the track record as well when it comes to the teams that OXG has gone up against, I would like to see the basics.
Yeah, I agree. You want to take it first?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious where this is ending up right now, because so far they're banning maps that they've already played, so it's going to end on Skyscraper.
Ew.
So this is a little advantageous for me for M80. It's questionable because we saw on a map like Bank, your defenses should have been extremely strong, and you were struggling heavily versus Cruelty. And now you're on a map on Skyscraper where the defenses are going to be even stronger. It is very hard for attacks to be able to find success here, where yesterday they didn't get a lot of time to find success on their attacks due to their poor defense. But for Oxygen, I think this is actually a great start. Now, granted, back when we played, this was a terrible map for us. We didn't like this map, and then it continued to go. So it can be a little advantageous for Oxygen as well, but at least they get to start on the defense, so it gets that morale, it gets that boost to confidence. And then when you switch that attack, again, it's just really relying on Force just to be able to make headway with those shields.
Yeah, absolutely. Shields will be the biggest question coming into Skyscraper. I'd imagine it's going to be taken off the board pretty quickly since both teams have prominent shield players. OXG does have Yogg that can also flex along with Forest. That being said, the biggest buffer to M80 is the issue was there was no trades when it came to Bank against Cruelty. Skyscraper's a lot closer of a map, so obviously it's going to force those trades.
So then for prediction side of things, I'm assuming we are probably going to be going for M80 here, even though OXG, okay.
No.
Wait, hold the phone. OXG, okay. Is there a little bias?
No, I mean, if we see the same M80 that we saw yesterday, at the end of the day, the fundamentals weren't there. They weren't trading, they weren't playing off each other, they didn't show the respect. If it's a wake-up call, obviously M80 comes into it a different beast. That being said, when it comes to teams that are able to post up, position themselves, wait for people to push them and pretty much give them the freebies, OXG is the better team in that suit.
Yeah, and we are also ready to head into the game of M80 against OXG with our casters. So are you guys OXG, M80? What are we thinking?
Ginny, I wholeheartedly agree with Fox. If we see the same M80 here today, I wouldn't be surprised to see an OXG win. But, and it's quite a big but, I highly doubt we are going to see the same M80. Not only did they get bashed around in the server, but you just know that there was a serious telling off after that game from the man himself, Fabian. So, unlikely are we to see the same M80, but it looks like you guys at home are still pretty stuck in the middle as well.
I mean, as they should be. It is still two very, very well-respected teams inside of North America. OXG, who, by the way, outside of SI, obviously, where they did make a probably surprise appearance, have been off the international stage basically since Blast have come into the ecosystem, since early 2023. And when we were thinking before the stage started who might go for that fourth spot, Rabisco suddenly found themselves over Sonics 1 year ago. Is it going to be M80 reclaiming that spot, being that fourth place team, or could a team like Wildcard, or in this case, OXG, slip in? And with both teams at 9 points, this could very well end up being a game for fourth place. Bans have gone and transpired, and OXG do get to start on the defense, which doesn't inherently mean you're going to win, but Alia Skyscraper tends to go, and especially as the Sky we saw yesterday went, defenses can be easy to come by on this map.
Just lock in for 15 rounds. That's all we got to do. Just lock in.
14 into 12 with a long rehost into 15. What a night.
We're getting treated, baby. 2 shields. And all 3 main shields making it through the banning phase. OXG choosing to remove a Ying and a Glaz. Big execute operator gone in the Ying. And the Glaz as that really annoying operator that can often be a big spearhead in a lot of attacks. Shields have been picked off as M80 have decided better. However, they are still going to be attacking into T and Karaoke. Yesterday, we didn't see much life at all in this M80 roster. And based on how this first round goes, it may be unfair to continue to compare them to yesterday. So I'm going in with an open mind, and I hope that we see a lot more coordination and just a lot more bite out of what on paper has the potential to be a fairly aggressive team.
You'd hope so, to be sure. Players like Gavini, players like Gunnar, who I have to say is a bit more disciplined than he used to be just a year ago, specifically on that defense. Really want to see that bite from OXG too, but that's the thing, is like we want to see a bit more life out of OXG. We need somebody to step up, take kind of that star position, take that defining fragger role, with Grixer being the best player, but a bit more passive, a bit more lurky. I want to see that, but at the same time, it's Skyscraper defense. I don't know if I need to see it now, but you will at least look at some aggression, look at some players over by Exhibition. Gomez swinging around that Geisha stack in the center has found Gunnar, the ace, all the way on the opposite side of the map. That was Diffuser 2, I believe. So that might have fallen either on the balcony. Nice little trade by Gavini. Grixer walking in front of the head holes, ill-advised by the end. M80 will have to recover the Diffuser, but they certainly have recovered the early round.
Just a bit trying too hard from Grixer there, isn't it? He doesn't really need to do too much. When the Azami's in play, especially when you can play that layered level of defense, and Gomez is able to stack those up inside of Geisha, you really need to be taking a bit of an aggro challenge just on the off chance you can get a C4 out. It levels things up, and M80 have had to go on a little bit of a journey to pick up that Diffuser, but it isn't going to hold them back too much. Good control has now been gained over house side. You can start to turn their attentions elsewhere. That player in Geisha is going to be a main focus, and under cover of a Lion Scan, we're going to see Gavini push in.
You need push in, spot the player on the opposite side. Good trade, though. Even though Gomez unread in the very position he killed Gunnar. Hot and Cold able to use that entry. Secure the position, find another onto Forest. That's a big one. You don't even really need to take care of this top black player. You got to be worried. He's got an angle, can throw those smokes and deny the initial entry, but as for an actual angle to contest, it's all the utility doing the talking. Adam is going to be a much bigger threat. One that M80, based on their movements, might have overlooked. They're so focused on pushing forward, but no, see Hot and Cold with that DMR. I like this rotation. Got to try to dodge the smokes, and Yaga still thinks it's going on the breach, but no, it is Adam, who has found that line, who has been able to put those shots onto Kino. Will rotate, Hot and Cold gets that kill, pick Kino back up, but the time is so low. He'll put the Diffuser down, a long rotate from Yaga, and they are aware. IGL on for 4 in round 1. M80 with a vital early win on attack.
That's one way to get the team to rally around you as an IGL, to go in and pick up a 4K. Hot and Cold, definitely more hot in round 1. Some brilliant positioning from M80 there as well. The plant spot, I'm going to be honest, wasn't great. And if Hot and Cold doesn't get 4 kills, then that round really doesn't go that way. Unaware of the player inside of Geisha. They knew where the last player was on those main stairs. It's a start for M80. By no means a perfect round, but a round nonetheless. And as we know from yesterday watching Skyscraper, this map is defined by 1 and sometimes 2 rounds on the attack. M80 have done the hard job, picked up their first. If they can get another here or even 2 more, it's going to give them a much easier time of things when it comes to their defensive phase. Different site though, we're going to be moving over to Office and Exhibition. Still going to be approached in a fairly similar way, either with that across top floor clear from T and Karaoke, or a bit more pressure on the balconies.
A bit more pressure to spawn. Grixer looking a lot like Silent, trying to sit at these windows. So if Grixer were really like Silent, he'd be at top black for 4 rounds. So a little different. Forrest looking like Forrest doing that.
That's a very Forrest thing to do in his current state of play. Just try to give himself up on the entry. Grixer beats him to it though.
I was about to say, it's actually Pablo to do it. Grixer to stick his head where he doesn't belong. Gunnar the opening death in round 1. Tried to abide by the golden rule, give them a taste of their own medicine. The nice thing here, this is always the best kinds of opening kills. You get something like that, you have to do nothing for it. Just checked an angle, get the kill, and the attack continues on as if it were a 5v5. Because what are they going to do? Ash charge from below, open up the single panel, try and probe for an opening on this side, as while the double wall is soft, You can get this Twitch drone inside, maybe shock that BP later on. You just continue as if nothing had happened, as if Gunner had 0 kills to his name.
Second Twitch drone getting sent in now, destined for that BP, but it's taking a little bit more time to think of it. We can see Diffuser making his way in underneath, and with that skeleton key, should be able to open up that wall and be able to apply some pressure onto these players vertically. There's some brilliant information getting sent out for him now. He's got some red pings to go off as well. And the site is going to be a very dangerous place because you can't rotate too much. You're more than likely going to give yourself up either vertically or to a window. Ideally, someone from OXG needs to rotate and take care of that problem below.
And while it might not be necessary to rotate somebody below, if you don't, it's just going to be something that gets worse and worse as he opens up more holes, as he gets time to look at that vert. In the 4v5, it's so difficult, but M80 are just doing a good job diversifying things up, making it difficult for OXG. They'll have to do more with less because of that opening pick onto Grixer. And with how well M80 so far been able to destroy this utility, I mean, look what they have. Still have a nade, still have flashes, still got all the Bs for Gavini. Adam is just around the corner, though. You can't get sloppy for us. There's just no need right there. 5v4, I get it, but you just walk right into an angle. You've got no idea who's on the other side. Diffuser also catching Gomez from below. The vertical angle's doing great. M80 looking weak against Cruelty yesterday. But it's a 4K from Hot and Cold in round 1 and potentially a flawless in round 2. You lose one body, but get the post and the round. If all you're looking is a 4-2 half, M80 have just secured it with only 2 rounds of play.
M80 looking great. Skyscraper really working out for him here tonight, and they've got a brilliant understanding of how to attack this map. Diffuser really self-sufficient downstairs, whilst the rest of his team are chipping away at the utility in the site. He's got himself below and finding success. The early opening deaths for OXG is something that they were talking about on the desk, and quite rightly highlighting Forest because he had a shocker yesterday on that opening pick and fall into it early. In that previous round, it was Grixer, and they just seem to be putting their heads where they really don't need to. Skyscraper's a super strong map for defenders, and there's so much that you can just play into. You don't have to be challenging attackers at the periphery all the time. You can very much wait for them to come to you. And I just think that Oxygen are a little bit too flat-footed right now, and I imagine that's going to be the topic of this timeout.
Well, you actually mentioned the opening picks, but also, like, and to highlight antsiness, I mean, Forrest is one of the most antsy players in Space Station. We've talked about it multiple times. But if you look at that round, Forrest peeks a door that Adam is watching. Forrest peeks an angle that Adam already had covered. It was sitting, didn't just get there, it was sitting there stationary. And Forrest not just peeked a window or a door Adam had covered, he peeked it with one smoke in pocket. He had 10 more seconds of denial right as M80 were about to execute. I'm not saying it wins him the round, but at least it makes things a little close. Gavini ends up getting that diffuser down with 25 seconds left. 15 is still plenty of time for M80 to close it, but again, peeking when he doesn't need to, and peeking in a redundant position, and peeking when he has important utility in pocket. It's not just a Forest issue. It's not just an OXG issue. We've seen it plenty of times in the league so far. But when you are fighting for that 4th place spot, and this game could decide if you're in the top 4 of the league or not, it's mistakes like that when M80 seem to be performing a lot better in their Cruelty game against yesterday. It's mistakes like that that are going to not even keep M80 competitive. It's going to give M80 a strong lead.
Absolutely. And it again just comes down to trying too hard. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to back it up a little bit. You don't need to be getting active all the time. Timeout for Oxygen, though. Hopefully they've been able to address some of those issues. Now they're going down to Barbecue. It was a full 6 pick from M80. I don't think M80 were expecting OXG to attempt one of the previous sites they've been unsuccessful at, but OXG sticking to a rotation here. So top floor control is going to be the order of the day. Kino going to be rocking that sense, so they're going to be looking maybe again at getting a plant down. It's something that we've seen M80 do quite often. Not afraid to get into some plant-focused siege and to really try and play that objective. Was Diffuser looking for something there? Was he looking for like an F-nat or something? There it is.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was wondering why he was like, he was just bullying the Peppers around. I was like, what the Peppers done to you?
jostling. Possibly joshing. We'll find that F-Not, though. Die shortly thereafter, but if anybody is going to push up delivery later in the round, they will be very thankful that Diffuser decided to be so thorough. Ooh! Catching a very important flank. We see somebody... Oh, wait, no, actually. Sorry. I thought it was Buck. There's no Buck. It's just a defender opening up the floor. Gunner. Finding Forrest rotating down below. First time, I believe, Forrest is actually an opening pick in this game, though he has been picked off early as one of the first two to die on OXG a couple times now. Gunner's been involved in every opening duel, actually, so far. The losing end of it the first time, to the second time. And with that 5v4, we'll see Kino with these ROUs ready to carve up top black. Diffuser in a nice position down below.
Forrest at the bottom of house stairs, for goodness sake. Like, he's the Legion. Yaga finally gets one back. It's a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. Kino fallen at the top of those black stairs, but immediately look at Gavini go. He just walks up black and picks two. Surely that's almost top floor control.
I mean, even if it's not full top floor control, you basically got the site ready and waiting. The bow just needs to be tied. It just needs to be taken. They've got the vertical angles. Hot and cold will fall, but M80 have time to rotate. They have time to contest this if they really want to. Could flash the angle, could send somebody to watch either of these staircases. Doesn't seem anybody actually is. Oh, we might have just found a gap. No, never mind. Gunner right around the corner. I was like, I see one putting the diffuser down. I see one on top black. Where's the other? And Gunner right around the corner, watching main. 3 attacks in a row. After OXG just took their tactical timeout 2 rounds into the game. Yeah, I'm thinking M80 are back.
Did they have a long way to go from yesterday? Like,
no, but it's good to see at least.
The bar was on the floor at the end of yesterday. It's good to see the bounce back, and it's good to see the resilience.
I don't know if it was on the floor. Let's not be hyperbolic.
I think it was on the floor. I think it was on the floor. Seeing a Brava removed. I don't recall seeing too much Brava play. That is going to assist some of those electronic gadgets. Gavini just caught 2 people entirely flat-footed there. Just still looking down at angles below. Makes you wonder how he actually got there. Did he come in through the window maybe at the bottom of black?
I'd imagine.
I guess he must have done, but...
I was about to say, I imagine he came in through the window, or he
Did
might
no
have
one
just been
hear
at...
it?
He might have just been at bottom black the whole time, to be honest. I mean, look at how much control M80 had. They had diffuser in, like, restaurant as a whole looking at the site. They had people surrounding the top floor early on. Kino was shooting through the top black door pretty consistently. I would not be shocked if he just actually was bottom black for like 45 seconds and rotated up and people forgot about him. Hey, you know what? VAR.
M80 removing the Azami. Azami on Skyscraper, very powerful indeed. Not that it's really helped OXG very much. It's helped to hold a few areas and it's given some DMRs something to shoot at, but it hasn't assisted them in a round win. And that's going to make things even more tricky now for this OXG side. Things have been going well for M80 up until this point. And that's not to say that they're not going to continue to go well, but just take a look at the lineup. They've been playing some great Siege. They've been playing some really smart Siege. Now we're almost getting into that silly Siege season. We've got an Amaru. We've got the shotgun, no less. Now, thankfully, Diffuser doesn't have the Diffuser. Because if he dies in the site with that, then it's just game over. But also the Blitz. This is going to be quick and it's going to be fast. And the player on black, I don't think they know what's going to hit him.
Oh, no, I don't think it's going to hit him. From both sides, too. Maybe he gets 1, maybe even gets 2, but oh, he's in for a world of hurt. I feel bad for Yaga right now. Around the corner, Blitz up top. Hankov actually will fall by Forrest, but position completely secured. And, I mean, if you're going to lose your Blitz at any point doing anything, this is the spot. He needed to put a lot of pressure on that guy top black. He did so, got the kill, and now Diffuser can play here, set up his flank drones. That's a win, or that's a successful early round from M80. And then you also get the smoke by virtue of taking that position. Powerful utility removed. Happy as a clam.
I'll take that trade.
I make that trade. I don't blame you. Damn good trade.
I'm just glad that M80 made it work and didn't overcomplicate it too much. It was a big setup for one player, but it's a very important portion of the map. And it didn't cost them too much in the grand scheme of things.
Ollie, they got so much time. They're doing side quests. They're half clearing bottom floor.
You never know where Forest might be, bro.
That's true. You gotta be careful. He's clever, that one. He's shifty. Minute remaining. I mean, seriously, though, like, how often do you see the attack going for extra space on T Karaoke? It just goes to show how successful this half has been for M80. Flashes go out. This is a bit of a risky play from Diffuser. Kind of worried about this one, but he just fries that Fenrir off the face of the earth. Bit of luck to that shot, but nothing lucky about anything M80 have been doing overall. Forced in the 2v1, might be able to win this, especially with Gavini on low HP. Could find the angle on main stairs. Ooh, we'll tag him up. It's looking so close. We'll down him. Got a nice 1v1, but Gunnar moving in clean for the trade. 4 attacks in a row on Skyscraper. You think OXG are kicking himself for starting defense?
I don't think any team in the history of Skyscraper has kicked themselves for starting defense. Forrest was nearly the hero there.
He could have won that.
Very, very isolated 2 versus 1. And M80 knew that, and there was not much that they could do. I think Forrest had to make the play. He had to try and impact open the wall to get a better angle. And honestly, if he hits a shot there, I mean, he still downed the player.
Yeah.
But if he hits a shot there, it could be game over.
But you know
As
what?
it stands, they're not that lucky.
You know what, though? Like, that is kind of a good showcase that M80 are actually, like, quite different than what... If you want to say, like Ollie did, that the bar was on the floor, that's good evidence that we're actually quite far beyond that. Because do you think M80 yesterday actually lands that trade onto the player in T?
No, not at all.
I don't
like
think
so. They managed to fumble it. And this is the thing, it's night and day difference. Yesterday, we saw similar situations to that where there was just zero coordination whatsoever. And in that instance, they played a 2 versus 1. They played it well. They played on contact. As soon as the guy, as soon as Forrest swings for the main stair player, the other guy's in behind, shooting him in the back. It was well played. You can't ask for anything more.
No. Like, the only problem is not even with anything Gunnar did. It's just, like, it's kind of an awkward position to shoot around. Like, Forrest is covered. That's, like, the only thing that stumped that. Gunnar was even pushing at the right time. Like, perfect clean 2v1. Can't complain. And like you said, we just weren't seeing that out of M80 yesterday. And just as Cruelty had kind of a miracle glow-up in a week span, it is really good to see that M80, on the attacking side of Skyscraper, are looking like a rejuvenated attacking team, like a team that as a whole has bounced back mentally, a lot more smiles and energy on the faces than what we saw yesterday, certainly by the end of the Cruelty game. And as we go into round 5, back to Exhibition and Office, it looks based off this op lineup that some people, like Diffuser, want to do what they've done before. Some people, like Kino, just can't help but get put on a shield.
Just tend to attract it, doesn't he?
I was talking to Parker about this. It's like Kino always starts the stage playing a bunch of different operators, then it always seems at the halfway point, every team he's IGL'd under puts him back on the shield. Very odd trend.
Not a terrible place to be. We've seen the shield credit M80 with taking some good early control of the map. Yeah, they lost Hot and Cold on the shield, but at the minute, I'd probably rather lose Kino on a shield early on because Hot and Cold is lighting the lobby up. There's only Gunnar 1 kill ahead of him, which isn't really where we expect him to sit inside of this roster. If we're looking at kills specifically, he's not someone that you really look toward to be putting huge numbers up, but he certainly has been at the start of this Skyscraper game.
Ooh.
Now, this Valkyrie camera was actually pinged out on a drone really early on into the round. It's a surprise that it's actually still there. And Diffuser might need to try and do something with that. Great C4 from Yaga, though.
Ooh, great push by M80, though. Again, Kino clears space and draws attention, but M80, they have been really good at following through on this pressure and the space built by the shield. Grixer just spots the shoulder of Gavini, but instead backs off around the corner. Playing passively, Gavin will move forward, but he gives it up. I thought maybe he spotted the Fenrir, but not so. Adam on house holding things down. Force was a factor across the map, but now he's been spotted. C4 going out, nice shot. Diffuser able to survive for a little bit longer, but a 1v1 as Diffuser has to do double duty. Adam can support from behind. Great reaction, isolating that 1v1. Hot and Cold on the rotate upstairs. Catches Grixer completely off guard, and now Forrest, who was spotted just 20 seconds prior, M80 know it's clear. They know he's already used that C4 too, but now that he's rotating up, Diffuser is long on this rotate, but Hot and Cold is right on time! 5 in a row on a side nobody could have predicted it happening. M80 looking unbelievable.
The desk is destined to get M80's predictions wrong this week, aren't they? Yesterday they predict M80, and quite rightly you would do. Today they pick OXG because they're like, hey, if they play the same way that they did yesterday, why not? Why can't OXG win? M80 are playing anything but the way they did yesterday. They're pulling off these brilliant moves, and especially later on into the round, that was a 2 versus 4. A fantastic job of isolating those gunfights. Grixer getting a little bit antsy. Forest getting caught out in absolute Narnia. As soon as Grixer gets that kill, I'm like, right, this should be GG. Bang, Gunner goes down, and then all of a sudden, Hot and Cold finds the space to get that plant down, and Forest is just nowhere to be seen. Because why should he be? Oxygen have an advantage at that point. He should be able to just play below and play a C4, but instead gets caught in the engagement on reception and is forced to make a really long rotate all the way up main stairs. This could be a 6-1 half. Very easily.
Well, that's impossible.
Attackers are moving out.
It's not possible to have a 6-1 half.
Sorry, a 6-0 half. Okay, a 6-0. I meant a 6-0 half.
Actually,
I looked up, I saw 5, and I was like, oh yeah, it's always 5-1. But no, it could be 6.
That's fine. I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Guess how many people on OXG have a below 50% cost at this stage in the game?
Given that Yoga's just died first kill, I'm going to go out on a whim and say all of them.
That's actually incorrect. It's 4.
Oh, okay.
Gomez and Grix are at 40, Forrest and Adam at 20. The only one above a 50, though, is Yoga, and he is now dead.
Is that accounting for what's just happened as you asked the question? Because I think I'm probably right.
Well, no, I don't know. It would be mathematically impossible for Yoga to drop below 50% just based off that one death. I actually sounded like such a nerd there.
You always ruin it with the facts. That was such a well, actually.
Actually, it's mathematically impossible for Yoga to... Bro, like, come on, I gotta get a job.
Just talk about the game, please.
Sound like Jesse. I will. Gomez is the same position he was on the last edition of this karaoke T defense. Well, not the last one, but the one before that when he was playing the Azami. He actually could have been here in the same position, but he's playing Fenrir that time, too. It's been more difficult, though, as Yaga has really been isolated in a couple key positions on a very powerful operator. He's played Smoke, I think, 3 to 4 times so far this half. Good trade by Adam. Able to find Gavini, though, at the cost of a lot of his HP. He's got to be careful he's not isolated here, because on such low health, with the time remaining, M80 might actually take this gamble and try to make it a 4v3. Oh my god, like... Dude, talking about getting a job, I would actually turn off my computer if I died to that. Matt literally sniffing the floor, holding an angle across the map. I didn't even know you could do that.
It was a nasty angle, that's for sure. He's gonna get a second! No! Atom, your teammate has literally just died from the exact same angle. And you're just like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and peek it. No!
Bro.
Don't give him another. He's 10-3. Okay. Okay, normality is resumed.
You got to make plays there. I'm fine with that from Gomez.
I'm fine with that.
You got to take gambles. Plus, I mean, like, what? Let's be honest. Like, what is a 5-1 defensive half really all that different from a 6-0 defensive half? I mean, yeah, but like, you get the point I'm making. 30 seconds remaining. I will say Gomez still being alive and being able to activate those F-Nauts on the backline will give OXG a lot of security to fully focus on the drum side. Even as Hot and Cold goes for this backstab, we just saw Gomez activate the F-Naut on Black Stairs. It's a complete rotation to M80 towards that side, so they can start looking, but Hot and Cold, he's just not missing today. 4K on the first T karaoke attack, and now gunning for 4 in the second. He will be cut down. They might be able to find this diffuser around the corner. Pistol out. Kino will get the diffuser down, but Force has leveled this. He's made it so close, but Kino secures the 6th. Right as we move into the post, Hot and Cold might falter, but with the para 308, M80 make a flawless attacking half land.
What a time for Kino to get his first kill of the map as well. That's no slight, by the way. He's only died 3 times. So he's doing fantastically well on M80 right now. But a plant and a kill, he'll take that. Again, another example of a round that yesterday M80 would have managed to throw. Now, they nearly lost it there. It was 3 versus 1, okay? Someone's planting, so it's 2 versus 1. I would have liked to have seen M80 push together. I think Hot and Cold was maybe a little bit too committed to the corridor for that to happen.
But things happen.
Things happen, you know? But again, another round that yesterday they would have just got, they would have been wiping the floor with them, Cruelty. As it stands, M80, match point. They're doing their best to try and get us back on schedule here tonight. We've had a couple of quite long games so far.
Really
and this
good.
isn't looking like it's going to be one of them.
It's like just returning us to balance. They said we had an 8-6, a 7-5 with a long rehost. Can fix that for you real quick. It's a real shame for OXG too. Like, obviously the game's not over, but for OXG so far this stage, it's not like their attacks have been... It's not like their attacks have been great. Like, they're not doing...
It's not been a highlight. But it's not been a particularly low light either. 48%.
No.
You know, it's very mid.
Exactly. But that's the problem. It's been just very, like, middle of the pack for OXG this whole stage. Beat 7-4 against Cruelty? All right, that's good. Lose 7-4 to DZ? Hey, turned out to be the best team in the league. That's fine. And a close game to Envy? You know, I'd like to see a bit more decisiveness, but at least he got the dub. But then again, a 7-5 to LFO, and it's like, okay, how much do you really have in the tank here? Like, you got close games. We'll give you that, but close games against everybody? Against the whole league, top to bottom? And now your first dominant loss seems to be coming at a team that just got, what, literally handed the first loss a North American team has ever suffered to a Latin American team? And you were playing Skyscraper defense? Now, to be fair, M80 were playing very good. I think we can agree, but, like, OXG giving things away, playing a little reckless. I don't think Blitz and Ying and Blackbeard's enough to get you out of this.
No, I don't feel like it is. And we're still waiting for that standout player. We're still waiting for someone to go, yo, today's my day. I've got it.
2-6?
He's statistically the best player on the team, and it shouldn't be. You know, he's not in that kind of a role. M80, I mean, hot and cold. Talk about leading. Talk about being an IGL, being an in-game leader. Again, opening pick. He's unstoppable today. He's 12 and 4. It's a master bedroom defense.
They're defending bedroom.
I didn't even notice that.
Okay, I'd actually be losing my mind if I were hot and cold there.
No, he got one of those earlier. He can't be mad.
That's true. Well, Yaga looking to take space off the back of this Blackbeard. Him and the Blitz trying to push into this single door. Gotta be careful. Might be telegraphing this a little bit, but the Grims will push them back. C4 goes out. No way to get in, unfortunately, for Forrest, but does spot one behind the desk. Nice little play. Working off that intel acquired by the Bees. Actually, pretty good top floor clear, all things considered. Forrest, I have flashbacks of a Forrest on Blitz on top of house stairs, but thankfully there's no Frost on the board, so we're all safe and sound. Unless Gunner's got a flank. He'll rotate back down for the moment as OXG reset.
Giving M80 time to reset as well, though, because Gunner can now get himself a little bit more relevant. That keeper's going to provide him, maybe a little bit of cover, maybe not. He's going to choose to make another rotate, and he actually picks up Forrest. Forrest, again, just getting caught out in the source. They've got a man count advantage. Finally, they're going to start to push the site, but there's still info, and there's still some great lines of sight.
There is, I mean, OXG making a good call off that. Forrest recognizing that all the defenders are, well, all on him. So OXG move in, even though they lose a body. Oh, Adam just gets decimated right in front of Yaga. 7-0, it's in hand. Losing the first time in NA history to a Latin American team, to baptizing OXG on Skyscraper. 6 attacks in a row. And a defensive win on the off-site. No better way to quell the doubters.
That is the off-site as well. Let's just be clear. Like, Kitchen Barbecue's the off-site. Bedroom is the site we very, very seldom see. But M80 had such a fantastic buffer based off the hard work they'd done on the attacks. But they could afford to roll the dice. And they could afford to not show too much Skyscraper. Which, by the way, is a very low preference map for both of these teams coming into it, so it was a little bit of a surprise. But M80 have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with on this map and in the league again. Putting an end to all of the doubters. You can't argue with a result like that. Let's see what our desk has to say about it after this break.
Mud. If it's not open, then he's in the closet.
Chill.
In the closet. Dead.
Fucking straight it on. G, baby. Let's go.
Where do they plant?
Bookshelf.
Holy moly.
Good fucking shit, boys.
I don't know what that's
fucking
called.
Map. Good
No,
fucking game. Good fucking shit.
You saw him for a minute, Sean.
Maybe we thank Cruelty.
Start attack, bro.
Dang, 7-0. The first 7-0 of the stage. You guys were doubting M80. Gotta eat your words now.
No, I mean, of course, it had to be a wake-up call for M80 for them to lose yesterday, but after a performance that we saw from yesterday against M80, or against Cruelty, you're not going to expect M80 to come out the gate and 7-0, of course. They're still a good team, but what a bounce back. And I thought it was so funny in the end comms, like, out of everyone's hype, Kino's the only one, like, where did the fuse, guys?
Kino's like, actually.
And where did the fuse?
Either way, we have the interview ready as well with Hot and Cold. So, huge congratulations on this 7-0. I'm just double checking that he's here. Yes, he is here. Awesome. 7-0. That is such a great feat. I think the last time, if we are correct, that we saw a 7-0 in the NAL was last year on the Beast Coast roster that you were on as well. Yesterday, a little bit of an embarrassment. So this is something you guys took personally. Talk us through bouncing back. What was the talks yesterday after the game? What happened?
I mean, going into the Cruelty week, we kind of changed everything around. We put Gav on IGL, like he was main IGLing support. More of me and Sean on a frag roll, so we kind of just switched it back, and it went well.
All right, so we're blaming Gavin for the Cruelty game. Put it on him, but one question that I guess I have to know is obviously we haven't had too much time to talk to the OXG roster in our interviews. You guys have now 7-0'd them. From your personal experience and also being able to IGL against them, what did you feel like in the prep leading up to them, what you expected from them, and then in the server, how did it feel to play against them?
I'd say the OXG roster nowadays is a lot more dynamic than it used to be. I mean, before, you know, playing against them at SI especially, like, we had every strat down to the T with what they were doing, and they just didn't change anything. I mean, I think obviously their results haven't been the best, but I do think their roster is a lot more dynamic with Forrest over there. But yeah, I mean, those guys were just feeding us picks left and right, so it really wasn't hard to beat them.
Well, Matt, congratulations. I mean, you, for one, obviously had a very solid performance. I mean, you were just shooting at all angles, taking them all out. And now you guys stretch your lead. I mean, what's kind of the route you guys are going to go now? Obviously, we saw from the beginning of the stage what it's kind of shaken into now. You talked about you switched the roles with Gavin going from IGL, now you taking it back. I mean, what's going to kind of be the future looking like for you guys going into these last few matches leading into it?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we got an extra bullet today, so we're gonna gamble all of our points on the SR game.
Oh my gosh!
Easiest opponent, and hope we make it.
Okay, sounds good.
Love that. Well, it sounds like, you know, the change that you guys had at the start of the week didn't necessarily work out. So I'm assuming lesson learned. What was the reason either way behind making those changes?
No, we didn't make any changes. I was just joking. Gav, that guy's never being put on IGL. He's too good for one to be on IGL. You got to make sure the bad aimers are on IGL. That's why I'm playing it.
I was gonna say,
I don't know if you're the bad aimer. You
aimer.
had the best stats today, so
I was gonna say that Gavin on IGL, like, that's definitely like a hot take. I didn't know if he had a hidden talent or something. Like, wouldn't have expected it.
Either way, thanks for the insight, regardless of whether or not it was true. But I do hope you have a nice rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. You know, it's actually really funny that he goes, put the bad aimers on IGL, because the Blacklight Detail is going to Hot and Cold because he had such a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he realized like how good he was actually shooting today. Not to say that he's not shooting on other days, but I mean, we're going to highlight him right here after the remark he just made.
Oh, he realized.
I mean, it goes without say. I mean, Hot and Cold is one of the longest standing players in the league so far in history.
You wish that was you, yeah?
No, not at all. I retired for a reason. I was tired of this. But I am glad that Hot and Cold is getting this kind of reassurance, you know, going off of yesterday, the performance wasn't great. Coming in today, having the 7-0, the first 7-0 that we've seen in the stage so far, and that obviously coming off of his own single performance, just playing extremely well with the team around him. I mean, it is a huge bounce back for everyone, not just for Matt, but obviously Matt having that display of performance. I want to see going into
I mean, and it's like really nice to see that M80 has done so well considering how their game yesterday went against Cruelty. But then the thing that we also have to address, or like the elephant in the room or whatever, is the fact that OXG had a stinker.
Do we have to address it?
We
I don't know.
do, because like
I don't really think there's much to address. It's a 7-0.
Both of you guys came into this and you're like, yeah, we're going to go for XG. That's the team that we think. If we see the same M80
Well, why
as
do you
yesterday.
think we picked OXG?
I don't know. You tell me.
If we see the same M80, but like the casters were talking about round after round, it wasn't the same M80. And I think it falls back onto hot and cold, like specifically, because when you're the IGL, you take so much responsibility when it comes to your team, and especially against a team like Cruelty, you should have won. So when things don't work out as the IGL, you're going to hold that responsibility. You're going to feel terrible about it. So obviously, moments like that will either light a fire under you or, you know, expose players. And it did the complete opposite. Hot and Cold had that fire under him, and not only did he lead the team today in stats, but he also did a great job leading them to a 7-0.
I mean, to go into your point, when you lose a 7-2, 7-1, 7-0 for that fact, it's not on one person in particular, it's the entire team. And obviously the IGL is going to take the brunt of that because you couldn't find your success. So, I mean, to obviously pivot from one game of just sheer disappointment, then to go into this game of pure dominance, I mean, I think it speaks highly into IGL's and Matt's cohesion and what he does with the roster.
Yeah, we also have a little quick look at the schedule in terms of the games that are left today, because we have SSG going up against SR, a game that we are expecting to be close. I mean, we thought M80 OXG was going to be close, but I guess that's in the past. DZ against Envy. This is probably going to be a little bit more one-sided unless Envy can find that fire within them and take out the top dog.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, the next one, arguably game of the day, two top teams right now battling for that second spot. Hopefully, we're going to see maybe a better version than a 7-0. You know, we'll have to get into the game. And
there's a 7-0 that game.
That would be surprising.
That would,
that would be surprising, but who knows? It's always on the day of. It's best of ones. Anybody can pop off. And for my closing remarks on OXG, they didn't look that mad after they lost.
Force was smiling.
Yeah, so. I feel like that's the biggest downside of OXG is who's going to get mad on that team? Who's holding everyone accountable?
How is it a downside?
Because who's
going to make people to get mad?
Yeah,
I think it's important.
Who's going to make the tape?
When you get 7-0, you shouldn't be happy. I mean, you obviously can't just, you know, change the outcome, but you definitely should look somewhat
shook.
Listen, I was not a saint. Sure. I was not a saint when I was leading that team, but I was holding people accountable. After I left, I don't think there has ever been a single person on that roster that would force people to improve and tell people what they're doing wrong. And that's what we talked about at the start of the stage, and we need to see that. We need to see the OXG improvement, because like I said at the start,
7-0.
If OXG doesn't even make it in the top 6, there's no excuse of new roster this, new roster that. Something has to happen.
Oof. Hot takes or lukewarm takes, I don't know, whatever you guys want to call it, but either way, we're gonna head over to a break and we'll be back with SSG against SR. Wish the game of the day, hopefully a little bit closer. Stick around and find out.
Dodas and Dash together. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gift Road. Their first back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable. They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
Available now.
After we've just seen the first 7-0 of the stage, we are hopefully heading into a little bit more of a competitive game here at the NAL. Welcome back, everyone, for Shopify Rebellion against SSG. Both these teams fighting for that number 2 slot on the standings after DZ. Both teams have had good performances. Both teams have had maybe a few that weren't as great as they were looking for, but all in all, this is what it came down to.
Yeah, it is what it came down to. I mean, we're going to see some good Siege regardless. Obviously, both teams have had different teams that they've gone up against. I feel like SSG has definitely had their harder games up first, whereas Shopify Rebellion has played the easier games coming into today. Both teams have something to prove today. It's a statement game because when the teams at the top, yes, they've made a little bit of distance, but you want to be in that top 2 finish, and it makes it that much harder for, you know, your legitimacy to be questioned. Both teams have made roster changes that they want to see succeed, and this is the standard that we hold them to.
Yeah, let's start off with Shopify Rebellion, because this is a roster that firepower is in the name. We have a great IGL on there. They have all the tools needed to be in the top of the league.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was just another game for them against OXG. Obviously, there's harder teams to come, but one factor that always remains the same throughout Shopify Rebellion is they have big players on the team. So big players will always make big plays, simply put. But one thing that we know from Shopify and Canadian specifically is their objective-based gameplay. They're always an objective-based team, and they haven't really played the best amount of teams to be able to flex that. The denial of diffusing, the diffusers being planted, we haven't seen much of it, but statistically, they are still keeping it in their back pocket. They know that's the end goal when things aren't going well. They like to be able to let their players have free roam, because when you have that much talent, why keep them locked up? But when we talk about the objective gameplay, that's what we saw against OXG. That was a main factor of when things weren't going right, they were able to transition to it and focus on it. This was a beautiful round that Spoit ends up clutching up because the diffuser was planted. A risk for Troy to get this down, but once he gets the diffuser down, he knows that a big player like Spoit is going to come through once he's able to find success. Beautiful positioning from him. All he has to do is make sure that nobody's on the diffuse. He goes for the isolated 1v1. He misses the first mag, but the whole point of it is he sees him get off, and that's where he ends up hiding, buys time a little bit more to a point where whether the diffuser gets off, he wins the round regardless. And then this was a beautiful final round on defense where they know they can use the C4 for that default plan. So they coddle OXG to be able to be forced down the main stairs into the position where they want to plant. They're using the Zotos canisters to be able to stop the garage. And once OXG has little time left, they have to go for this plant. They think, wow, we're free, we're getting this easy plant. They're even gonna get the first pick on Ambi behind the bookshelf, but that's exactly what Shopify wants you to think. Immediately, smoke comes out. And right after, the C4, the final nail in the coffin that puts OXG in an unwinnable position. And we heard it in the team comms in their final moments that they were paying attention to that C4. They were calling out the utility a minute before the round was ever ended. And that was the end goal. And that's the objective gameplay that Shopify Rebellion brings. And against better teams, hopefully we're able to see that fixed a lot more.
Well, it's SSG, which is considerably a better team when it comes to the teams that they have been going up against. So that does put kind of like into perspective today in terms of like a test for both of these teams, whether or not they have taken the last couple of games that they've had against teams towards lower parts of the rankings and able to bring those learnings into today.
Yeah, you know, and I've compared the two of SSG versus Shopify, one being more of a strategical aggression where the other team of Space Station is straight aggression. And this is the history between these teams, between the organizations, obviously going from Sonics to Shopify. But so far, SSG, no matter where they've been played, they've always just seemed to propel above. I mean, 14 wins total out of 21 versus against SR's 7. But the reality is, these are players know each other. They know the little idiosyncrasies. They know what they're going to do. They know how to play one another. It's a big matter of fact is, are they going to show up today in the best of one? That's the most important thing, is which team is going to show up. And I got to say, SSG has significantly looked better in terms of the matchups that they had versus what SR. So for me, this is going to be a testing ground for SR. For SSG, it's just going to be another game for them to really just kind of push the limits with newers and change their play styles and their adaptations. And realistically, their aggression and kind of the mental warfare is really what helps them persevere through a lot of these games. I mean, in this round 5, this is what I talk about with aggression. You know, sometimes the best defense is the good offense, and you see it in this round. Fultz gets this kill on ATMs and immediately identifies, let me take ATMs, let me apply this pressure, let me take the direction away from this attack, where then they just pick apart the round. And then you fast forward into the round next, then it comes into a 3v1 scenario. Jack has to decide whether he's going to play an aggressive here, play it safe, do something, but what does he do? He gets aggressive, gets the first pick, gets the next, knocks him down like some bowling pins, and then just plays the time beautifully. And these are rounds just back to back that just shows the aggression and the type of style that SSG is so good at. And this is a round we really have to highlight, because this is Bang. This is one of the biggest maps, and they take full control of the map, forcing all of Orgless players into the basement 30 seconds into the map. That is an insane amount of time to work with, and the sheer confidence and aggression that they play with, because there's no other team that is clearing a map this fast, similar to how we see. And then we talk about the mental warfare. Ashen will always be in your ears, in your head, no matter whether you're losing, they're winning, he will always be saying something. Now, I have to mention the mental warfare side of things just solely due to the fact is you aren't going to be able to get in Shopify Rebellion's heads. These players are all tentative players. They know how to shit talk back. At the end of the day, you aren't going to be able to get in their heads. You are going to have to rely on this aggression, but you also have to highlight two big players from both ends that I really want to see step up in this game. We've seen them step up in their own right. We've seen them step in certain areas, but it's going to be Ashen and Rexen. This is the head-to-head of the century, of the days so far.
Of the century?
Yeah, of the century. I mean, these two have really been putting up big numbers for their rosters. Ashen historically has been a very good player. Same with Rexen. But again, I mean, it's a night and day in comparison to some of these categories, but either way, both of these players are the current MVPs. I believe they both have 2 MVP games out of their 5 games so far, within it's been distributed amongst the rest. But these two in specific, I really am going to be heavily watching because they have been a very key success factor for both of these rosters.
And they're both players on opposite sides of the spectrum on operators of who they're going to be playing. Rexen is more passive, more supportive, being there to be that backline. Ashen is the entry. And obviously, we talked about the aggression when it comes to Ashen and SSG, and confidence and aggression go hand in hand. You need to be able to be strong.
Absolutely.
You need to be able to believe in yourself. You have to be able to talk your smack in the server. And obviously, it's a really good battlefield. We have SR, who is, you know, the smartest man in the room. And then you have SSG, which is the most brawlic man in the room, essentially. So it is going to be a brain
Best
for
both worlds
matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that, but also going to have to talk about the map vetoes in terms of where both of these teams are going to able to shine. Knowing how both of these teams approach things, I am expecting them to go to a middle ground where they can both excel and show us their full capabilities.
I mean, they both have a pretty similar map pool, so I think you're definitely right. It's going to be a middle ground where both teams can feel comfortable, but not too comfortable that they're still going to have to work somewhat, which is going to end up on Bank. I mean, both these teams, I don't know what you got to prove. You beat up on LFO, the same scoreline. Now I guess you really want to show who's the better Bank player. Either way, this is a good map for both these teams. I think for SR starting on defense, you're really going to try to pick apart at those aggressive roam clears, especially what we just saw in the last round for that basement clear. They completely cleared all of sight. I mean, not all of sight, but all of the map within 30 seconds. I'm expecting SR to play a heavy denial and slow SSG at every single moment that they possibly can to then make them execute with the least amount of time possible.
100%. SR putting up wall after wall to be able to passive out SSG, because we saw a lot of their attacks when it came to LFO. We know what SSG is going to bring to it, and that's where the confidence is going to be questioned. SR is a very smart, methodical team. This will be a prime example of what we wanted to see, which is the objective-style base gameplay of Siege that Canadian brings to a team. Now they're finally going up against a good opponent. Bank is a perfect map for it, so it'll be a great matchup of SR if they can be able to slow SSG down until they get them exactly where they want them.
So predictions then, considering you're both going for a space station.
Honestly, after seeing the map, I think I would change my prediction to SR.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I think I'm still going to stick with SSG no matter what. I just think due to the sheer aggression in the games that they have played thus far, I think SSG has looked more impressive. Not to take anything away from Shopify, I'm just more leaning towards SSG just based off their performances so far.
All right, well, let's head into the NA Classic of SSG going up against SR here at the NAL with Lynx and Extroika.
Thank you very much, Ginny. An NA Classic, though, obviously, Shopify making a much more recent entrance into the NAL. It used to be Sonics and SSG, were an L Classico of sorts. But I feel like you could take any combination of these top 4 teams over the years. SSG DZ, Sonics DZ, I mean, Sonics DZ last stage especially. But as we see, and we're going into Bank, it is a bit of a cool one of sorts because both these teams have not played each other on Bank. But Ollie, at various points of the stage, they played the same team on Bank.
With not only the same team, but the same result. 7-2, 7-2 for both of them, respectively. Shopify Rebellion edging out on the social prediction there, 65% to 35%, with 2 very popular teams. That is quite a difference. More people coming out in support of the Rebellion here tonight. As we enter into Bank, then, what are we expecting to see? Well, of course, we saw Space Station play it only yesterday. Shopify's game on there was a little bit of time ago, but it's 2 weeks. It's not a long time, really, in the grand scheme of things. Looking toward the bans, hard breaches are going to be targeted. Typically, you'll either target the hard breaches or you'll target the hard breach denial and electrification. In this instance, it has been the former. We've got rid of the Ace and the Hibana. Mirror and Warden both removed. That green lights a couple of things, namely the Ying, anything that throws a smoke, and sometimes even a blitz can be appropriate in that sort of a circumstance. So losing that Warden is going to lose a little bit of safety, but you gain other things. You gain things like the Azami back, you gain other things that you maybe would have lost, and certainly there are plenty of tools available for Shopify as they start off on the defense.
It does telegraph a bit to SR or any team where you ban the Warden as one of your first two bans that you do want to run either the Ying or the Blitz if it's left up, of course, by the same extension. A good team might anticipate that, and you could end up baiting a reaction, not play the Ying, and then the attack ends up really worrying, or the defense ends up worrying about something that doesn't actually come through, but no need for all those big, weird theory crafting because Fultz has made it simple and is just playing the Ying, a very logical consequence of banning the Warden as one of your first stops. Ashen going on to the Amaru might be thinking, why the hell would you pick that on basement? And it's just to establish some early control. Likely have some pre-placed drones on that top floor, some cutoffs already established, so Ashen can activate the Scara hook, break through the window, and hopefully, pause for effect, secure second floor safely.
We are pausing.
Well, the pause is over now. We already know it's safe.
No pause on the speed of entry, though. Very quickly taking that top floor control. Ambi, where does he find out? Ooh,
really poorly timed lull in chat from Fultz.
Yeah. So they take top floor super quickly. And now Benjamaster's knocking on the door of server and he's in the site. Okay, great. This is normal.
It's very rare that you see a clip that you just know is already being shipped to the subreddit. It's just like, you can't get better timing than that. Fultz literally drops lull at... I don't even know what he dropped lull at. It was a 5v5.
I was wondering. Yeah.
I mean, they're not winning this round, so I'm just going to hit the bar. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they could. But, I mean, Shopify aren't going to give away, peaks they don't need to. In a 5v2, Troy IGLing... It's just not happening. They're not doing it.
Fortune that not to give too much hope out here, but the fortune that SSG do have is time. They can get rid of these Vulcan canisters. They've got a couple of nice kill holes in the reinforced wall, and Fultz is now slowly but surely burning away. Smokes go out. Candelas can go out, but the Yokai drone is going to be a big factor, and there's nothing to deal with that here from the side of Space Station. No. And as you rightly pointed out, Lynx, Shopify aren't making any moves.
Yeah, he's putting this diffuser down. Should be able to smoke it. Yokais, yeah, it's just like... I mean, Space Station getting into this position so quick, they've got a lot of time to burn the util, but then what do? Is Jan and O gonna 1v5 cover the plant if you bait all of the utility out? I mean, it's possible. If they line up for him, you kind of have to give it some respect at this point because of how long it's been that we've been in this 5v2. All the smokes are gone. So are the Vulcan packs. The Yokais are still a factor. Canadian has to be careful with them. And Fultz has got a couple more attempts to waste some of those Yokai stuns. One sniped out of the air. Okay, hold on. Another behind the desk, but there we go. Fultz down on the floor. Honestly, you know what? I know a lot of the times we kind of flame teams for, making us wait that long. That's actually quite a disciplined 2v5 from SSG. They baited out all of the util and got one Yokai. Even though they lost, I'm actually, kind of impressed with that.
I'm not mad.
I appreciated that.
Yeah. I'm not mad at all. I think I hate to be the person that's super optimistic and all that sort of, but it was quite winnable.
Yeah, it's like they ended the 2v5 and they genuinely burned all of the util. Nice.
I was very surprised to not see the Rebellion attempt any sort of flank, because you look down and see who are Space Station watching, and they are just watching player POV. They are not flicking a flank drone at all. In that sort of situation, kind of surprised to not see anyone just walk down blue. But then again, why would you? You've got such powerful positions in the site. You really just want to force the attackers to come to you. And that's exactly what Shopify did in round number 1. We're not going to be too critical on basement attacks, because basement can be quite difficult, especially when you start removing hatch operators that are going to be easier to, or make opening those hatches a lot easier. I think the only thing that I would be critical of maybe is the lack of information from SSG. It looked like they had a really good control of what was going on top floor, and they did. But to not realize that Ambi was playing in the mid floor, you've left the castle open. Somebody is going to be playing castle. It's bank. Somebody is going to be operating in that open area for sure. You just can't ignore that. So let's see if that becomes a consistent theme or if it was a little bit of a one-off as we move to the top floor now for the second defense. And yet again, we have got Yokai drones exiting the building, just gaining that little bit of early information.
But uniquely in bank fashion, hopping up and down through the skylight. No outside of the drone holes this time. Can't do that. Can't do that on Cafe. Well, I mean, you could if it's the top floor, but... Also, I checked the VAR. Absolutely zero idea what that lull was about. Like, literally not a clue. I checked like 8 times, so...
I have no idea.
Get it out there. Inconclusive result to the investigation. But yeah, good start for Shopify. 5v2. Not much you can really else talk about. Lineup we got from Space Station. Ying probably gonna, well, probably be like a pretty important piece for these 3 rounds, and I imagine Shopify will probably ban it in round 4. In conjunction with the Grim, obviously, very, very strong. Jan, I know, holding those long angles on the Cali. It's always a bit difficult with this position. A lot of tight angles that you got to have good reaction time to, but if you open up Kanto, it could be quite nice. But oh, wait, you can't. The ace and a bottom draw.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of having someone way out there on that rappel, because if anything goes down on the site, it can just be super difficult to try and affect it. A lot of smoke's getting thrown out right now. Toxic Babe's getting sent in return. Surf only has 1 left for the remainder of this round. But SSG don't really have anything in position to deal with the deployable shield outside of stock. Something you might look toward is the Cali, but with J90 out on the rappel and no way of opening that Kanto wall, it's going to be fairly difficult for him to have an effect onto that. And as such, SSG just sat on the players. No, he's going to jump right in. He's right there, man. Oh, Spoit, a freebie.
I don't know. Also, I don't know if they were pinging the window, but there was a ping right on top of Spoit. Maybe they were pinging the window and not the operator, but it does at least look a little silly. Spoit with a very nice 1-for-1. Surf getting one with that shotgun. Ambi a nice little frag too. Space Station just trying to rappel into these windows, and they're surrounded on all sides by defenders. High-low in the middle of sight. Nice little flick by Jane. I know. Hold up. It's a 1v1. Rexon on lower HP too. Jane has got 30 seconds to work with. We already saw him clutch a 1v3 here yesterday, and now it'll be a 1v2. As Surf picked back up, no toxic canisters. Lost most of them to that bait. But Janino quickly running out of time. Position revealed because of that F-Naught. They can get the crossfire, the line of sight on him. Recovering diffuser not going to matter all that much, especially if they can react once they hear the sprint going through the site. He's going to have to fall off to spot these players. The sniper is such a slow fire rate weapon, and Rexon dodges every single shot. 2 in a row for Shopify, closer than we expected, but the defense had that round in hand from beginning to end.
I will continue to say I'm not a big fan of people out on that rappel, because look at what happens. J90, last alive, has to try and make a play with the Cali. Didn't really have too much impact on the round. Sure, he got rid of a couple of castle barricades and opened some line of sight. He applied some pressure. Great. Other ways of doing it. Serious lack of information from SSG, not knowing that Spoit was just laid prone underneath stock window and then trying to just flood the site and make something happen. They had a Ying, they had bees. Not really much excuse for not knowing where people are at that stage.
Well,
really narrow angle there from Rex, and that was a nice shot.
It was a nice shot. I will say this. I mean, like, the best thing we saw from SSG that round was that pump fake on the top floor, right? They throw 2 Candelas in. It actually causes Surf to burn 2 different smoke canisters, right? I think, knowing SSG, reasonable assumption to think that was a real rush. But it wastes a lot of utility from Shopify, but the only issue is they used pretty much all of their Bs on that fake. The Grim had 0 once that was done. So even though Fultz had 2 Candelas, they actually had no util to find Spoit. They still had time to go for the drone, so still not good. They didn't have that intel, but they dumped a lot into that fake out, and they burned some util, but then they only ended up getting a 4v4. Just a poor trade in the end.
New feed.
Pressure on Space Station now. They need to try and find something, and they need to find it quickly. Round 1, bit of a bust, to be honest, with the way that it ended up going. So there's potential for him down on the basement, but from what we saw attacking that top floor, they're going to need to do some serious adaptations. Could be a quick push here into Tellers off the back of Fultz. Is this going to pay off?
This guy around the corner, planning on the opposite side. Surf is literally here. Surf, he's right there! Surf, he's right there! He can't see him! Ashen pushing all the way through, deep into the other bomb site. Holding that close with the shotgun. He's completely past Rexon. Very odd situation as the Yokai also goes flying by. Ashen just causing some chaos. He can draw a lot of attention there. They'll try to isolate this 1v1 on the player. Nice shot, another one from Rexon. Spots the blitz too. No C4, unfortunately. And time very quickly running out. Already about 30 seconds have passed. Ashen getting too antsy, but Fultz can just lock it down. No, never mind. 5 seconds. Where's J90? Another 1vx on Teller's Archives. He is outside of the building. And the Kiba! It's blocked the angle! He's got to burn it! Spoit might be able to defuse in time! And it...
He didn't have time.
He lost?
He didn't have time. He got on it too slow. What a narrow margin to win a round by. I was literally getting ready to just press repeat on what I have said twice already this game, and that I am not a fan of players out on that Rebel. J90 was the last alive again. The Kiba nearly winning it. But Shopify just did not know where J90 was. Why would they expect him to be all the way out there? They threw the Kiba first to give cover from on the table, so that if there's anybody at main lobby, if there's anybody at main stairs or elevators or open, then that angle's covered. But they didn't Kiba the door quick enough, and it took Spoit just a little bit of time to make that rotation across. How the plant went down for a start is mind-boggling.
Oh, that's gotta be... Oh
so
my
close.
God. You saw Spoit's reaction too. He had that. I mean, I couldn't believe SSG won. It was so close on the time. I saw that name pop up and I was like, what the hell? No, that's not right. Like glitch? Bug?
It was a crank round. They cranked it.
Got it. Hey, by the way, that is J90's second 1vx on Teller's Archives in 2 days. First one was by the kills, to be fair, but... Like to see it. Both teams playing or starting on the opposite side they started on in their previous bank matches. Shopify started on the attack against Orglis, Space Station on the defense. So we are getting to see a holistic bank between then and now. The next defense has come out. Big shock, Ollie. Ying taken off the board.
Yeah, Azami removed along with it. No big surprises there. 2 real powerful operators, and this is where we're now going to see a transition into maybe more shield play. Fultz and Ashen both going to be rocking a shield now, and Fultz very quickly dealt with. It didn't last long at all.
How's that just happen? Oh! He down to the fire canister behind him, I think.
I wondered what that... yeah, it was the explosion, and there was like a strange icon on... Well, not a strange icon, but an icon that I've not seen a million times on the screen.
Surf spraying behind him hits one of the destructive ingredients and literally blows him up and then finishes him off because of the fire. Nice. Is that the first time we've seen a kill with that in the NA?
It's the first time I've seen a kill with it, for sure.
Either way, Ben just able to get the trade, and on to Mozzie. Unfortunately, I would trade the Monty for the Mozzie every day of the week. Hamby especially following it up on Ashen, not having the impact. Highest rated player in the league going into the play day. And now he's the second one to fall in round 4. Both shields not having any impact for Space Station in this round. And of course, the whole defense from Shopify falls back. Why hold it? You got a 4v3. J90 low HP. Benja picking up the pace though. Only downside of this position, you are trapped. You got to commit to this. And his teammates are dropping like flies, working off minimal intel. I like the idea from Benja, but it is just high risk, high reward, and all he gets is his 3rd kill of the game. You were still trying to find his first. Diffuser, it has been dropped in dirt since the beginning of the round. Scorched by the very flame that cost Fultz his life. And Shopify have reoriented to carve a line in the concrete of Vault that Newers cannot cross. F-Not reveals his location. Create a little rotate to try to break the stalemate. One rotating upstairs. They actually are both in gold right now. Newers might be able to isolate 2 1v1s. Spotted on the BP. Still 40 seconds remaining and 2 flashbangs. This is not entirely unwinnable, but flashing himself unlucky. Still got one more. Send it deep into gold. He'll Rotate off the back of that. Should be blind. Spots the Legion, but backs off. Just a bit too scared on that, and so worried to pull out the goo mine with the players close by. He doesn't even check behind him. Troy playing so passive. Shopify not moving an inch more than they need to. Recover after round 3. Keep the lead intact.
It must be so frustrating when you go up against that level of discipline, where you've got 3 players,
You're just
and
begging
all
them.
they're doing is just focusing on guaranteeing that win. It's like if they take a point of damage, in their mind, it's not good enough. They need to 100% guarantee it. They only take the engagement if they're sure he's looking the other way. You got one guy that's now responsible for the diffuser and is just going to continue to watch that. Fine. That's a good job. You leave the other 2 to set themselves up for a direct trade, play on contact. It must just be so infuriating to play with when you're sat there as the attacker, just trying to bait something out. You're like, please, just give me a bone. Give me something to go on.
You feel them. You really do.
Shopify are like, nope, not at all.
As they should. I mean, that's Shopify playing good, not throwing away their advantage. Unlucky from Fultz right there. I mean, like, I wouldn't have... I mean, obviously, you know, I'm not a pro player, but, like, I wouldn't have expected that. Like, I mean, how many times have you probably entered dirt as Monty over the years, and that's just such a new addition? It's like, oh, crap. It also appeared so late on his screen, too. Unlucky, really. Definitely what... I imagine, though, from now on, Fultz not gonna die to that again. Gonna be a little more cautious of that position. Nice little learning
It's all a
moment.
one-time thing.
Yeah, exactly. Can't blame him too much. Ashen dying too. 2-4 so far. Like I said, highest rated player in the league going into today. SSG as a whole struggling. I mean, it's Jan I know with a couple really nice impactless or nice kills, though failed clutch in one round, then clutch on time in the next. SSG just struggling for impact across the board at the moment. It's a very team game from Shopify. Everybody getting on the board, even Canadian positive, +1. Really, really good stuff. Space Station look to retry CEO. We've dropped, I mean, obviously the Ings ban, but we dropped the Grim too. Looking like a CEO direct.
Yeah, and looking at what they've dropped it in favor of, they've dropped it in favor of the Ossa. They're going to be bringing the Dokkaebi this time and the Glaz, so still recognizing that Warden ban, recognizing the power of smokes and any sort of visual obstruction, especially if you've got an operator that can see through that as the Glaz. Benj are going to be on the Dokkaebi trying to make something happen. J9O will be able to get in and open up that wall, so with the Ossa shield there placed at the top of square, it's a good option, somewhere that you can maybe hold from at a later point. Yokai drone now rotating up, but he's going to get spotted on that drone and as such just retreat back. A little hop in here. J9O trying to position himself right now. It's Fultz with the diffuser. Benja playing below, mindful of some sort of flank, but Nua's with a brilliant opener there onto Spoit. Spoit no doubt trying to rotate himself back into stock.
Ashen again, falling on a really important operator. Blackbeard last round, Glaz this time. Newer's had such a nice entry on a Marble. He's stopped too. Benj has been in archives the whole time trying to deny a C4 late round, but he might have to get active now. Might have to retake that position on Marble. Got some cams to hack, but it's just too close to the enemy. Full control of stock. Really nice find as him and J9O both start to collapse on this janitor player. But Surf, he's been down there just as long as Benja. He finds 1 kill. Both Thermite and Dokkaebi trained their sights on square, but with divided attention, they're just managing to pick the right fights, find the right moments, find the right angles, and be decapitated from across the bomb site. And J9O wastes no time. Diffuser on the floor. Benja trying to cut off this angle, but the fire extinguisher extinguished. He just snipes him with 1 bullet. It's the easiest shot of Canadian's life. But against Benja, a DMR, does Canadian have any yokais to use? Benjo start putting his diffuser down. He spotted 1. Nice little find. Does Canadian have the second? That might be the difference maker. He's got to push this angle. He'll sprint. Does Benja here? He doesn't need to. He sees him back. 4 rounds for Shopify Rebellion. Another one denied in the post.
I'm so neutral when it comes to NA. Like I've maybe got a little bit of DZ bias because of the amount of Brits on there, but I'm very neutral in a lot of the NA games. But I can't help but smile when I see Canadian pull off a clutch like that. Like, there's people clutch every day, every play day, somebody gets a clutch. But when you see Canadian clutch up, I don't know, just something makes you feel good inside.
Just
and
nice.
It's nice to see. Brilliant
1v2.
1 versus 2. I mean, he navigated it so well, and Space Station, they just gave him the 1v1s. I kind of understand the logic of where Benja was holding, because he was like, right, if he's going to push down long, then I'm going to be there for it. But because the site was so open and the plant spot, let's be honest, a little bit less than ideal, J9O just had too much of himself exposed, and there was still so much information available for Shopify. I think it was so smart that they didn't use that nobody used the yokai, or Canadian didn't use the yokai to deny the plant the first time, and instead just used the information that was on it to get the kill, knowing that the yokai is going to be there for the second time as well. And as soon as Benja shoots it, you know what's going to happen. He's going to get the plant down. It's just, there's layers to it, and it was just so beautifully played there.
The first time I feel like I mean, I'm sure it's not the first time, but everybody on a team is putting in the work. Spoit obviously doesn't need to after his game yesterday, but Canadian just had his moment. Surf having a really good game. Had a really good couple days, actually. Ambi obviously doing really quite well, especially that opening pick onto Ashen. Not opening pick, but just taking down the glass. Very important operator. The Shopify looking very good on these defenses for the final defense. Will go to open area. First time, actually, this half as they decided to go to Teller's Archives as the off-site before repeating lockers and CEO. Obviously, we'll see some defender presence inside of the middle floor, outside of the site. Dokkaebi call goes out. The space station taking quick control of main lobby. Newers will face some pressure as Ambi swings ahead of that flash. Loses a lot of health, but just undroned on Marble Stairs. Spoit cuts down another key operator. And another time, Ashen goes down, being the one to play it. It's just hard to see. A space station might take control of this position, losing that blitz. They're able to find Canadian. I guess the silver lining out of that mid-round is a 3v3 as Ambi equalizes onto Benjamaster. It's just looking like there's so little time for Space Station to figure things out before Shopify immediately fight back. But now they've got control of the site. Now they pushed in and Fultz can put this diffuser down. It'll seemingly be uncontested by Shopify. Nice trade by J9O. Ambi on the wraparound on 1 HP. J9O looking his way. He softened up Newers early on this half. Looks away right as J9O starts to expose himself behind the desk. But all Space Station have to do is play this crossfire. Newers just swings out at the right time. It's still a win for Shopify, but Space Station showing some good planning and execution to end the half.
I love our Canadians had a good round and then immediately gets on the mozzie. He's immediately like, it's my night. I'm active. I'm getting slippy with it. Not that that was any reason as to why the round didn't go for Shopify. Still a 4-2 split. Very good indeed. And despite Ashen falling early, Space Station managing to convert that round from a man disadvantage. I think the set plays from SSG have been much better, and they've found a little bit more success, particularly on those mid-floor sites. It's the mid-floor site. It's the only two that they've won. They won in Archives and Tellers, and they won in Open Area. There's definitely some sort of a correlation to that because of how quickly they're able to get into the building and get that plan down. Mid, top floor, there's a lot more steps to go through. Basement, there's even more steps to go through. When they can just walk in behind a shield and make something happen, win a few gunfights, and have J9O get 3 kills, yeah, sure, they're going to come away with the round. But anywhere else, they've really kind of struggled on that attacking side. I think that Shopify are going to be going into this next half feeling pretty good about themselves. The hard breaches have been targeted again inside of the banning.
As expected.
This time it is a mirror and a castle that has been removed. Castle sees a lot of ban here on Bank, particularly for how well people can hold open area with it. Instead, it is just going to be down to a couple of reinforcements. Maybe playing with hatches open. They haven't been reinforced as of yet. And Bender is certainly making some kill holes inside of small room there as well.
Seen a couple different combinations of the defensive bans on Bank that you and I have casted. I mean, we just had, Mirror Warden. We've had Castle Azami. Now we have Mirror Castle. Warden a bit more of a target ban, but yeah, you're usually going to target probably one of those, either Azami or Castle. Mirror, very sensible ban too. But the hard breaching ban, it just seems to be a favorite for every single team on Bank. Control the hatches. The other ranged breacher to fight that Canto wall on the second floor. Just very sensible for both teams. Ambi, I don't know how the hell that just happened. Spoits just run in front of Ambi's. He's opening up a barricade. That's nice to lose the Dokkaebi that way. Spoits' twin brother is on the mouse compared to yesterday.
His identical twin.
I'm just kidding. It happens.
Unfortunate, especially given that it's the Dokkaebi. At least they haven't lost any of that hard breach utility because they are only bringing secondary hard breach gadgets. And there is still quite a bit to deal with. The way the bans have gone, electrification is available and Benja is going to be playing that. There is a server wall soft as well, which might look like a tasty snack. It's actually quite the opposite, because if you place anything down on there, it can be shot quite easily. And there is nothing really that they can do to deal with that. No Ash, no Zephyr, no Hook, no Sledge. Nothing for that soft breach destruction, so maybe just going to be able to make a few holes in it with a DMR or something along those lines, but as it stands. Ooh, Newers. Takes Ambi out. I mean, Ashen's still roaming around upstairs, and we're more than halfway through the round. He's probably going to stay there at this point because of the sheer advantage that they've got right now.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know what's going on. Like, Canadian's been inside a server for like 8,000 years, and everybody's dying outside of the building. He's ADSing by himself. He's actually tagged up Janino quite heavily. I mean, this is just an attack that never really got off the ground, is it?
It's almost identical to Space Station's first attack, where it was like 2 versus 5 and they end up baiting for a minute and a half. I mean, there's not been any baiting this time. Not really looked winnable at any point,
Huge
even
kill.
with Surf getting that kill. Still 50 seconds left.
That's my fantasy play right there. Now get that done. A similar lineup to what we saw last time Shopify played Bank. Normally, Rexon on Twitch will go for a late flank garage as, well, Shopify are supposed to set up for a server take. Obviously, that didn't occur. What happened? I even think if I went and looked at the VAR, I don't think I'd figure out what happened in that round. I mean, it's just like, it surfs in archives to end the round. Does, yeah, I mean, Newers takes down Ambi, but I don't even know where Ambi was. He's dying on Grim by himself without in a tradable position. I'm just going to chalk it up to first round jitters, to be honest with you.
There's just something about the basement tonight for any attacking team, because Space Station did pretty much exactly the same thing.
Actually, not ground up there, like, who knows?
Yeah, just a little bit strange. We will we'll draw a line on it and focus on the next site, which is going to be that top floor. Full 6-bit complement coming out from Shopify. Going into more familiar territory, I think, now. You start thinking about the lineups that they were playing when they played Bank previously against LFO. There was a lot of Deimos being played, hell of a lot of Dokkaebi being played. Even some Aurora to be expected later on for some of those mid floors as well, but for the time being, it's going to be Ambi on that Deimos, Surf on that Dokkaebi. They are going to be looking for these roamers and really looking to try and isolate some of these players from SSG. As we know, SSG not afraid to make something happen. Yesterday we saw Fultz hiding out and ruling the roost in ATMs. I'm not expecting to see it now on the mute, but there's always the chance with Space Station that someone is going to take up that position.
And pulling a Benjamaster entry into archives in the first 30 seconds of the round. Dokkaebi also alive longer than she was in the previous round. And Ashen the first to go. Losing your Azami that early, a little bit rough. Ashen's second opening death so far, 2 and 7, a player you don't want to fall asleep right now. Janino obviously doing quite good, but despite how close it's only been 2 strong rounds from SSG on that attacking side, and then of course a good first foray onto the defense. Both last round starting out with a team kill onto an extremely pivotal operator, and that player being Spoit. This is probably going to be the first real test for Shopify. Let's see how they actually look. And with getting Ambi in down below early on, getting that 5v4, Fultz looking to retake as Ambi fires some shots around the corner. He'll back off. I will say Fultz usually loves these solo roams with the mute. I've seen him do it on Clubhouse too. He'll put one inside of construction and just kind of sit there, and it seems to be he's doing a similar thing on Blue Stairs.
The worry is, though, now that Shopify know that there's somebody out there, they also know that the site is a little bit light. And it's 3 versus 5 if they try and push this. Fultz is kind of zoned off right now. Interesting that he's placed the mute jammer down there and it's disabled the beepers, so he can transition through that without making any noise. Typically, it's a good sound cue on Bank. There are a lot of beepers and a lot of things that you can move through like that that'll give the game away, but you see a slew of utility thrown in. It looks as though Shopify have recognized, well, the site is a little bit light.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 4v2 on site. Fultz even found out by Ambi, so secure that kill. Unfortunately, that that flank or threat of a flank on blue stairs. The bluff is called by Shopify, and they've got time to drone. They've got time to reset. They've got 4 drones left. Ambi has a death mark on one of the remaining players, who is Janano, the top fragger, on below half HP. Canadian's still got 2 smokes. We still got an ROU projector and 2 flashes and 3 nades. It's hard to see how Shopify throws this. Finding the tight angle onto J9O, a 1v1 could present itself to Newers. Nice headshot. We'll give him that as Canadian falls off, but they're playing passive. They're playing all their angles. Round 7 definitely seeming like just a bit of a hiccup as round 8 goes off without a hitch.
Yeah, you do just wonder if after the team kill, you just sort of say, you know what, let's just see what happens in the round. I think that last round being a much better yardstick to judge the attacks from Shopify on so far. Timeout called by SSG. Obviously, it's never great to lose that opening pick. Ashen, he's finding himself that opening pick quite often in this series, but the way that it affected the previous round was quite interesting because he plays in that double window situation on Azami very well and is able to navigate not only protecting that repel and making sure that there isn't as much pressure that can be applied through it, but providing a little bit of safety and a bit of surety for some of the players that are a bit deeper in sight, restricting some of those angles. We saw Rex in there get the final kill through that very spot. Now, I'm not saying if Ashen was alive, he wouldn't have got that because the round played out the way that it did, but it just goes to show how powerful that position can be and how crucial, if you're relying on an Azami to keep control of that and you lose it early, the round really can fall apart. Ashen needing to keep an eye on that opening death because it is becoming a little bit too much of a theme at the moment.
And it really is just such a pull. It's just a reversal from yesterday. I mean, Ollie, he was tap dancing on Orgless half the time from that same spot.
Exactly, that's why I bring it up, because
I know,
it was
that's what I mean.
pivotal
It's
to
just
a
like-
few rounds that were being won.
I know, it's just crazy how different it is just in the span of one day.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, and made away from getting 7-3 to 7-0ing a team, so it's like, it can't happen.
Yeah, do we really want to talk about what's crazy that can happen between one day?
Exactly. But no, I just highlight again because it not only just goes to show, of course, it was really good for SSG yesterday, as you said, very pivotal to a few rounds, but against a better team, against the only other team still without a loss in NA, Shopify just looked at the VOD, ready for it, and Ashen has literally no impact. The first one to fall. It's just a different caliber of team at the moment that Space Station are fighting against, and the things they could get away with just 24 hours earlier, not the same right now. Shopify are looking to run back something we did see from that first day. I believe what happens here, we see Canadian going through the double door, try to pressure the janitor position via the blitz. And off the back of that Dokkaebi call, maybe they switch things up. That's at least what I recall.
They don't have the Rora, which was something that they did use for
really
this.
annoyed by that.
I am, because I was quite looking forward to watching it. I think
me too.
It's an op that we're going to see more and more in the future. And I quite like the way that Shopify have been one of the early adopters. So they're going back to something maybe a little bit more traditional, maybe trying to keep things fluid, keep things flexible. At the moment, Rexon just pre-firing for what he's worth through the smoke. He's going to be on that printer door.
Yep, here we go.
It's a very heavy top floor clear right now.
Yep. Exactly what we saw in that Orgless game. There's actually nobody here. Defense have already fallen back, so Shopify will take full control of the vertical, and we can start using that skeleton key to open up some angles, though obviously because it's open area, not as many as you would like. Not as many as if it were Teller's Archives. And good for SSG to fall back pretty early. They've got 2 C4s waiting to throw up through the vertical. They got toxic canisters for the site push as well. Not mad at this at all. Really what you want to see from SSG at this point, Ollie, is, maybe start moving downstairs, hold the marble landing, maybe move on to blue stairs too if you want.
Yeah, blue's going to be the pinnacle one, isn't it? That's where you're going to get flanked from 9 times out of 10, so having some sort of a handle on that. They've not really got any flank watch operators. They've got some operators that are going to give an indication as to where somebody is, but only for a brief period of time, so going to require a body in and around that area. At the moment, we've got Ambi pushing down these main stairs. He does have a drone at his feet, and it looks, for the most part, as though that main lobby side's clear, but with 2 players below and options to flank both main and blue, are they actually going to go and try and clear this out? Looks as though Canadian fancies the hump, but sees the barbed wire and can't really give the game away like that.
Really do love that barbed wire from Ashen. Shame J9O falls, though. But with the 5v4, Canadian might just be able to train his sights on pushing into a site and having somebody lock down marble stairs. They've got 4 drones, not a lot. Even have the manpower to spare. Could have Anby set up right there. Ashen in a fallback position. Might have the lineup on that C4. Does the call come out? Canadian pushes through the smoke. Makes it deep. Oh! Down, not out, but just inside of the range to really throw a wrench into this attack. Not since the guns of Shopify are all lighting up the scoreboard, though. Benja trying to retake control of Square, but Spoit and Surf are in the site. They're putting the diffuser down. Spoit not even in the site. He's holding tellers. The guns are all over the place. 6-3 Shopify. Literally just the team kill in the first round, and everything after has looked so clean.
It's kind of shocking that Shopify get away with that, having no pressure downstairs whatsoever. Because there was 2 players for SSG there. One was flanking blue. Ashen playing below the hatch inside of open, had the ability to move up main stairs if he needed to. He was successful in the C4 kill. Nuas kind of found himself in a bit of no man's land. He was tucked on printer window, and with the amount of stuff that was open around him, it was never really a great position. He was the Azami, so he'll have had some keybers to keep himself safe, but typically not where you want to find yourself when the net starts to tighten. As you mentioned there, Lynx, aside from the team kill, there's not too much to criticize here from Shopify and the attacks that they've been giving us so far. 6-3. It's a fair scoreline for the siege that we've seen.
It really makes you wonder what that lockers round would have been.
It does, doesn't it?
If it was anything like 8-9, it'd be a 7-2. It'd be over.
Maybe we get to see it now.
Ooh, I like that from you. I like that from you. Because what if we do see it now? Would have to require a couple changes. Spoit would have to go back to Dokeby, and I think he might be a little scarred from round 7, so...
He's staying clear of Ambi, put it that way.
Actually, how funny would it be if they actually spawn in and he actually is across the map from Ambi?
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm having nothing to do with you on spawn.
Nah, just not even dealing with it. Plus, you can't blame him picking up the Deimos. I'd put Spoit there. Ambi on the Grim.
Attackers are moving out.
Did see Ambi play that Grim. They actually did spawn on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, spoiler, she said, look, this is my spawn. You need to just go somewhere else.
he said, Troy, you take him. Babysitting over in front of CEO window. Spoit with a shotgun and the revolver, of course, on Deimos. Very lethal combination. Got to worry about. Of course, obviously, Space Station also banning the Dokeby, so no option whatsoever. And yet still a very quick top floor clear. I actually don't know if he would have seen Spoit take this position with the Dokeby. Usually he likes to lurk a little bit more on that operator, but I think on the Deimos, definitely very sensible to put him here. Already opened up hatches in the first 45 seconds now that they've banned the Cade. Very simple round from Shopify to start, and honestly kind of surprised. We don't even see like, you know, like teams will open up the hatch but like sit right on it, then drop down with like 2 minutes or a minute 45 remaining. SSG are literally doing a full turtle. Not even. All hatches reinforced. Despite the Cade ban, they are playing it as if Cade were up.
I am really surprised to see SSG not contend for any space up here.
Ooh.
We are going to see a reactivation there of the laser gate, but it's not going to cause too much of a problem. Shopify have said, okay, we're not going to bring a single hard breacher. We're not going to mess around with the Maverick. We know that Maverick isn't that good. Instead, we're just going to bring the tin openers.
Keep it deployed.
2, 3, 4. There are 5 hatches the attack can sometimes open on bank, and that is 1 destroyed. So they actually, if they do want to open up every hatch, they might have to use all of them now. Probably won't matter, but either way.
I don't think, well, they're not going to be able to because Canadian's in dirt and he's got one of the remaining ones.
True.
Or 2 of the remaining ones.
Okay, so Ashen and Fultz are just dead underneath the hatch. That's not ideal. I think Fultz either trying to... The Warden and the Azami were both playing... Okay, he sees another guy going for this res. I think... guys, I'm sorry. I think Ashen might just be dead. Like, finishes him off with the Twitch drone, too. Yeah, I think Rexon understanding that situation quite plainly. Ashen's a freebie. You could leave him alive just to try to keep baiting. Benja tries to go for a retake, but Rexon is not letting anything slip by. 12 and 6 so far. One of the highest rated players in the league, and nobody's taken his spot after this game. Especially if he finds any more kills in the late. Is it a flawless to end it? Yeah, it is. Looked a little shaky against OXG yesterday, but aside from one slip up at the beginning, not only did those attacks look good, but a 4-2 on their defenses as well. Shopify remain undefeated.
we need to stop calling games of the day potential games of the day, because we just seem to be cursing it every single time. We were expecting SSG to have some serious bite and some wits about them here tonight. I'm not going to sit here and say that they rolled over for Shopify, but it was by no means the game that we thought it was going to be.
No, I don't think so. I definitely think for Space Station, obviously, you know, they still find themselves in the top 4, still above M80 at the end of the day, so it's not like it's going to matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but you were hoping for a lot as it's the last time we'll see him this weekend. We'll see him against M80 next week, but before that, we'll see the desk right after this.
Reset. Listen, we can spam for this smoke. They have no nitro. I can plant.
Okay, I'm gonna just start yinging. I'm gonna start yinging.
Yeah, start yinging.
I'll spam for smoke. I'll spam for smoke.
Red hall smoke. Already smoked.
I can red hall. Red hall.
Smoke dead. Smoke dead.
Yo, let's go.
GG's, boys. Good fucking game. Good fucking game, boys.
Bring that ass here, boy. Free ass right there. You can't see.
7-3 victory from Shopify against SSG. A game that we thought was going to be just a tad bit closer. Not necessarily the case, but that's a great showing from SR.
Hey, Fox
Yeah,
called it.
That was amazing. That was an amazing showing. I mean, I had a feeling when I went to a map like Bank, it's really hard to be aggressive and use that SSG synergy. And obviously, we saw Cruelty taking them to that map. Cruelty just, wasn't really well matched up for a team like SSG on it. But obviously, SR, way better setup.
Yeah, either way, we have an interview ready as well with Ambi from the side of SR. You guys have been adding points after points after points. You're on a hot streak, yet to actually lose a game. Would love to hear what it is that you have been focusing on individually to contribute to the success of this roster.
I mean, individually, it's just doing my job. I'm an entry, and I got Troy, one of the best callers, and I got Spoit Willie, who's also entering besides me. So it's just gotta do my job, and hopefully we do good.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did great today. And as an entry, when you're playing up against a team that's very aggressive like SSG, what are some things that you look for? Is there a difference in the way that you play against a team like SSG compared to a team that's more passive?
I mean, I think we're just we know they play aggressive, so just making sure we don't get cut off guard. Just be gun up everywhere you go. Just make sure they don't cheese us. I think we know we can win if we don't get cheesed and we don't get spawn peeked.
Right.
And we didn't get cheesed and get spawn peeked, and we won.
But you specifically, you as the entry, you're going in. Ashton's on the other side. Like, what are you thinking in that moment? Is there anything specific that you keep in mind when you're going up against SSG? You, not your team. You.
I mean, for me, it's just asking for drones, and then also just when you get in the map, it's not if they power you, you gotta think of it they're gonna power you, so be gun up and just kill them when they power you. It's not a question if they are, they're going to.
Well, Ambi, I obviously want to say congratulations for yet another win. You guys are looking flawless, and even for your own performance. I mean, you have been consistent ever since joining the league, and I mean, it's not ending here. And I want to kind of ask, I mean, why no Aurora being played today? I really enjoyed the Aurora play that you guys used in LFO, especially during your bank. I mean, obviously that goes without saying. Certain teams, maybe your theory crafting, but I was kind of disappointed we didn't get to see that because I think you guys really are the one team that truly is adopting Aurora into the meta, and I was a little bummed that we didn't get to see it today.
I mean, we gotta change it up. Usually Richie goes Aurora, so we gotta change it up sometimes.
Well, I mean, you changed it up and you got it done.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's a great game out of us.
It was a great game, and you guys get points for that as well. So you're, I think at this point, second in the standings, right behind DZ, which is a game that I think a lot of people are going to be looking forward to. But once again, congrats on you guys' win. It's been another successful week added to the books. Hope you guys have a great weekend, and we'll see you around.
You too. Have a good one.
Thank you.
I love Ambi.
Yeah.
He is by far one of my favorite players in the entire league.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
No, such a lovable guy. I mean, he's been playing the game almost as long as us.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we were playing, he was
But isn't he 10 years younger than both of you?
Yeah, he was playing literally when he was 10 years old, 11 years old, something like that.
Yeah, he's been playing for a long time.
Yeah.
Gotta start young, I guess, to get into the pro league.
Element.
Qualifiers
are today, I'm pretty sure.
That is actually
the 27th.
Today, right now, maybe even. I don't even know. But yes, Elements. Make sure you tune into that. Or actually, no, stay here because we're here
we
too.
got one game.
Either way, it's been a good game from the side of Shopify. And something that we highlighted, or that you highlighted specifically, Lax, yesterday, was the fact that when we're looking at Canadian as the IGL, he's not necessarily high up there when it comes to that KD, when it comes to, getting the kills, not dying as often. But the Black Light detail is going to be going to him as a bit of showing that today he did show up and he was able to, win these gunfights.
I mean, I think he shows up in the game every single game, maybe not on the stats, but in terms of the overall team's performance, you have to give credit to Troy. I mean, he does do a very good job at moving the pieces around. You saw Ambi give him praise in that interview. But again, Troy, he was shooting today like he was back on EG or back on CTM. Old Troy. I mean, sure, you're not going to be looking at Troy when you see the stats of being like, okay, Troy's going to be the #1 gunner on that roster. That's just not going to be a thing. It's his brains. He is a sheer reason why you can see certain rounds fluctuate in a certain way. And I think Siege isn't just about aim, and Troy is exactly a player that you can watch that you don't have to have the craziest mechanics. You got to have the mindset, and a player like Troy, I would say, plays the game like chess. He's moving 5-10 pieces ahead, understand the moves that need to be made, and even in that round, that clutch round, that 2v1, I mean, he gets the pinpoint kill on the diffuser and then immediately rotates to catch. I think Ben's are trying to go for another plant, brings the round back. I mean, Troy realistically doesn't need to be aiming at the highest level. It's his brain that gets him over the skill gap.
I mean, you should definitely be saying that to some of the newer teams out here because, you know, stats is something that everyone is so focused on and so worried about. But obviously, there's a big difference between the way Canadian IGLs compared to an IGL like NAIF, for example, because Canadian is very micromanaging, very into what his teammates are doing, always making sure every single piece of the puzzle is working and going accordingly, very hands-on all around the map. So obviously, some IGLs like to be able to give a more general calling, let the players do what they need to do, and then just focus on their own game. But Canadian is always hands-on. That's why he's so talented, and you know, he's one of the oldest players, if not the oldest player, still playing competitively, and he's doing a great job. And we saw that, obviously, breaking apart SSG.
Yeah, speaking of NAIF, he's coming up next with DZ against Envy, a game that we're looking forward to because at this point, DZ genuinely looks unbeatable. Can Envy, out of all the rosters that they've gone up against, do it? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure they can, but if you want to find out, make sure you stick around because we've got DZ Envy coming up after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
That whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for M80, and this is Clutch Intel. Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Wow.
Yeah, there's always numbers.
You should know this.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the...
Oh yeah,
all right,
hell yeah, you do.
Oh.
Wait,
Nice.
how
Let me try
wait, the
this.
floor, wait, no, but
Oh,
Guys.
is the
that's
how does
second
this even
floor.
listify?
That is
yeah,
second
like, is it not
floor.
the third floor? That's the second
Didn't know
floor.
that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of
That's-
like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Whoa, what is that?
I'm going for the actual gadget name.
Okay.
Oh. I was wrong.
What? Purple earmuff back here. Nice try, guys.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Nope.
No one has ever called that though. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Final game of today, the final game of week 3 as well. Welcome back to the NAL. DZ going up against Envy, the unquestionable top dogs against the middle of the pack. This really is their time to shine, maybe?
I mean, that bright that's going to be shining on him, I don't know how much is, I mean, it's probably going to be peeking through a little crack.
I mean, we've seen
things today.
we've seen some upsets. Who
True.
knows? You know,
True.
Envy's had some good roots going into the NAL so far.
But it is DZ.
Yeah, it is DZ, but, you know, maybe DZ approaches it and they don't show some respect. I don't know. I mean,
And
probably not.
C9 lost to
Nah, that was.
Yeah, we're not gonna
We're not
go in there.
parallels.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Let's talk about the DZ roster, what you love to call the Swiss Army knife. They have literally everything that they need at this point.
Yeah, they've been so consistent, and there's really no stop to the welcome wagon that Dark Zero has brought throughout this new stage of the NAL. I mean, it's been a cakewalk for DZ this week. Obviously, they're hoping to be able to continue with going against Envy as close to perfection as a team can be when it comes to having the ability to play every single style of play. They can be slow, they can be fast. Really, since bringing on Spirits and Citizens, it's just been able to add so much more flexibility to the roster, and it doesn't look like there's necessarily one weakness that the team has been able to expose on all maps, all different play styles, and every different look. Really, the only team that could maybe contest against them at this rate would probably be SR, and we're all desperately waiting for that matchup to come. But, you know, as we talk about it, every single day, there's a different player that's at the top of the leaderboard for the team that's performing exuberantly. But yesterday, it was NJR, and thankfully so, because NJR has been a player that's been a little overlooked throughout this stage. He's been so consistent, but he is a player that is so good at holding these death spots, these difficult positions to hold. Everybody knows NJR on a rappel, NJR in a corner. More often than not, NJR is going to win that fight. But on a map like Clubhouse, when you're holding rafters, when you're holding dirt tunnel, who are you going to put in that position? NJR. And he followed through every single one of those positions. He held for dear life and was getting kill after kill from them, making it look easy when these positions are so claustrophobic.
I mean, we talked about everyone yesterday, and Nathan specific, but we haven't really been able to highlight NJR because he's kind of just been on that back burner, but still getting the job done. We just haven't been able to highlight him, but now, and especially in yesterday's game, I mean, he was bringing back losable rounds, especially in that basement defense on his smoke where you're talking about that dirt round in specific. Yeah. He made so many of those kills go in the favor of DZ, bringing it back, but he does play that flex support role now where he is taking a step back. He has to take that step back, but he's such a strong piece that he's an immovable object essentially on that bit. And again, it speaks to that Swiss Army knife that every single player on this roster, and when you look at a championship winning roster, I think you made the analogy yesterday that this is a similar to look of Furia. It speaks.
We can't say that. We can't say that. Super tweeted about it, made me feel uncomfortable that I said it. Now he made me feel bad about calling them the NA Furia. So now SR is the NA phase, so that's like the meme I'm going with. So hopefully we'll see them play eventually.
No, but it is crazy though that you're saying like the back burner and then his KD is 13-7, because that is not even the KD of some of the best players when we see for the teams towards the lower side of things. And Envy is kind of like in the middle of the pack, not hitting that top 6, not showing us some things, not showing us some things. C9 at this point, I'm gonna yeet toward the bottoms of the standings.
Yeah.
Because like, what's going on?
You know, resilience and fun is what kept them in the fight yesterday. I mean, we saw yesterday it wasn't the pretty sight for either Cloud9 or Envy, but
Cloud9 either today.
Yeah, well, true. The biggest takeaway for Envy though is they finally got points on the board. You can start to feel good. You know where things went wrong. You know where things obviously went right. And where things went right was actually on their defensive half. That's where we completely saw them claw back. You made a great point as of yesterday, even when I was critiquing them, that their resilience is what kept them alive. And this is their entry stats on their defensive side, that you only lost one opening engagement, but every other one they turned into an opening round 1 that turned into a conversion win rate at 100%. I mean, they were doing such a good job on that defensive end. But that's the thing, you can't ignore the attack because there is two sides of the coin here. You're doing the easier job, which again, statistically, defense will be the easier side of things. And if you want to make a name for yourself, you want to make a name for your team, you also have to be doing on attack. And even in round 1,
their team already has a name.
Well, kind of Envy, but go on and on. I mean, round 1, we don't get to see the setup here properly. There was no drones, a lack of understanding of how to approach the site. Had they just drone, had they just took the time here, they would have clearly realized that Cloud9 isn't even in the site. They could have taken all of Karaoke, went for the plant. Instead, they just get too overzealous, taking too much map control that they don't need. It falls apart. Then you fast forward into round 3. This is just a sloppy pinch. In my opinion, DeMonte should just stay extended, allow the player to come down black, get that pick, player jumping in the window, just go for that proper pinch, but instead it just gets way too chaotic, and it just speaks into these are the faults in their attacks where you have JJ Blast warming up right now, doing a little hokey pokey. But the fact of the matter is we have to see better attacks. And JJ Blast said himself, he knows that their attacks weren't successful yesterday. He knows where they need to fix it. And it's just those small things, if they just quickly identify those in those moments and grasp a better hold of it, their attacks will look fundamentally sound.
Yeah, and we also have the map veto in terms of where we're going to be going for this final game of today. So what are we expecting here, considering you'd hope that Envy plays this out correctly to put themselves in the driver's seat?
I mean, there's no real bad map for Dark Zero at the end of the day. When it comes to Envy, you know that your defenses were very good yesterday, so obviously you want to go to a map that you're going to be favorable on the attack. I'm expecting maybe a smaller map that forces that trade potential, and that's what we're going to see. Cafe, very comfortable map for DZ. Every map's comfortable map for DZ, so let's focus more on the Envy side of things. It is a good map for them. When it comes to defense, they know that it's good. They'll be forced to be able to trade. The attacks is where it's really going to come down to for Envy. They need to be able to at least get a 3-3 split. Anything more would be better for them.
I mean,
a 3-3 is the bare minimum that they need.
DZ is so smart for picking this. One, they haven't shown it yet, so they're flexing their max pool a little bit, but I mean, they've already have VODs on Envy in terms of playing against Shopify, in terms of playing against, who was the other team? SSG. And SSG showing the last one was a 2-7. I mean, DZ is going to do a fantastic job, I'm sure, at picking apart of Envy's defense and exploiting all of their weaknesses and really punishing them because they didn't look convincing on the other cafes previously.
So then when it comes to predictions, obviously, I'm assuming.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? I have been saying obviously, and then you guys go, no, I'm actually going to go for what was it? It was M80. I'm actually going to go for OXG because, like, OXG.
And we were wrong. So, I mean, but that being said, for Dark Zero, really smart map. Makes perfect sense why they'd go to it. They have footage, confident on it. When it comes to Envy, if they can change, like you said, they know what they did right, they know what they did wrong. If they can do right what they did wrong against SSG, not play scared, be able to play off of each other and trade, they'll be a lot better suited for Dark Zero.
It might still not be enough, but either way, they are going to give it a try because at the end of the day, this is their chance to get points on the board, whether that's by winning or pushing this to OT. It is Envy's chance to push themselves further into that top 6. DZ's chance to prove themselves to be the genuine top dogs. We're ready to head into our final game of today. DZ going up against Envy with Extroika and Lynx.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. Lax, I'm so glad that you came in with that point about Envy on Cafe because I was going to get ready here to really disagree with Fox. And that's unlike me because I've been a lot of what he has said here tonight, but I'm not too sure that Cafe is going to be the map that Envy think it's going to be. Dark Zero, this is a map that they are very seldom taken to. It is one of their highest preference maps, and with them being one of the best, if not the best team inside of North America at the moment, I guess the social vote stands to reason at 89% to 11.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, obviously, you know, are Dark Zero the best? Technically, points-wise, no, after the game against Shopify. But we currently have 2 undefeated teams in NA. And, I mean, it's Playday 6. We got the Super Week in a couple weeks. We might as well start talking about it. I mean, I'm really hoping we get a rematch from last stage where we had not only all 15 rounds in a map, but all 45 rounds in a best of 3. Based on how it's looking, I'm excited for that Dark Zero Shopify game on Playday number 8, but I'm really looking forward to see if Dark Zero can get a best of 3 there. But we got a best of 1 right now to get underway with. It just is against a team that, unfortunately, on Skyscraper to be fair, but struggled to put together more than 1 attacking round. That ended up being the difference maker as Envy got their first victory over Cloud9. And they get to start out on the defense of Cafe here, but it hasn't really mattered what starting side DC have had, right? I mean, their worst side is defense. They've only won 65% of the rounds they've played.
Only.
Attack. Got a crisp 71, baby.
Yeah.
5 VO1s, of course, but yeah.
The mark of a good team, isn't it?
Actually,
if they're attacking,
and you know what? It's actually kind of a weird trend inside of NA. We actually have a couple teams like that. You wouldn't think so, but M80, they're like that. Better attacking percentage. Cruelty, they are like that. SSG, attacks and defense about tied. It is. You are correct. Like, you're not wrong. It is just like weird that this stage in NA, it's like there are quite a few teams, both at the top and the bottom of the scoreboard, where the attacks a better side. Just a bit odd, but
for the teams at the top, you can kind of explain it behind them having just great games against weaker teams and starting off on the attack potentially.
Yeah.
That's always a way of it sort of skewing the numbers a little bit, but they've still got to go out there and win the attacking rounds. Like, if defenders don't do anything and the attackers don't do anything when you load into a lobby, the defenders win. So as the attacker, it is your prerogative to make something happen. So you really can't take it away from Dark Zero. Looking more specifically to Cafe and where we are starting here for our final game of the night. like we're a little bit ahead of schedule now with the way that some of the games are going. I know with a couple of long ones, a couple of lightning quick games in the middle. We've got the Architects operators removed, Castle and Dazami both taken away. Ying and Capital now. So
let's go.
Know how that makes you feel, Lynx.
Makes me sad he's not being brought, but I'll accept it. Especially when you got Pamazoo on the Dokkaebi, Spirits on the Deimos. I will say, actually a bit of a surprise, every single shield op available in the first 3 rounds. Normally we see a lot of teams ban the shield against Spirits in one of the first 2. Because he likes to play that operator. But getting deeper into the stage, maybe it's falling out of practice, and Envy maybe just got some greater priorities. I certainly don't blame them for taking out that Ying. Don't blame him for taking out the Capital either, but Spirits with the AK in hand, working pretty far up. Completely isolated Twist. Easy 1v1. Another one around the corner. He just sprints so far past. Emilio can't even play the trade right there. Drone will spot him. Spirits is just completely unbothered. He's just tanked to C4. He's killed another guy on the floor. Rival will get the trade. But he's got 2 different players covering his back on white stairs. Not just NJR who gets the kill, but Citizen on the other white window. Snake might be picked up inside of the site, but Spirits is not only the spear, he's literally the handle too.
I mean, it's still with a minute left now. Hatches can start to be open, Vert can start to be made.
He didn't even know.
A lineup that was pretty C4 heavy. Surprised to see from C4 in the pocket. They've all expected. They do have the vertical control, but do they have the information? Snake is a little bit unknown and maybe a bit loose out there in reading at the moment. Nath has the diffuser and has the ability to drop, but with these players playing off-site, hence the vertical pressure, not allowing them to be in the site. Got to wonder where they are, and if they're on the periphery, they are or could be in position ready to catch. Some util getting thrown in now as JJ on a very aggressive roam.
Very aggressive indeed. NJR caught off guard. We only got 10 seconds left. I was about to say, this is looking like an NV round. Citizen hops over. Very, very low time. Nothing for Pamazoo to do. Nice kill, but based on how this started with that aggressive push by Spirits up White Hall, yeah, Pamazoo will just fall off the diffuser. Envy win the first round. It did not look like it was going to end that way.
This is the thing that I really like about side, is that they're fearless in the fact that why not? Why not make a rotate? Yeah, we've got advantage in this situation. We've no utility to deny a plant from. We can't sit in the site. We know that we're about to get pinched. Okay, we'll play 1 guy in pillars and we'll have JJ rotating upstairs, and they wet it. And you know what? They actually didn't. Uncharacteristic for Dark Zero to drop around on the attack there, given how much we've been praising this team for their attacking prowess. But round 1 of Cafe goes Envy's way.
And can't complain either. I will not be complaining about that very, very strong start. Only able to get 2 defenses against SSG the last time they played Cafe inside of the NA League. Already 50% of the way there. One of those rounds is 1v2. So, very solid start, especially since, like you said, the individual play from JJ, keeping composed. Dark Zero also caught a bit scattered in that round. And all of that, you still get to go down to the bottom floor as the next site. Feeling quite good. We'll see what the setup is as JJ bringing out the Clash. Can rotate all across this bottom floor as with the hatch reinforced teams, Envy are not going for the roam. So there'll probably be some bottom white players. JJ could reinforce there. Code check, Bakery. He can go wherever.
I like how Envy are willing to not grant access or not give away access for free to the building. It's quite an aggressive hold that JJ's on right now. He's got the full garage reinforced, playing the Clash. He's got a little bit of support on the backside as well. Isn't going to be entirely straightforward to try and deal with this. DZ don't exactly have a wealth of hard breach that they've brought to try and, you know, open up garage and open up bakery and everything else that they may want to do if they want to get the hatch inside a kitchen, for example. They have to be a little bit cautious as to where they choose to use that util. For the start, I'm just going to check that upstairs and already get somebody in, taking that ground and making sure that nobody can make a late rotation. We've got Nath to lock that down along with NJR. both rotate operators here being brought, or anti-rotate operators, should we say, in the Gridlock and the Nomad.
Team of the night.
Can start to turn their attention in toward this dining area. 2 Selmas used for the hatch.
Got to. No harbor charges.
No other option. Yeah,
no other option, exactly. Bambazoo, nice little find inside of the site. Kind of a sleeper operator we don't often talk about on Bakery is when a Rooney gets played. It's not really the utility. It's just with how long or how many long angles are on this site. Having that DMR in play, whether she can peek from Bakery to Freezer or Freezer to Bakery. Just an operator generally you got to worry about with that damage, that ACOG. So getting Twist off the board, you're not going to complain about. You're going to start focusing on bottom white now. You got plenty of utility to do it too. 2 nades, got the Deimos to track this player. It's going to start getting real antsy, I imagine, and likely start falling back. As Envy underneath these vertical holes. We see Rival spot 1 on Brown. Be careful. Oh my god, he's just fried him. Just smoked him off the face of the earth. Brown bar player spotted. Without advantage, you're more than fine with it. Is he going to collapse on this player? Emilio trying to fall back. He overstays his welcome. And the clash even. Oh no, the smoke getting on the action too! JJ trying to support. Both end up paying the price. No good deed goes unpunished. We saw a crazy Snake 3K against Shopify on this map. Is it going to happen here? Well, I do not think so. Down he goes. Good night in round 2.
Got himself an exit frag, but that's all it was ever going to be. DZ very quick to react there. I like how they just kind of ignored the clash in Garage.
Just
it was
didn't
definitely
care.
Well, there would have been a temptation to just be like, oh, there's a clash in Garage, we need to get rid of that. No, just stick to the plan. Take the top floor, open the hatch. They didn't have the whole utility to deal with that at that time, and instead of fighting there, they fought where they were a lot stronger. The shot from NJR, though, on those brown stairs, I mean,
I know.
That was just... Was that a nice shot? Yes, it was. Like, we have credited NJR. It was a lovely shot. Well done.
He's Mayor McCheesin after that one. He's just sitting there pleased with himself. Might be
well,
2.
So it should be. A much better round from DZ. Far better understanding of taking that map control, and it does just go to show what they can do when they've got a little bit more space to work with. And I know that I'm critical of that top floor, but it does remove a lot of space to work with, because when you're in the basement, you know, if you want to try and hold the top floor, it's a long old rotate, it's a lot of util to commit.
Hatches opened up.
As soon as you give that space over to Dark Zero, they're more than willing and more than capable of operating in it.
Yeah. We got the first round in. Big shock. With every shield left up, Spirits will take one eventually. Bring it in the 3rd round. We'll see how effective it is. It'll be good for this top floor clear. Saw him push up Whitehall as Deimos. And if he wants to do the same thing, he'll feel even more confident to do so on Blackbeard. We will see some top floor pressure from, well, from DZ, I'd imagine. No, it's too early. I like to be a full clear. Oh. Drone flies in. We'll spot Snake. You'll have to back up. No Azami on the board because it's banned. Means you'll have to fall back to Pixels. Got the magnets to play behind. Like that from Snake. Tries to get some info. He's humble. Doesn't try to push it too far.
No, just plays within the limits. Knows where the utility is and is happy to play behind it. Mirror windows are going to take some dealing with here. It's not like we've got an Ash or even a Twitch to try and get rid of that. So they're going to need to be punched, and the players really uprooted from sat behind them. The moment for Spirits, he's just walked onto that garage door. He's anticipating a run out.
He is not.
And I'll be honest, I don't think the run out's going to come.
He's not looking away. There we go. Pretty quiet. A lot of setup from DZ. Oh, hello. C4 and nade goes out, but it's only Spirit to take the bulk of the damage. He does not care. He's just hopping into the building, moving to clear out bathroom as Twist has completely given up the position. Every defender, save for one, has fallen back through Cocktail down to the site, and actually that last defender joins him the moment Spirits even considers looking his way. All 5 defenders now inside of the site.
That's a hefty rotate from Envy. I mean, they've wasted 2 minutes. They've done some fantastic work there.
Can't blame them.
I was sure that Spirits was going to die on that rappel in, though. Ooh, 1C4 going to dodge there.
Only one left.
I mean, is DZ's position looking particularly good here? They've not got anything to make quick vert with. They can make slow vert. They've got some breaching charges, but for 35 seconds, you'd maybe want a little bit more here. Nate's going to rotate and open up that piano hatch, or at least leave it as an option for later. They are going to have to drop and get something going here, and he also holds the diffuser.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this. Like, a late execute really works if you got a sledge or a buck, but, I mean, if JJ's going to be peeking like that, you're not going to complain. NGR holding the back line. Spirits doesn't shoot the C4, but he tanks it instead. We'll take that one. Bit of a Pyrrhic victory in that 1v1 versus the utility, but Spirits does his job. Soaks up the damage. Emilio will pop the head off NJR. But an attack that Ollie and I were quite worried about once they get that 5v4, NJR on the back line. No, Vert be damned. Dark Zero with 2 in a row.
I don't know what it is with Nath at the moment, but he seems to have C4 plot armor. I don't think I've seen him die from a C4 all stage. And he is, I'm not going to say tanking them consistently, but they are doing very little damage to him. He is very lucky at the moment with the way that these C4s are landing. That C4 goes off. That round is dead and buried. And to be honest, is it a bad way for Envy to rely on winning the round by getting that C4 kill? It's not horrendous. DZ didn't put loads of work in there for that plant. They did a top floor clear, didn't do the vert control, and then just tried to have a Blackbeard hold the plant. It isn't a reliable way to get the diffuser down. Nate did take damage there as well. He must have been just outside of the kill range.
By attackers.
I just... Spirits failing to shoot the C4 dying, and then the guy planting not dying is really funny. It's just like, oh, that's... I feel bad for the defender. Like, oh, I got a kill! Ah, the plant's gone down.
Yeah, like, oh, it's all right, I've stopped the plant. Just stay alive, stay alive.
Oh, I stopped the plant! No, you killed Spirits! That guy's not planting. That guy's never planted. It's all good. Dark Zero already guaranteeing a 2-4 attacking half on Cafe. Envy not trying reading room again. Well, they did, and they, you know, didn't go great. But now moving over to the mining side instead on the second floor. Dark Zero just not complicating things. I mean, Ollie, we had 3 shields up. Spirits only plays it once. We got Dokkaebi up. Only saw that once. Instead, it's a lot of boring ops. And I don't mean that as an insult.
It's a weird flex. It's a weird flex.
What do you mean?
Well, they can win rounds with the boring ops.
Exactly. Bro, this is NGR's 3rd round as striker.
He just really wants those claymores and those nades.
Like...
Leave him alone. Is it one nice shot and just like, I'm retired to striker. I'm a striker main now. Oh, what a great nade thrown in. And the hop as well. Look at the coordination there from DZ.
Just a beauty.
Pinpoint accuracy onto Twist. He's still yet to find the scoreboard, and that is not his first opening death either.
Pambazoo follow up onto the second. I mean, 5v3, a minute 10 seconds into the round. You know Nath is smiling when he gives that reset call. Start droning, you still got 6 of them. Playing for the util, you still got all boogie drones in pocket. You still got a nade for Striker. They're throwing C4s, and they're missing. There is a pre-placed on the floor. I am curious if one of the 2 remaining defenders, yeah, I was about to say, there we go. Rival does still have it in play, and it will take down Spirits on the demo. So good little mid-round utility usage by Envy. Still down a body.
They've removed Spirits. I mean, it's handy to find out where people are, but realistically, you might be better off watching the cameras at this point. There's still a man count advantage for Dark Zero. They can start to rip open this floor, and with how quickly they took control of the top of White Stairs, it feels like they've been in this mid-round for an eternity.
Well, seems eternity has an ending, and it'll be in the next 50 seconds. I mean, Pambazoo and Nafe are both on low HP. Well, there's Nafe. Bye-bye. Rival have to be on for the ace. Or to tie the game 2-2. Got no C4. Unclear what intel he has. He's seated side control. Citizens found him out. 3 rounds in a row. Dark Zero guaranteed a tie half, as everything after the first round has all come up Dark Zero.
It's at this point you just put the first round down to just first round. It's the first round, so what?
Actually, Ollie, I actually just got a potential fun fact from our assistant producer, Crater.
I'm going to judge whether it's fun or not.
Apparently, in Dark Zero's game against Orgulus on Consulate, apparently, this might not be true, but Spirits as Blackbeard also died to a C4 when it was meant for Nath.
This is what I mean. Nath has got some sort of Teflon suit on that just repels C4s.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he got a new deodorant.
He said round 4 against Wildcard yesterday. Oh no, Nath died to a C4 round 4 Wildcard against Wildcard yesterday, and then a C4 is meant for Nath. It killed Spirits instead in the Orwis game. Honestly, you got to give credit to Spirits. He is baiting his life. Like, the 2 C4 kills there, and then even though he lost it, go back to round 1. Spirits was just sending it down white, and he had 2 people baiting him on windows.
No one talks about that when they bring up EPS.
Nobody does. Nobody talks about that when they bring up EPS.
And I think that's a crying shame.
We talk about expected player score. Nobody expects that. Ridiculous. Shout out Eddie. Rob to the EPS impact. He was laying down the law on smoke earlier with no kills but all map control. That's not even a bit. If you missed that game, he was holding it down on Skybridge.
That feels like a long time ago.
It was about 5 hours ago. Actually, it was about 5 hours ago.
Tactical timeout there for Envy.
Think it's gonna matter?
As we were flapping our gums. Too little, too late. I mean, did they take the timeout a little bit earlier than that? They've only got a couple of rounds of the defense left. I'm not entirely sure how much value it will have had, but it's taken. And they can move forward. Previously, when they played this map, they were only good for 2 rounds on the defense against SSG. SSG, obviously, a very different beast to Dark Zero. But if they're looking to either equal that or dip, they're going to have to pull their finger out in rounds 5 and 6. That is for sure. Rival getting a little bit frisky with a run out there on Snowdoor. Takes a little bit of damage for his trouble and gains a bit of info, but really thinks better of it and decides to retreat back to Christmas.
You see what Nate's playing?
Aurora.
I know. SR might disappoint. DZ coming in. Seen actually, aside from SR, seen actually a couple teams bring the Aurora when attacking this kitchen bomb site on the first floor. Seen a lot of teams put a door on the small bake double leading to bottom red. Also seen some teams use it for the backside. I think I saw SR use it on the backside in actually their cafe game against Envy on Playdate 2. We'll see what Dark Zero decide to do, as Citizen is just creeping down white stairs at the moment. Concerned about anybody that might be roaming on this middle floor, but as we can see, there's nobody there. Fully secured for Dark Zero as Pamazoo gets to work on that buck, still without a death, as he fell off the diffuser in round 1 despite the round loss. So Pamazoo could still maintain a deathless streak depending on how round 5 ends.
We did see the Aurora quite a lot from SSG. They brought it 3 times in their game against Envy, so they should be ready and waiting for whatever. And there's only so many doors. There's only so many doors it's worth putting on. And we should be able to deal with this, but one of my main worries is how much map control they've given. They've really turtled into that bomb site. Now with all the vert being made, it's time to leave the bomb site and hopefully not get caught on the periphery. They are going to two-brow the hatch. That's a nice adaptation. Easy have been a little bit light on that hard breach. Commented about Rival retreating back to Christmas. He hasn't actually left there, and he's got another Zoto in pocket, which should help to delay a little bit of this time. Spirit's seeing if there's anything he can find in Bakery. He's likely going to have to tank that laser gate if he wants to try and move through. Unfortunate for Rival, he's going to DC from the game, and well, a round that was looking difficult for Envy just got a bit harder.
Yeah, not a bit harder, a lot harder. NGR finds one, smokes the second. That's the second stinker NGR's hit on somebody holding a power position on Bakery. You find one, Rival reconnects, but just rough for Envy right there. I mean, obviously, Dark Zero looking good in that round with the full setup and a complete turtle on the bottom floor, but never want to give the 5v4 to Dark Zero. A little bit of a strange asterisk on that round as a result, but I mean, now that DZ up 4-1, starting to look rough.
You get that feeling that it's only going one way and it's going there a lot quicker than Envy would have liked at this point. I think regardless of the rival disconnect there, it was always going to be a difficult round. The thing that Envy did have going for them is that despite giving entire map control away to DZ, DZ was still fairly slow in doing what they were doing. There's around 25 seconds left on the clock when they start really pressuring points. But if they've spent all the time leading up to that setting up, can't really argue with it, especially when the end result is another round on the attack for Dark Zero. Envy really searching now for answers. Snake going as far as the dock. A little bit of extra HP, maybe an ability to hold a power position for a little bit longer, soak up a nade potentially. Not sure if that's going to be the big difference maker for this mid floor. DZ have had a very clean take on the top floor multiple times. Often spearheaded by a shield and a nade in conjunction with one another. We're going to be looking for that again. Snake trying to get any advantage he can here with an attempt at an early round spawn peek, but nothing's going to present itself.
Can I be like a nerd for like 5 seconds?
I think this is the last time you're allowed to do that this evening, so yeah.
We saw a little bit of NGR banking a nade off the bottom of Dining Door to try and like land on a Z-ping, and for like the past 2 minutes, I'm like, what the hell was he trying to do? If you guys remember what I'm talking about, it was literally last round. I'm pretty sure there's a pre-play C4 on the floor, and they knew about it, but didn't know like exactly where to shoot it, so he tried to like nade it through the floor.
Did it work?
Well, it detonated the C4, so kind of. Like the nade didn't, but yeah, that's where it was. It was right on right where our observer went. Thank you, Battery. Shout out. Anyway, I was really curious about that. Spirit's back on the shield. Obviously, Nomad banned as we were moving into the second half of this attack, so every single shield has been available for him to play. It's been complete discretion from him. Said, nope, I don't need it. Run to the death marks, but now that we get to this final attack, he'll full shield and, well, look right at the C4.
Oof.
Taking half HP. Destroys the barbed wire in the process. Won't complain about that, but he's very much aware these vertical angles are a bit problematic for him with his feet going to be exposed. Another opening pick for Dark Zero. I think that is every single one going the way of DZ. All 6.
NGR hitting the wall. He knows he's not going to get the nice shot that he's after, but he's going to bait it all the same. Emilio in a tough spot. Another nade being thrown in on Lumber. And again, I mean, I literally said it a minute ago. A nade and a shield. It's been exactly what DZ have been using to try and bully their way through this top floor. It's been so effective. Spirit's ADSs takes Rival down. There's a minute left and there's only 2 defenders alive.
You can see Dark Zero playing with him. NGR's dropping lol. Spirits is unshielding for literally no reason. And then he still kills the guy retreating down Laundry Hatch. You know what the best part is? They got 40 seconds left and they're not going to troll this. I mean, like, they could, but, like, they're not going to rush in when they don't need to. I mean, like, obviously they could troll it, but they're going to at least take the next time to get all the info they can, set up their utility. NJR still got 2 nades. He can clear out the close angle. He can clear out the default. Twist is also setting up for a full reading plant, and actually, Nate looks like he might drop into this. This will catch him off guard. Good find. Twist will keep control of Pillar. That'll keep DZ on their toes, and Millie are actually finding it too. Oh my god, they actually could troll this. Oh my god, they actually could! It's NGR, the 1v2! Could deny the 5-1 half. Knows one's in the corner, but they got this crossfire set up. Nade around the corner. Just sees the head. They actually trolled it! Smiles on Envy as DZ actually did find a way to lose.
Oh, as soon as you said it, I'm just thinking they're gonna throw it. They're gonna troll.
I did say, okay, they could still troll it, but they will take the time to find the right intel.
No, they just trolled.
I mean, yeah, but like, you know, I tried to save myself a little bit.
It was a 4 versus 2, and they just entered Troll Town.
And
Population Dark Zero right now.
And Envy got the same amount of rounds, same half that they got against SSG. And you know what happened after that?
Yeah, they didn't win the round on the attack.
No, they didn't. But they did beat C9 yesterday, so I at least have I have some hope. I think, as JJ mentioned, he acknowledged the attacks on Skyscraper were, to use his words, piss poor. Hopefully they've gone back to the drawing board. Obviously, different map. But they have played this twice so far. And they had a very close game against Shopify all the way back on Playday 2. And you can see they're feeling quite energetic, quite happy after that second round. Going down 4-2, not really harming the mental at all. I have to imagine, JJ probably a pretty good IGL to have when you're losing.
Oh, I bet he's very cheerful.
Yeah, always seems to be bringing the energy.
Yeah.
Never really seems to get down. Probably really good for the vibes.
I love how we're in round 7 now. Well, we're waiting for round 7 to start, but
We are in round
Hamzu's
7.
died once.
Saved the KD in the first round. Like, honestly, like,
Serious KD save.
real beta move from Panba.
Who's
Give
got
it up.
Pamba for their fantasy?
Me.
Because they're going to be pleased. Oh, brilliant. Okay.
I have been pleased, let me tell you. It's been a good time.
I remember now, actually. Yeah,
Good time to be Lynx FPS. The artist formerly known as Casting Lynx. Now, Pamazu's been doing great. What was the joke I made to you? I was like, I can't believe you guys didn't pick up Pamazu when we're playing an online domestic league.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. In hindsight, it makes a lot of sense.
Not that he's a bad player on internationals. It's like Panba has always been like a top 5 team. And like going back to my first year, like Panba has always been one of the best teams in the regional league. So, yeah, he's doing good. Big shock.
I mean, I've been pretty pleased with Nath. That's been my pickup from DZ.
That's a very recent pickup.
No, but as in, like, that was my pick from the DZ roster was Nath.
Oh, I
for my
see.
fantasy.
Gotcha.
So, like, I've been very pleased with how that's played. I think this is the quietest we've seen him in a game so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. And honestly, let's see how they do this time, because a setup that doesn't really seem like there's going to be a lot of gunfights doing the talking. Obviously, Envy banning the Azami, so any third floor setup, whether it's the side or not, is likely going to not have too many people venturing over to the opposite side. Well, never mind. Nath is peeking Red Hatch, and he secures the kill, but he gets traded. Actually, Ollie, to your credit, fantasy team pick, getting active in the early round, going 1-for-1 against a Flores. I'd make that deal.
I would make that trade. Serious make that trade.
Ooh, Panba actually kind of a difficult spot in Pixel. Might need to fall back soon as JJ's worked up close. Fox is just permanently revealing JJ's position. Same with Snake. Both players inside of Christmas have been revealed. The swing around the corner. Panba just deletes him. Another 1v1. Oh, he knows he's there. Knows he's close on the door, too. He's got JJ's position completely mapped out. He will find one. JJ, the only one making any comeback. Now, Emilio levels it 2-2. Caught with a flash in hand. Will force Panba back. Tries to spray through the wall. The NJR on the side. Panba is actually in a tricky spot. They've got a minute left. Emilio going for the pinch, but they're just giving up 1v1s. Not super coordinated between JJ and the Grim. Pamazu able to eat up both. Between Ollie and I's fantasy players, I'm eating good.
That's your guy right there.
That's my big dog.
That is your
That's my
guy.
5-foot big dog.
Serious round on Pixel from Pamba. And no real response from Envy. I mean, it was looking quite good there for a moment. Pamba was in a really difficult spot. The biggest difference, whereas Dark Zero's attacks so heavily focus on that white window and getting control of white corridor, top of white stairs, lumber, there was very little focus in that area. It was much more default and just a plain push in through Cigar. And that's not typically the winning strategy or formula, as was proven there. That Pixel spot is just so powerful. With Panba's got what, like 3 different angles that he can bob and weave between?
Something like that.
It's going to be pretty difficult to time down.
7 opening picks in a row, by the way, for DZ. They have been in the advantage in every single one of the rounds they've started. That was a really clunky way to say that. They've had the advantage in every single round. I don't know why I said it that way. But I mean, even when you see how it ended, they trolled round 6.
Oh, yes.
And then round 1, what, they're hopping down to the bottom floor or the middle floor with like, what, 10 seconds remaining?
Yeah. I think you know, if you're Kenny, you look at the rounds, you know, you go and do your VOD review at the end of the week, and you look at the games, and you think, well, you know, we can tidy these rounds up for sure, but of the rounds that we won, there's not loads that you can go back and look at.
And like serious 7-0 territory if they did just tighten up like some small things in rounds 1 and 6.
Absolutely.
But
which, you know, may have an impact later on. You never know. Depends on how tight the league ends.
that's true. We got some hard games coming up. JJ, ooh, little find on Pamazoo. Twist also cutting down Citizen. Talking about DZ looking good, but Envy have just pulled a really, really strong attack. Also, the first opening pick Envy have acquired, breaking that trend the moment I mention it. Oh, 180 from Twist. Fighting the player upstairs and the player coming up from White. NGR, often on the back line. Finds himself all alone, just a minute 10 seconds into the round. Sees one. Nice little headshot, but he's revealed himself to JJ. C4 goes out. Good retreat by the Blitz. There is one inside of Dining, and they will cut him down. We were starting to wrap up the game. We were like, this is over, and all of a sudden, coming up through the top floor, we got a Blitz, we got a Finka, we got a full court press to give Envy their first round on attack.
Twist was super quiet right up until round number 6. And then again in round number 8, he just explodes. Like, inconsistent, yeah, but there when the team needs it, okay, we'll give them that. DZ getting a little bit of a reality check right now, and this isn't going to be the cakewalk that it was assumed to be. Twist really activating on the Ash. NJR again left in a clutch. Second time tonight we've seen him left as the last player alive for DZ. Envy managing around on the attack. I mean, that's improvement right there. Compared to the last time that we saw them play this map, where they didn't manage a single attack. Yesterday we saw their attacks, okay, it was Skyscraper, but they were able to get a couple and able to get the win. There's slow but steady improvement here on this Envy roster.
And if you want to go back further to Envy's game on Cafe against Shopify, a lot of those attacks, even though they won 3, a lot of them were 1v2s from JJ. Rounds where they had to fight back from the deficit. Only one round, to be fair, on a similar site where they actually looked in hand from start to end, but those were still fewer and far between. So being able to look a lot more like that game against Shopify where they pushed it to OT, though they still lost, and moving away from that SSG game and they lost in regulation, it is a good sign that hopefully maybe they could find a point out of this. Be very nice. Dark Zero, obviously, they're willing to drop a point. It's not really going to affect them too much, but for Envy, with how competitive that bottom of the leaderboard is getting, that honestly could be make or break, especially with both LFO and Wildcard both on 5 to end the day.
DZ still with a timeout if they need it, and Envy for that. Envy used theirs early, sorry. So DZ just the only team left with the timeout. I would imagine that if this round goes awry, we will see that timeout called. We are going to see the Aurora again. Maybe one of the first times we've seen Envy bring it. It's something that some of the more well-oiled teams have started to bring into their lineups, but haven't really seen it used from any of the teams in the bottom half of the league so far.
Not really.
But I mean, the uses is everyone knows where you're going to use them, so why not give it a chance? And maybe DZ aren't going to expect it entirely.
I mean, even in some of the teams with some of them, or games with some of the more bottom teams, we've seen teams bring the Aurora on Cafe and use it on that small big position specifically. It's only like Shopify where I've seen them bring it on Cafe and not use it on the front side. And honestly, maybe I'm even misremembering that. It's possible. So I like it from Snake. I also like this from Envy. It's a full turtle from Dark Zero. They find Pamazoo down below. Really happy about that. That's the Warden bottom White. He's just peeking the double window. Man, Envy with a really good start.
Unfortunate to lose Pamba there. It's not really anything that the Warden is going to benefit from. It's not like you've got tons of Yings, but to lose Nath as well. I mean, he's down but not out, but he's very unlikely to get recovered. And that everybody knows that he's been downed there, and Envy are going to be aware of that. The Shumikas, RenJR, they might keep players at bay for a little bit of time. Has he managed to crawl into the bottom of red? It looks like he has. Citizen there with the revive. But now they're both pretty tucked. Aurora are actually going to give them a bit of safety and allow Nath to pick up a kill of his own.
Oh! NJR on for 2. Aurora falls, but Twist quickly moving down red will find that trade. It's likely to be a quiet 2v2. Though as I say that, Snake spots the Goyo. Oh, you want him to win this. It feels right there. Spirit's isolated on low HP. Just coordinate. You got this 1v2, but Twist is peeking by himself. There's nobody to get the trade. They both take their own ones, and they both come up short. Match point for Dark Zero.
There's not many teams that you want to take 1v1s with inside of North America, but DZ is definitely not one of those teams. Especially with the positioning that Envy had there, it would have been much better to try and double up on Spirits and then turn your attention over toward NJR. I'm surprised that Nath was picked up there, I'll be honest.
Me too.
Citizen, the fellow Brit on the roster going to save his homie.
Solidarity.
And the Rorador coming down at a perfect time. Because I commented, I said, they're pinched. They're both stuck in there. They know they've had Nath down. If they get a sniff that someone's gone to revive, it should be a free 2 kills. And then the Rorador timing was just... was it good? Was it bad? I mean, it was a bit of a bloodbath at that time. NJR was coming up with kills left, right, and center as well. DZ managed to get themselves onto that map in Series Point. The hard work that they put in on that attacking round really paying dividends. Envy. As mentioned, they've used their timeout. They have only got themselves to look toward as they head into what could be the final round here tonight.
Well, and something I actually wanted to point out, because 2 things we talked about. I mentioned that, I guess 2 things I talked about. I mentioned that, remembering Envy's game against Shopify, there was really only 1 round where it felt like they had a, you know, they started with the lead and converted it, or at least did so decisively. Funny enough, I went back and watched that round that they had the blitz on reading. That actually, they ran the exact same rush against Shopify in the round I was referring to. Literally blitz up white stairs, reading room, then go all the way to the top floor. Did the exact same thing at Shopify, and it worked here too. And I also said, I remember a bottom team running Aurora and doing small big. Well, that was also Envy. Their game against Shopify. Same op. Snake ran Roar. They tried to do the small big execute. So shout out Envy.
Well, they're nothing if not consistent.
Give them that. Well, it's just unfortunate if they're consistent in the score line, it'll end a lot more like the SSG game than the Shopify one. Reloading. All right.
Nice BP.
Nice teddy bear.
I'm not seeing the true significance of that BP, I don't think.
You don't see the vision?
Well, I mean, it's a good BP, but I'm not sure why it's... I don't know. They're looking under the castle barricade? Is it that deep?
Maybe it is. Maybe it's for the EMP? What they're EMPing, I don't know, but... It's kind of funny. Seeing Spirits play Shaiko as the op Shaiko played on the spot, and he gets the kill. Oof. Very Shaiko-like. Losing all his HP, but landing the headshot on Rival. Disable the call, and this is such a nice spot for Spirits now, Ollie. I mean, what? He got the kill, he can just sit here. If he dies, it doesn't matter. He's Jaeger.
And look at the amount of time that's already wasted. We're already into the second half of the round. We don't really have any control as Envy. Yeah, they've got a body in, but really, is Emilio going to be able to make that much of an impact from this position? JJ is going to find himself a pick. Maybe there's more to be had here.
Maybe. 3v3. Spirits is still prone on Cocktail. He's still all the way. He might have the position here. NJR holding out. Him and Citizen might be able to fall back. He checks it, but he's not expecting it. And why would you? Spirits, 50 HP, everybody falls back. He's prone on the top floor. And NJR doing what he does best, locking down a staircase with a shotgun. Dark Zero, just like Shopify, remain undefeated. 6 wins apiece. Our top 2 stays the exact same.
Couple of strange rounds there from Dark Zero, but otherwise it was business as usual, coming in and giving Envy the result that DZ deserved. Envy, I think improvements, definitely, given what we've seen from them in previous weeks. I believe they are making slow and steady improvements, but against the top team in the league, realistically, what are you going to do? Yeah. They did manage a couple of rounds here today where previously they've fallen short, but against Dark Zero, it was a very decisive win. We're going to cut to the desk for one last time. They're going to break down the play day and set us up for what is to come next week.
Mine, in dining. In
Let's
dining.
go this way. Let's go this way. Palace, guys.
Nice.
Nice. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You
Yeah,
outside.
1v3. Was freezer side.
Here comes. Play safe, Nick.
Nice.
GG's.
Good shield fight there.
See you later, JJ. Go hit the gym, JJ.
Fucking clowns.
Go hit the gym, JJ.
Oh, damn.
All right, that was
some beef.
That felt a little personal, but it was just another day in the office for DZ. 7-3 against Envy. Quick one, they're done. What else is there to say?
I mean, we're in a position now that DZ has looked so good that we're just waiting for better opponents to come their way. They've looked so consistent, and again, no letting up. But I mean, that's one of the hardest parts about being at the top is staying at the top. Yeah. So no upsets, consistency all the way through, treating every team like a brand new one. It's nice to see. Good job, DZ.
Good job, DZ. Indeed, we have Citizen as well for the interview to join us. Another day in the office for you guys. What is the secret behind this consistency that we're seeing? Because every other team so far has really struggled with it.
I don't know. I think it's just we're having fun, playing well, working on the mistakes, and just, I don't know. I think we're just playing well as a team. You know, I don't think it gets any better than that. Got the best prep from Ryan, best teamwork. That's how you win games, I guess.
Well, I was going to say, Citizen, again, congratulations. I know this is kind of boring at this point. You guys just keep coming up here, keep talking about how flawless you look and how great the team is. I personally, as a former player, as a friend of yours, I want to apologize that we did not highlight your sick clutch that you made on Border a long time ago. Obviously, this has nothing to do with this cafe game, but I want to let you know in the future games coming up, you're about to see something that's going to blow your socks off.
Okay. Thank you, I guess.
That's not a question.
No, I said it's not going to be a question.
Well, I got a question. My question is, because you guys are so consistent, you know, we could talk about the maps, we could talk about you guys, but I want to know, you know, do you think Shopify Rebellion actually has a chance to dethrone you guys? Do you think you're going to be undefeated? They're going to be undefeated? Let's get a little gossip going.
I mean, they got, what, 6 wins as well? I think we'll beat them. As long as Nate doesn't put his pants against Troy and Aiden, you know how he is. Like, as long as he keeps himself nice and calm, then we'll take the dub, I think.
Any words of encouragement?
Wait,
then
did he hear
for
any
him?
of that?
Probably did.
Yeah, he's next to me. He hears
Well,
everything.
you should relay that to him so he knows exactly what that was in reference to.
They're saying that you're really scared of Troy, so you better win next time we play him.
Who's they? Hey, yo!
Janiro said that. Her words, not mine.
That is foul. Gosh. All right, you know what? I'm not even gonna say have a good weekend. Just bye. See ya.
We'll have a good week anyway. Yeah, see you guys later.
Have a good one.
Some fish and chips, perhaps. Beans
on
toast.
toast.
Not
Now
for
they
Nave.
said they don't like them, so.
Oh, Nave said he didn't like them.
English breakfast. Some tea.
Is it an English fry-up? It's a fry-up.
No, it's an English breakfast.
English
it's
breakfast.
Not a,
It's called a fry-up.
You can call it, but it's not an English.
Okay, so it's called a fry-up.
You can't.
It's called a fry-up.
A little bit of crumpets and tea.
Crumpets slap though with some butter.
Let's get to the black light.
Hey, anyways, yeah, I was gonna say, mate, the blacklight detail, NJR for this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was so consistent. We highlighted him earlier today, obviously in the pre-phase, that he's so good at holding these death spots. When he's put into a corner, more often than not, he just hits disgusting shots just because he's so good, so comfortable at holding angles. One of those players that you're never going to be able to rip off in an angle. You'll be holding a position and then boom, you get headshotted. He just doesn't miss. And obviously, Cafe, very small map, tight corridors, perfect environment for you to be able to do that. Do exactly the same thing that he did on Clubhouse, you know, just people are on pixels. You know, he's on that white window sometimes. Yep. That upside down white window, that was known as NJR's window for the longest time.
I don't know how players do upside down rappel because I swear whenever I do it, I get picked off like it's just like
and that's why you're sitting on this couch and not on the server.
It very well could be.
Let's have a look at the schedule for today and the games that we did see, because actually, like, upsets were the name of the game today. I mean, wildcard cruelty. I mean, actually, no, that did actually live up to expectations. But the M80 OXG and the C9 Orglas, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, but, you know,
Yeah,
It is what it is.
I think the M80 OXG game, we expected it to be a lot closer. We talked about how important it was going to be for pressure-wise, and the worst outcome for OXG happened because we've highlighted that they've already played the quote-unquote teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, so now they just have no more room for error. They're still going to have games like Shopify, SSG that they have to go through, so obviously points for them are looking scary as the bottom teams get to accumulate more. That race for 6th spot is not confirmed yet. It's still up in the air. So obviously, if you're OXG, you can't be happy.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly go back to that next slide. I saw you guys switch back, but I mean, I do want to talk about this. I mean, Wildcard getting their win today, not pushing it to an OT, getting those 3 points where they were in last, then put Cruelty back in last place. So if you're Wildcard, great job today. You needed those points. Sure, you haven't looked great, but at least we're starting to see the team come together in the end, and that's where it matters most. It matters to be making top 6, making it into playoffs, and then seeing what you can do from there. So
I mean, honestly, like, I'm just happy that there's not a singular team with 0 points on there.
Yeah.
But also,
True.
like, when you look at the standings, you look at 1, 2, 3 are all double digits.
Yeah.
Everybody else is like a 9 or a 6, and it's like, guys, gotta lock in a little. It's crazy that still, at the end of the day, we are, what, 6 play days in, and only 1 win can genuinely still put you in the top 6 of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob said it in that when we started the show, I mean, I think it was last week, of just saying, you know, this is the least competitive, or at least, you know, in terms of being top heavy or bottom since 2019. So, I mean, it just goes to show that the bottom teams, there's clearly a lack of discrepancy in terms of overall skill, but it goes without saying. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a top heavy half.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still have more play days coming your way. Not next week, because next week is a little bit of a break, but we're going to be back the week after that with DZ, Cruelty, Orgless Envy, OXG Wildcard, C9 Shopify, and M80 SSG. I'm hoping M80 SSG to actually be living up to the potential of it being a close match. I think OXG Wildcard is...
their lead.
Yep.
They could lose their lead heavy.
No, I don't think so, because OXG has 9, Wildcard have 5.
Yeah, but if they lose, then that's kind of like...
Well, I mean, I'm saying they're going to, like, well, sure, they aren't going to lose their lead, but they're obviously going to make that gap just even tighter for themselves to try to walk away from.
OXG's last 3 games are Wildcard, then SR, and then SSG. So if you can't be Wildcard, looks really scary. But obviously, the top teams are going to be at the top. They look like the best, most comprised teams. Every other team, we got to remember at the start of this year, all the roster changes, teams are still trying to put pieces in the right place of each individual player, trying to figure out new consistencies, new teamwork. So it makes sense why
time's running out.
Top heavy. Time is running out to make it to that top 6. So that's the goal. If you don't make top 6, it's a fail. It's a fail. The roster change was a fail.
For which team here? Every single one?
Any team that doesn't make top 6, it's a fail.
Yeah, I mean, any roster change you make, it's always a 50-50 whether it works out or it doesn't. But I mean, you want to hope that it stays true and that you actually do find success, which so far we are seeing every team that has made big roster changes finding that success. Shopify, DZ, M80. I mean, granted, yesterday's performance wasn't great, but today was a complete overhaul in terms of their performance. So I'm happy to see that. And SSG.
Aside from Envy and Cruelty, any team that's not in that top 6.
And what about Orgless?
No, yeah, them too. Yeah, failure. Yeah, if they don't make it. Orgless is not a new team. They're just Orgless now. They've been in the league for like 2 years now. What's the excuse? No, brother.
All right. Well, while they keep getting heated, I'm going to have to let you guys go. This is it for us for this week. A reminder, we're not going to be back next week. We're going to be back the week after that. In the meantime, there's going to be SAL. There's going to be EML. A lot of Siege that you guys can catch up to. I hope you guys take care of yourselves until we are back. It's going to be these two with Jonah, not me. Take care of yourselves, guys. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time. Bye.